The Canary Islands are a Spanish region, autonomous community, and archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean, located just 62 miles from Morocco. The Canaries are home to the world's third largest volcano, Canarian potatoes, and cheap all-inclusive holidays where most Brits end up getting smashed out of their faces. Well, more importantly, and more to the point of this series, the Canary Islands have a reputation of developing football stars, being the birthplace of David Silva, Pedri, and most recently, Alberto Moleiro. The islands have three big teams, with Lanzarote playing in the Tercera Federation Group 12, Tenerife in the Liga High Promotion, and Las Palmas in La Liga. No club from the Canaries has ever won Spanish football's top flight. It's time to change that. Not only am I going to look to win La Liga with a Canarian club, I'm also going to look to do it using Canarian youth players only. Welcome back to the channel and the beginning of a brand new save game. This is the Canarian Revolution, where I'm going to take charge at Tenerife and try and take them to the top of Spanish football using talent that is born or developed in the Canary Islands only. As you'll have seen from the little intro, no team that is based on the Canary Islands has ever won the top flight of Spanish football, and I think we are going to try and change that. So the Canary Islands have three big teams. They have Lanzarote, who play in the Tercera divisions, which is not playable in the database that we have. We also have Tenerife, who play in the Segunda division, or the Liga High Promotion as it's called now, and Las Palmas, who play in La Liga. For this, we're going to start off with Tenerife and try and get firstly into La Liga and then move on and win La Liga. The Canary Islands have a reputation for developing and building youth players. They have had famous faces such as David Silva, they had Pedri, and currently Alberto Moleiro, all start off in academies on the Canary Islands and then move off of the islands to further their careers and turn into footballing stars. So we're going to try and lean on that ethos a little bit. We're going to try and go to clubs like Lanzarote, Las Palmas, and pick off some of their youth players to see if we can develop them and move our club forward using Canarian youth only. For this save game, I'm going to be using an up-to-date 24/25 database. You can find a video for that if you want to use it on the channel. I will leave a link to that in the description down below. Also, that means that we will start the game on the 1st of July 2024. We have taken charge at Tenerife from previous manager Pepe Mel. And let's have a little look around the club. So the club are a 3-star reputation club. Their director of football is Mauro Perez. Their assistant manager is Pedro Hernandez. And their media prediction for the season coming up is 8th place. They play at the Helidoro Rodriguez Lopez. That holds 22,824 people, and their training ground is the Ciudad Deportiva Javier Perez, and that has great training facilities, excellent youth facilities, and above average youth recruitment. So we're going to try and lean on that, and as I said, we're going to look for the next David Silva, the next Pedri, and hopefully build our team using that ethos. So a bit of the club background. The club enjoyed probably their best spell of success in the 90s, although now enduring an 11-year barren spell, having not won a competition since 2013. Tenerife have a history of which they can be proud. They finished runners-up in the Spanish second tier for only time in 1961 and won the Spanish third tier in 1987 and 2013 and finished runners-up on 2 occasions. So we're going to look firstly to get out of the second tier. So moving forwards to look at the current club. So they are set up in a 4-2-3-1 system, which is pretty good for us because that is a system that I like to use in the game. So hopefully we can transition in our own style and keep some of the current playing squad. But with the little caveat that we need to be developing players that are from the islands. A few of these players might not last the course of time. But we start off with Nadal, Medrano, Leon, Ruben Alves, Melo at right back, got Sergio Gles, Bodiger, then Waldo, Michael M, Luisimi Cruz, and Angel up top. So it's built up of a team that are mainly Spaniards, but I do know that we have a few foreign players, and obviously we're going to look to move some of them on. So with the tactic in place, I think we can work with that. Let's see what the board expectations are. So their cultures, they want to sign high reputation players. And that's going to be difficult in this save game because most of the players that break out from the islands are difficult to get back because they have left to go and further their careers. They want to develop players using the club's youth system. So we can definitely do that, and we will definitely look to bring as many Canarian players through as we can. They want to sign players to sell for a profit, grow the club's reputation, maintain the club's global reputation, and work within the wage budget. In terms of competitions, they want to be competitive in the Copa del Rey, they want to reach the Liga 2 playoffs, and they work towards gaining promotion to La Liga by the end of the next season, and then we will continue on as we go along. But basically, it's to get into La Liga and stay in La Liga. Let's then have a little look at our playing squad. The playing squad is a mix of both local and foreign players, but with the way that we want to do this and bring Canarian football to the forefront, it means that there are a number of players who we are going to look to move on quite quickly. So I'm going to try and break it down, whereas by the end of Season 1, we will have just a Spanish squad, and then by the end of Season 2, we will look to have players from the Canary Islands only. That means that we don't have to do everything in one big overhaul, and hopefully it keeps us competitive and within a shot of getting to La Liga in the first season. So the current players who are going to be on the chopping block initially are Nikola Sipsic from Montenegro. We've got Jeremy Mello, who is French. UC Diarra is Malian. Jan Bodiger is French. And then down at the bottom, we've got Marlos Moreno and Mo Dahuda, who is Ghanaian. So they are the players that are going to be looked to be moved on in season number 1. But other than that, we have a squad of Spanish players. According to this, our club captain is Aitor Sanz. He is Spanish, but he is 39 years old. So whether he lasts the season or not, we are not sure. But it's players like that we're going to have to lean on in terms of their experience. Our vice-captain is Enrique Gallego. He is a 37-year-old, so it's clear that we have an ageing squad. Our key player is Angel. He is another 37-year-old striker. So yeah, it's very much clear that if we sort by age, we have a couple of younger players in 22, 23-year-olds. Down the bottom here, we have 39, 37, 37, 35, 33, and then a lot of mid-20s to early 30s players. So it's going to be a mix of having to freshen that up and moving on the foreign players. And then in the development centre, if we have a look at the under-19 squad, for example, we have quite a few players that are interesting here. Now again, we have Uruguayans, Swiss, Argentines, Colombians, Gambians. So none of them will be considered for promotion to the first team, but the players that have come through the system that are Canarians, we will look to use those. In the B squad, we have a number of players that are available to us there, and we also have the C squad. So there are a lot of players at the club. It's going to be interesting to try and sift through what players are good enough to keep, which ones we need to be moving on, and the players that we are looking to promote that are local players, and they are the ones that we really want in the squad. In terms of finances to do so, Tenerife start off with £4.5 million in the bank and a transfer budget of £428,000. So not a lot there for spending anyway, so it's good that we're going to lean on the youth system. In terms of the wage budget, it's £135,000. We're already spending £140,000. So probably moving on some of the bigger players will benefit us from that point of view. Back into the squad planner, and let's have a look at the best 11. So starting off, our best 11 according to our assistant manager is Nadal in goal, Medrano, Leon, Alves and Melo. Then we've got Bodiger, Sainz, Waldo, Mesa, Cantero and Angel up front. But in terms of the youth players that are coming through, so Royman Torres is our best goalkeeper, Sebastian Lavassa on the left side. We've got Quentin Nico, C. Ledesma, we've got Teto, Cesar Jimenez, Jeremy Suarez, Luzimi Cruz, Lamin Toure and Chinedu Solomon. So an interesting amount of players that we can lean upon, hopefully going forward, and those are some of the players that we are going to look to build the club around. In the 23-24 season, Tenerife would finish in 12th place. They would get 56 points from 42 games. And looking at this, they would win 15 of those. They'd have 11 draws and 16 defeats. They finished on a -3 goal difference. So it's obvious to me straight away that defensively we need to become more sound. And they would finish 18 points behind Leganes, who would go up as champions of La Liga high promotion to La Liga. And in terms of the playoff places, 69 points was enough for Espanyol to get promoted and 65 for Gijon. So 9 points there behind Gijon in 5th means that the club are there or thereabouts. I don't think it would take too much for us to make a leap up into these kinds of positions, and as we establish the team that we are going to look to play in the new season, I do think that we can make that leap forward. So what I'm going to do is that I am now going to go off and do a bit of wheeling dealing, see if we can get rid of a few players, maybe bring a few fresh faces in. I'll keep you up to date with the transfers, and then we'll start looking at what's going to happen in the first season. After weeks of negotiating with players both to leave the club and come into the club, we've moved forward. It's the 11th of August. We are on the eve of the brand new La Liga high promotion season. But before we get into playing any games, let's have a look at what happened in terms of the transfers then. So, of course, we are going to try and promote Canarian football, and the aim was to move as many foreigners on by the end of Season 1 as we can, hopefully leaving us with a Spanish squad at the end of Season 1. By the end of Season 2, we would move on to an all-Canarian squad. So let's start off by showing you the players that went out. The first one was UC Diarra. He would go to Granada. And that was right at the end of the 23-24 campaign. We then started off the 24-25 campaign by moving Marlos Moreno to Mallorca. Mo Dauda would go to Genk. Jan Bodiger would go to Toulouse. Jeremy Mello would go to Montpellier. Ruben Alves would go to Athletic Club. And Josep Gaya would go out on loan to Real Murcia. So that meant that we had some money to buy some players, and we didn't spend a massive amount of money because of the way we're going to do this save. What I did try to do was target those clubs that I mentioned. So it's Las Palmas, we were looking at Lanzarote and seeing if we could get in and amongst their youth teams, or maybe players that had broken into the first team and were ready to just come down a step to go back up with us. The first player that we would sign would be Valentino Raka. He is a 6-foot central defender who was at Las Palmas. He has everything that I look for in a defender. Strength of 14. He has heading of 15, jumping reach of 14, tackling of 15, positioning of 16. He comes to us as a 5-star potential ability player. Now, I know that's against the rest of my own squad. It's not necessarily an indicator of exactly what kind of player he will turn into. At the age of 18, valued up to £5.2 million, I think he will be a solid acquisition. The next one also came from Las Palmas, from their C team. This is Omar. He's an attacking midfielder who plays through the centre of the park. He's another one that comes as a 5-star potential rated ability player. He's worth up to £1 million. Then moving into the 24-25 season proper, we would go back to Las Palmas for Ale Palanca. He's a right back who can move forwards into a right wing back position. He is a 4.5-star potential ability player worth up to £950,000. And we would buy Joel Dominguez from a smaller team called Jese, who are on the island of Lanzarote. He's a player that caught my eye because of a few things. Now, he may not stack up eventually overall, but at the age of 19, he has 15 acceleration, 16 pace, 14 natural fitness. He has 16 for dribbling. Finishing could be better with 9, but passing of 14, technique of 13, flair of 14. I think this is a player that stood out. He had scored 5 goals in 34 appearances for Jese. I thought it would be well worth the risk just bringing him in and seeing what he can do. at a higher level of football. So those are all the players that we brought in and would let go of. So that meant that as of the registration time for the squad, we have achieved the first goal of moving foreign players on. We now have an all-Spanish squad, and you can see that some of the players there are players that were already pre-existing at the club. We have also promoted from within too. We have players such as Nizan, even though his face looks like he's been through a hard life. He's a 16-year-old who has come through our academy. He's 5'5", which is a little bit on the short side for a midfielder, but looking at some of these attributes, it does look like he's going to be a fantastic player, certainly with the flair, with the passing, the tackling, the technique. Looks like he can play anywhere in the middle of the park, so that one is quite an exciting promotion. We have Yeri Atavio, can play right wing, can play left wing, doesn't look ready to be a first teamer out and out at the moment, but hopefully he's one of those that can fill up a squad position and then we bring him along. Let's sort them by age so we can see the other ones. So Cesar Jimenez is another player who has come through our youth team. Let me just double check. He was born on Santa Cruz de Tenerife, so born on the islands. Another one who doesn't really look ready yet to be a first team player, but it does seem that we could try and mould him in and maybe bring him in and rotate players around and he can be a stand-in. We have Manu Montero, Valentino Raka, Omar is already there. So we have a squad that has gone from having 39, 37 and 35-year-olds to a squad that's got 16-year-olds, 20-year-olds and nobody over the age of 29. So it's interesting if we just have one last quick look at our best 11. So our assistant manager now is saying Selvi, Medrano, Juande, Jose Leon, David Rodriguez, and then Sergio Gonzalez, Javi Alonso, Waldo, Luzimi Cruz, Alvaro Romero and Quintero up front. But let me show you what we are actually going to do. So in today's episode, we're going to cover the first game of the season. We're going to be playing against Aldenza. They are a team that are 1.5 star reputation. They play in Elda and they seem to have a aging squad too. So hopefully we can get our youth on our side. But we have picked the first 11 and we're going to go into the first game. And we're going to start off with Selvi in goal, Medrano, Leon, Raka and Palanca. Then we're going to throw 16-year-old Nizan into the defensive midfield role with Alonso. Got Tavio, Omar and Dominguez as the attacking trio and Quintero up front. So fingers crossed we can hit the ground running and we can win in our first game in La Liga High Promotion. We're going to skip through all of these scenes. We don't do team talks on these saves and we are going to kick the game off. The only thing I need to do is make sure we are on key highlights only. And we are underway. So hopefully once this highlight goes through, we will be underway properly in the game. Goalkeepers lumped it forwards. Javi Alonso, Nizan is in the midfield. What can he do with it? We are 26 seconds in, so there is a genuine chance that we could have a chance straight from kickoff as Palanca has now burst forwards, plays it to Omar. Nice little 1-2. Is he going to have a shot from there, Palanca? He does have a shot. It gets blocked. Matthew clears the ball away. And Nizan is going to turn up the line. Plays it back inside. Palanca tries the cross. And it's headed away. And I think that is pretty much going to be it. Unless they turn defence into attack. They can't. And it means that we are now into the game proper. And after 8 minutes on the clock, there are 3 shots in the game, none of which are on target. And we are rolling in terms of time. So both teams are setting up pretty much on the front foot. Let's have a look at what happens here. McCoy has got the ball in goal. McCoy is not a very it's not a very Spanish sounding name. It's a more Scottish sounding name, isn't it? But we might have to have a look to see if he is Scottish. But we've got the ball. We played it forward. Quintero is in. He's had the shot. It's hit the post. Keeper was pretty useless there. He was never going to get to that. And luckily for Aldenza, they are going to survive another day. Anything else happening before the end of the first half? So we've got a free kick here. Medrano is over the ball. Let's see, will he pass it? No, he shoots. He's hit the post too. So how unlucky do you want to be in the first game when you've hit the post with 2 attacks on the bounce and the ball bounces out for a throw-in? This is probably setting up to be one of those games where we are going to lose 1-0 because we have had all the chances, can't get the ball in the back of the net, and Aldenza will probably go up the other end and score a goal. But in at half-time, a pretty uneventful first half apart from those 2 chances that we have just had. We're going to go straight into the second half and see if anything can happen. And again, straight from kickoff, we are having a highlight. Medrano has got the ball on the left. As he runs forward, tries to play it to Tavio, comes back towards our own goal, and Bracker is going to pick it up. What can he do with it? He plays it across the field to Leon, who's going to run into the opposition half, plays it forwards to Medrano. Ball into space was really good. Again, Tavio not in the right position to receive the pass, and it goes back out to Leon, to Javi Alonso, Nazan, to Dominguez. He's cutting onto his left foot, and this time we've hit the crossbar. Keeper was beaten once again, and we are going to get a corner kick. If only we could get the ball under the bar. Right, corner kick's coming in. Palanca's going to in-swing this one on his right foot. Swings it to the back post. Racker's there, just not tall enough to get on the header, and the ball's going to sail out for a throw-in. Are we going to continue the pressure? No, we're not. We are going to go straight back in to the match tablet and watch the time drift away. Can't believe that there's been 10 shots in the game. Not a single team has had a shot on target, but we have hit the woodwork 3 times, and we're going to get another opportunity here from a free kick. Can we break the deadlock? Let's have a little look. Long time setting this free kick up. What is going to happen? Cantero steps back. Is he going to strike this right-footed? He does, and this time it's gone over the bar. So we've hit the bar, we've hit the posts, and now we have the free kick that has gone over the bar. There's another highlight coming. Tavio gets the ball down the left-hand side, plays it back to Medrano. Is he going to play it forwards? Does to Javi Alonso, who goes back to Leon. Keeping the ball nicely here in this build-up. Could be a bit more penetrating in terms of the way that we get the ball forward. Tavio turns back to Leon, to Javi Alonso. The ball's got to go forward at some point. Nazan to Dominguez. Into Cantero. There's a ball on there, and Dominguez is in. Dominguez breaks the deadlock. Brand new signing from Jese. Had that pace, he had that power, and he gets into the position and finishes it off with ease. So Nizam was the one to pass the ball forward. He plays it into the feet of Dominguez, makes the run, gets the pass back, hits it hard and low, goes through the goalkeeper's legs, and we take the lead after 65 minutes. It's well deserved. We've had 11 shots, hit the woodwork 3 times, and we score with our first shot on target. Goalkeeper's cleared the ball out. Dominguez picks it up again, plays it to Palanca. He's going to run up the line with it. Keep going. He's going to go towards the box here. Can he get in the box? He can. Can he cross it? He can. Cantero's there. Side foot just past the post. In fact, it must have got a deflection because we're going to get a corner kick. Is there anything to come from the corner? So Medrano is over the ball. He's going to in-swing it straight into the keeper's hands. Nothing doing. And I think we're going to take the opportunity to make a few substitutions. Juande is going to come on for Raka, who's making his debut. Cruz is going to come on in place of Tavio, and then we're going to swap Dominguez's wing. I know that he doesn't actually play on the left, but we're going to try with that inverted. Anybody else? We're going to give Manu Montero a game up top and give Cantero a rest. So 3 changes all at once. If you've been on the channel before, that is the thing that I quite like to do. Just gives us fresh legs after around an hour's worth of play. 70 minutes on the clock at the moment. We're trying a clever set piece routine here. We've got a free kick that's gone into the box, and Luisimi Cruz had the shot. I don't know if Mackay's took a touch. He must have took a touch because we've got a corner. So, another in-swinging corner. What can we do from this one? The last one went straight into the keeper's hands. This one is headed away by the defender, but Montero is going to be there to pick it up. He's going to play it straight back in. He's not. He finds Luisimi Cruz. And Juande's had a shot. That's been deflected wide for a corner. Can we mount the pressure by scoring a second goal? That is what we are looking for. Another corner is going to be swung in. It's played into the middle. It's defended well again and headed away. And that is the end of that highlight. So we've had some players with some standout performances today. We've had the likes of Palanca, which is pleasing, with a 7.3. Dominguez, obviously, on his debut, 7.5. Montero is now into the box. Cuts in well. Cuts in well. He'd beaten his man and obviously hits the post. Of course, what else would he do? We are now set up into that 10-minute window where you just know that the computer is going to look to get its own back for that no shots on target. 2 minutes to go. Is this going to be the highlight where they get their equaliser with their first shot on target? The ball's bouncing between two defenders. Juande deals with it. Palanca plays the ball forward to Luisimi Cruz. Ball is now over the top for Dominguez. He's cutting in off the left wing now. Squares it to Montero, and there's the second goal. We are going to start with a win. 91st minute, 5 added on, but Montero makes it 2-0, and we are going to make confirmation that we are going to get 3 points at the first time basking. A lovely ball up and over the top. Timed his run to perfection. I thought he was going to have the shot himself. Squared the ball unselfishly to Montero, and he finishes it with aplomb, and we are 2-0 up. So I think it's just going to run its course now. We're going to get through to the end of the game. And there we are. We have won our first game in charge of Tenerife with an all-Spanish squad. We've had 20 shots, 4 of which have been on target. We've hit the post, the bar. We have missed chances, but we have the 3 points that we are looking for. So let's go in and have a little look at the schedule then. So what we're going to do is turn it into a bit of a let's play. We're going to go forwards into the season, and we're going to come back when there are a couple of episodes, and then we'll probably have a transfer special around January. So let's pick where we're going to come back to. I think maybe we're in August, so a jump forwards maybe to October. Maybe we play the Levante and the Gijon games, and then we will jump forwards into the January transfer window for Ferrol and Aldensa again, maybe. Or maybe we'll play Aldensa and Ibiza, but we'll probably decide that after the 2 games. So, if you're with me for episode 1, you might know the rules already. If you haven't seen episode 1 though, our aim here is to build Tenerife into a footballing powerhouse, and we're only going to do it using players that are born on the Canary Islands. We're going to look to pick talents from the youth teams of Lanzarote. We have our own youth teams, there's Las Palmas, and there are a host of other good little football teams around the Canary Islands. And we're going to hopefully, by the end of Season 2, have a full Canarian squad and go on to become the first Canarian team to ever win La Liga. If you were with me for episode 1, you would have seen at the end of that episode, we would win our first game in charge. And since then, we have continued. It's the 4th of October, and we are back for 2 match days in this episode. But first off, let's start off with the schedule. So you would have seen that Aldensa game. We won 2-0. Since then, we have had victories against Ferrol 2-1, Ibiza 5-1. We then would drop points for the first time against Elche in a 1-1 draw. Followed that up with a 2-1 victory against Zaragoza. We then beat Mirandes 6-0. We'd beat Eibar 3-0. Deportivo La Coruña would come to our ground and lose 5-0. We would then drop points the second time against Cadiz as in a 1-1 draw. And we would beat CD Castellon last time out before we came back. So let's have a look at the competitions then. We are sat proudly top of La Liga Hypermotion. We have 26 points from 10 games, 8 wins, 2 draws and a goal difference of 24. We are, though, only a point ahead of Burgos and we are 4 points ahead of Elche. So an impressive start to the season. Have a look at the squad quickly and run you through some of the players that have been performing brilliantly. So in terms of goals, we seem to have unearthed a little bit of a gem in our youth system. Chinedu Solomon is a player who has come through. He was already in the youth system at the age of 16. He looks absolutely amazing. Just 16 years old. Had to bump his contract up to £1,800 to comply with the registration of the league. But he has started in scintillating form. 4 starts, 3 substitute appearances, 5 goals and a 7.30 rating. We can see that his pros are consistency, performance in training, recent performances. He's a realist. Could do better at crossing, which I'm not too fussed about if he's going to play as a striker. And then he's a good player for the group below us, so he still has room for improvement, which is brilliant. We also have Waldo on 5 goals and 6 assists. Omar is another one that we bought in from Las Palmas. He has been doing fantastic in his first games. He has played 5, scored 3 and made 1 assist. In terms of the other players that we have brought through, Cesar Jimenez is a right back who can also play in the centre of the park. He's not brilliant at it, but he can play there. He's one that I think will progress as the game goes along, even though it doesn't look like he's going to amount to much if we believe the star ratings, but then we don't always take those at face value. Nizan is another one. He's recently been called up to the Spanish under-19s, not yet capped, but it looks like it is on the horizon. Even at the age of 16, he is improving brilliantly as the save is going along, doing a vital job as a holding midfielder in a partnership of 2. Again, I know that the new gens don't look like 16-year-olds. Must have been a real tough upbringing. But at the age of 16, he is an exciting one going forward. Ale Palanca has also played well. He is another signing that we made from Las Palmas. 6'2" as a right back. He has played 4 games, had 2 substitute appearances, and has a 7 rating as well. So everything is going to plan in terms of the team. In terms of the finances going forward, we didn't spend too much of the wage budget. We have a wage budget of £164,000, but we're only spending £80,000, and the majority of that is down to the fact that now we have an all-Spanish first team. It means that we are saving because we're not paying all of the foreign players the massive amounts of salaries that we were before. In fact, if we go into contract and look at the wages now, the highest earner at the club is on £5,500 and the lowest is on £1,500. So it means that we have managed to get a lot of the high earners off of the books, and luckily for us, we have replaced them with youth, which is going to tick boxes for our board, and it also helps us in terms of the save because we're going to be developing the talent from the Canary Islands. In terms of the club vision, the board at the moment could not be happier with us. We have an A+ in terms of our job and an A+ from the supporter feedback. So everything is going to plan so far. We, in today's episode, are going to be playing games against Levante and Sporting Gijon, so let's not waste any time of getting into the first game. This is the lineup that we are going to put out. I've already pre-prepared it so we can just get straight into the match action. It's going to be Salvi in goal, Medrano, Leon, Araka and Palanca. Then we have Nizan, Sergio Gomez, Waldo, Omar, Dominguez and Chinedu Solomon is going to take his place at the top of the pitch. So let's jump into match number 1. As always, no team talks, no build-ups, none of that nonsense. We're just going to get straight into the game. So let's kick off and see what will happen. Can we continue the form that we have been on? Hopefully, we won't throw up a dud because the cameras have been turned on. That does occasionally happen with Football Manager. But it's going to be Levante, I think, who are going to start off with the first highlight. No, it's not. We've stolen the ball to come to Dominguez. They've stolen it back and Ray has played in Fabrizio. Great tackle by Leon, but it only goes to Andres Garcia and they have taken the lead after 10 minutes. A little bit of slack defending there. The slide tackle put the ball perfectly through. It played as a through ball, which is never a good thing. Ray stole the ball in the middle. It then gets knocked on by Fabrizio. And yeah, the tackle by Nizan just plays it straight into the path of Garcia. Salvi goes down but cannot keep the ball out. So we're going to have to do it the hard way and come from behind if we are going to win game number 1 in this save. It's not looking likely though. We've had nothing so far. Just had our first shot at 20 minutes on the clock, and it looks like a pretty dull game. Waldo's going to have a free kick. He's forced the goalkeeper to turn it around the post. We're going to have a corner. Can we capitalise from this? Medrano is going to swing it in. It goes all the way to the back post and it is cleared. Racco is already on a booking after 23 minutes, chases the ball out. In fact, we've had 2 bookings. Sergio Gonzalez has also got himself a booking, and Waldo has now picked up an injury. So we'll let this passage of play out, and then we'll address Waldo. Don't really want to be taking risks with certain players, especially when he's vital in the attacking options. Medrano crosses it in. It's kind of hit the post. The goalkeeper went down to pick the ball up, and he certainly didn't get a touch on it. And it's come back out, and it's cleared away to the halfway line. So let's take Waldo off. We do have a replacement on the bench in Tavio, who is another of the youth players that we have purchased. So like for like, and hopefully he can provide us with a bit of spark, because we're missing a little something at the moment. We need a goal. We could get it in this build-up of play here as Palanca gets the ball, plays it back to Raka, plays it back out to Palanca. What's he going to do with it? Going to take his man on, turn back, play it to Dominguez. It's teed up for Noizan. The shot gets blocked, and it's now turned away by Levante, who are on the attack, and they've got a through ball here. Luckily for us, he was offside. So it's become a bit of a frenetic end to the first half, where we're not having a lot go our way, it seems, but we have got on top of the game. We've had 65% of the possession, 5 shots, 2 on target, and we now go in at half-time 1-0 down, and we need to come out swinging in the second half to at least try and get on level terms and retain our undefeated record. It is Levante with the first highlight of the second half, and it's Levante that take a 2-goal lead. Iborra gets up, heads it up. It kind of just loops up and over Salvi. He does go up to try and catch the ball. He cannot catch the ball, and it just loops up and over him into the net. Not too sure what Salvi's actually doing there. He's kind of jumped up with his hands up and then separated his hands. The ball looks to have gone either over him or straight through his hands, but yeah, bit suspicious what he did there. But we have an attack. Medrano's crossed it in, and they're going to break away again here. Luckily for us, it falls to Raka, who plays it to Palanca. What can he do with the ball? He's going to cross it into the back post, and there is Chinedu Solomon to give us a goal back. But what is happening here? So we are going to get a VAR check for this goal. What are they consulting for? Doesn't really tell us. So it says they're checking the decision at the bottom here. It is a goal, but I'm not too sure what they were looking for. Maybe it was for offside on Solomon. He kind of drifts forward and then back and then powers the header in. But either way, the goal is going to stand. Yeah, tight offside is the call. Ooh. So Solomon was seemingly ahead of the player there. The lines do confirm that he was onside, it seems. But yeah, an interesting one there. But we do get the goal. So we're going to make some changes here. I'm going to bring one day on for Raka because we need to keep 11 players on the pitch. And we are also going to bring on... Who can we bring on? Let's bring on Teto in place of Sergio Gonzalez. And let's put on Alvaro Romero in the middle of the pitch. Let's try and get some fresh legs in there. We do this quite often on the channel. If you follow my videos, like to make 3 substitutions at around the hour mark, just to give us that fresh set of legs, that fresh impetus to go and try and get a goal. And we need another one here. And I thought Chinedu Solomon was going to be the one to smash the ball into the net, but instead he hits it straight at the goalkeeper. So hopefully the substitutes will start to kick in and we can start to improve the scoreline. But it's going to be Levante who have the next chance. It's headed up and away, only as far as Martinez, who plays it to Andres Garcia. He's in, turns back, cuts it to Martinez, and nobody marking him in the middle of the box. That is slack defending, and it is a 3-1 to Levante. Disappointing. It's disappointing because Martinez plays the initial pass. He then follows his run. Or if you follow his run, sorry, it goes into the box, and he's just stood all alone by the penalty spot where he can just tap the ball into the net. It did take a deflection, but It's disappointing to concede goals like that, especially when we've been the better team overall in terms of possession, in terms of the shots on target. Everything looks like it's going our way, and then we end up losing, or seemingly about to lose 3-1. Let's see if we can do anything from this corner though. Medrano crosses it in, Leon at the back post with the header, and it goes over. So it's just one of those games where it's a bit of slack finishing and being punished by a team who have been absolutely ruthless with their chances. They're in again, and it's only Salvi who stops them from making it 4-1. He goes down low to kind of spread himself to block the ball, and luckily for us, it works. Brugger is going to cross it in. Keeper comes for it, and Salvi this time does use his hands, thankfully. Let's see, can we have a little flurry towards the end of the game? It's too late really to make any difference, but if we go very attacking right at the end, probably should have done that 10 minutes before, but disappointing to lose that game. You can see by the stats, they have had 6 shots, 4 on target and scored 3 goals. We've had 10 shots, 6 on target and haven't won. For all those that it annoys, we won the XG battle. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything when you've lost 3-1, does it? Got 1.68 XG, a 1.15 for them. So let's go in then and have a little look at what that does to the league tables. In terms of the league, it doesn't really affect too much what's happened with us. Burgos do have the chance to go above us if they can win their game in hand. Elche also now have the chance to close the gap, but we will be in the top 2 after that game at least. So, yeah, a bit of a disappointing one. But we're going to roll on. We have another game back-to-back in this one. We're going to go straight into the Sporting Gijon game. So, let's have a look at our starting 11 for the Sporting Gijon game. Starting in goal, once again, we are going to have Salvi. We'll have a back 4 that consists of Medrano, Leon, Raka and Palanca. We have Juande and Nizan in the middle of the park. Tavio, Omar and Cruz are the midfield 3 attackers. And then we have Solomon, our new star boy, at the top of the pitch. Hopefully, we can perform better in terms of result. But once again, if we have the majority of the ball and create the most chances, hopefully we will get the 3 points. Let's move on into the game then and see how we perform in game number 2 against Gijon. Once again, don't do team talks and pre-game parades and stuff. Straight into the action, hopefully. Nothing really happening in the first couple of minutes, but we do have a highlight here as Nizan is going to turn back in field, plays to Juande, ball is blocked and Bernal is going to bring it away. But he only plays it straight to Palanca, who plays it to Luisimi Cruz. He's going to play it to Omar. The ball has deflected in off of, it looked like one of our own players. It couldn't have been one of our own players because there would have been a check for offside. But as Palanca plays the ball forward, it's brilliantly cut back by Luisimi Cruz. Omar hits the shot and it actually hits the defender in the side and goes inside the far post, or the opposite post where the shot came from. And it gives us a lucky lead. After the last game where we couldn't put the ball in the net for the majority of the game despite creating chances, we will take goals however they come. The only problem here is that Gijon have gone straight down the other end. And luckily for us, the ball is at the feet of Salvi to Raka. Nizan plays it out to Luisimi Cruz. And there's a ball on the overlap there for Palanca. And it's crossed in. Omar to Nizan, has the shot. Download, goalkeeper turns it away for a corner. Let's see then, can we do anything from this corner? It's going to be crossed in by Cruz. It's headed up in the air. It's headed away as far as Omar. Plays it back to Cruz, crossing. It's dealt with at the back post. Medrano was driving towards the box when the highlight would end. So a positive 11 minutes so far where we have scored already and we are creating chances. And once again, we are going to have another one with a free kick. Let's see what we can do here. We've got a bit of a routine going on, it seemed. There was our left back, which is Medrano, was pointing outside of the player. We didn't utilise it. In fact, that was Tavio that was pointing outside. Instead, the free kick was put on the roof of the net. But I thought we were going to run a little routine there, which would have been quite interesting. But it is Gijon who are on the attack, and they are going to get themselves an equaliser. This is a little bit of a strange one. The ball gets left behind, and you're thinking he's going to hit this. He doesn't hit it until the ball kind of goes through him. It's one of those match engine things where the header goes up in the air. He's chested it down, missed the ball, and then the keeper's gone to ground already, meaning that when the shot is actually hit, it just flies into the empty net because the keeper's already sat on the floor. You win some, you lose some, I guess. Just in the last couple of games, our goalkeeper has made a couple of mistakes, shall we say. Maybe one to look at going forwards, but we are having an attack, and Tavio was the target on the back post. Juande plays it out to Medrano. He gets half tackle, but still comes away with the ball. It's going to go to Juande, to Nizan, to Polanco. Could have had a shot, but instead he's trying to tee somebody up, and we're just playing pinball with it here. Somebody needs to just shoot. Not like that, though. It was a bit far out. In fact, it was a good effort, but didn't mean from there. We had a couple of chances when the ball was in the box to shoot, and it took Nizan to have a shot from distance, and the goalkeeper turns it over for the resulting corner. We didn't actually do anything with it. So a positive 28 minutes. We are having a lot of the ball again. 61% possession. We have had an XG of 0.42. We've had the 5 shots, 2 of which have been on target, and it looks like we are going to go straight through to half time here with possibly nothing else happening. 3 players for us that are doing well. In fact, there is another corner. Luzimi Cruz is going to swing it in, and there is Raka at the back post to head it in. I was pretty sure that this was either going to be ruled out for something or it was going to be offside, but in fairness, he can't be offside because of the distance he's travelled. He's just got up in front of the defenders, and boom, there's the header to put us 2-1 up. A little bit of a lack of enthusiasm from the celebration because I thought there was going to be an infringement of some description. It doesn't matter. We're going in at 2-1. This is another game where we are dominating, and we really need to take all 3 points here whilst we are on top. So we're going to kick off the second half. Not going to make any changes at half time. But looking at some of the players, I think there are going to be a couple of substitutions, as we do around the hour 65-minute mark. So let's see if there's any more highlights in the next couple of minutes. There isn't. So let's jump into the tactics screen and change a few players. Jose Amo can come on for Jose Leon. We are going to put Cantero on the left wing and have him do a job there. Who else can we bring in? Let's bring in Romero in place of Omar, and we will go with those substitutions to try and give us a bit more of an attacking impetus, see if a change of legs can also help us get in behind the defenders once again. 73 minutes on the clock then. We've got a throw in. It's going to come out to Madero. He turns it into Solomon, who has a wild swing at it, but it does take a deflection, so we're going to get another corner and another opportunity from a set piece. Polanco swings it in, and Raka is almost there again. Instead, it gets headed out for a second corner. Can we benefit from this one? It's Cruz who's going to in-swing this one. He plays it towards the near post. Goalkeeper comes out, and safe hands from Yanez as he claims the ball. What is happening here? The ball is rolling. We have a free kick. We took it quick. There was Solomon, played it to Juande. Not too sure why Juande, who is a defensive midfielder, is the one taking the shot and not Solomon, who is the striker. But decent chance. Another free kick, set piece to work from. It's kind of just lumped forwards, got cleared, but Polanco has got it and he's now running back towards goal. He's going to cross it deep. Nothing doing there in terms of a header from Cantero. And what is Juande doing? That is absolutely outrageous. That's just dumb. You could see it straight away. He was inviting the referee to just give him a red card, and a red card he gets. That's one of the worst scissor tackles I've seen on this game in a long time. We're going to drop back from attacking just for the last couple of minutes of the game and try and see this out with 10 men, because that was just stupid. Why did he have to do that? And of course now there's going to be a highlight. Are we going to concede? Of course we're going to concede. It's Football Manager. Is this goal going to be ruled out for offside? Hopefully it's going to be ruled out for offside because it's Football Manager. We are so lucky. So lucky. And Juande is a very, very lucky boy. Because, to be honest with you, that's the kind of stuff that makes you not want to play a player after they've just thrown away 3 points. But we'll let him off because the linesman put the flag up and it was ruled out thanks to VAR. So, a game that was a little bit crazy, a lot better than the first game, obviously coming out with 3 points. We've had the 13 shots, 7 on target. an XG of 1.53 and 61% possession. We are a team that has started to dominate the ball, and obviously that has contributed to our great start to the season. It means that going forwards, we now have 29 points from 12 games. To be honest with you, I'm a little bit weary of going up first time. I don't know if the team is ready, and then when we've got to make the changes to an all-Canarian team, will we be ready for La Liga? I don't know, but there is a long way to go before we consider those kinds of things. Looking at where we come back next. So we have the winter break between the 15th of December and the 12th of January. So I'll probably come back for the Ferrol game. If there are any transfers in the first part of the window, we'll bring them to you before the Ferrol game. And then we'll probably play the Ibiza game for the later part of the transfer window. Just a quick look at some players then. Once again, shout out Sinead Solomon is fantastic. Luckily for us, one of the first crop of new gens that would come in, and we are putting to good use our youth system straight away. If we look at the other players in and around that age group, Cesar Jimenez, again, he's one that will improve as the game goes on. But Nizan also getting his call up to the Spanish under-19s is impressive. He's one that we are going to look to build around. And then the other players that we brought in, including Joel Dominguez. Yeah, I think that we have a good base here for a save that is going to go long term. Right then, that is us for episode number 2. Come back and join me for episode number 3, where we will move forwards to the January transfer window. We'll play, and today we have pushed forwards. It's the 12th of January, so we're going to fill you in on everything that has been happening along the way. Let's start off by looking at a few transfers. We've done a few deals since the last episode. So one player to leave the club would be Sergio Gonzalez. He's a player that was not born on the island. With the aim of having just a Canarian island team, we thought it was best to take the money now. So we sold him on for £1.4 million to Espanyol, and we can reinvest that in the playing staff. So 2 transfers have come in. Both of them have come from Las Palmas. The first of which is Danny Martin. He is an attacking midfielder or midfielder who can play on the left-hand side too. I think that at 3.5-star potential ability, he has a lot of developing to do. And if we can get him some first-team football, I do think he has the potential to go on and be a really good player for this team. Just a quick showing of what we mean as well by the Canarian Islands. So Candelaria is a region in Tenerife, I believe, and that is what we mean. So he is born on the island, so we will sign him. And we have a few other players that are from Santa Cruz to Tenerife, so it's just players that were born literally within the islands. The other player to come in is Juanma Herzog. He is a 20-year-old central defender, also comes from Las Palmas. If we have a little look at where he's from, so he's from Adeje in Spain, another one island born. At 20 years old though, he has 16 for tackling, 16 for jumping reach, 15 natural fitness. Could improve on his strength a little bit, but he's another one at 3.5-star ability that potential ability. I do think there is a lot there to like, and I think he can slot seamlessly into the team if we need him. So not a lot of money spent, around £350,000. We received 1.4 million. In terms of the club vision, as we are going along in the game, we have got an A- so far from the board and an A- so far from the supporters. Both of them seem to think we are doing very good. However, couple of defeats for both sides is where the problem lies. Talking of defeats, let's have a look at the league table. So at this point now, we have played 21 games. We have 48 points on the board. We've won 15, drawn 3, lost 3, and have a goal difference of 39. Let's have a look at the schedule and show you what happened then. So after we played Levante and Sporting Gijon in the last game, we beat Oviedo 6-0. We would then play against Huesca, where we would beat them 5-0. We would beat Cordoba 2-1, Cartagena 3-0, Albacete 4-0, before losing in a weird game to Almeria 5-3. The game was done and dusted before Jose Leon got sent off, but it was one of those where it was blow for blow. We took the lead, they come back, we scored again, they come back, and then eventually we couldn't go blow for blow and they would go on and win the game. We'd then beat Burgos 4-2. Racing Santander would come to our ground and actually humble us. A 4-1 defeat where we were just not at the races, couldn't get anything going, and we were 3-0 down before we'd even got to half time. Did pull a goal back, but it still was not enough. Then at Granada, we had a 0-0 draw before we kicked off the Copa del Rey tournament. So we would start with a 5-1 victory of La Beneza in the first round. We would win 5-1 there. And then Algeciras, we would beat 5-2 in the second round. So in terms of competitions, that is where we are at. 48 points on the board, top of La Liga Hypermotion. And we are into the third round of the Copa del Rey, where we will face off against Mallorca. Let's have a quick look at the squad and just show you a couple of the key players. So unfortunately for us, Chinedu Solomon has picked up an injury. He's expected to be out between 6 weeks and 3 months with a torn abdominal muscle. It's a bit of a shame really, because he was breaking into the team. He had started 9 games, 8 goals, 1 assist, 14 appearances in total with his substitute appearances and a 7.05 average rating. Just got to hope that this injury doesn't start to have too many of these down arrows and he can continue his development, because he's looking like a really promising player. Then we also have Nizan. He has been called up for the Spanish under-19s now, so he has been capped by them. Still retains his 5-star potential ability, and he's growing into his role as a holding midfielder perfectly. He has everything that I think that we need for him to play in that role. He has started 8 games, he has 2 assists and a 7.02 average rating. At this point of the season, if we go into the overall view, leading goal scorer would be Waldo. He would also be the leading assister, as he has 12 and 12. He is a very consistent player, but sadly for us, he's born in Badajoz, so he's not eligible to be in the team past the end of next season. So we've got him on the transfer list in January to see if we can get that £3.7 million. If we can keep him to the end of season 1 and potentially season 2, that would be great. But we're going to look to replace him in the long term. So that's pretty much everything up to date. As I said, top of La Liga Hypermotion into the third round of the Copa del Rey. In today's episode, we are going to be playing 2 games, the first of which will be against Ferrol. We will then skip the Mallorca game and the Aldensa game, and we will come back for the Ibiza game. So let's have a little look at the lineup for the first game. So we're going to go with Salvi in goal, Guerrero, Raka, Herzog, Palanca, Honde, Nazan, Waldo, Martin, Cruz, and Cantero up front. Hopefully that team will be able to deliver us a full 3 points. We are at the point where we need to auto number players again. Spanish league, when there is a registration open, allows you to reset your squad numbers, which is quite interesting. Not seeing that in too many other leagues, but we're up and running and we have a throw in straight away. We have Guerrero playing the ball into the box to Martin, Juan Day back out to Guerrero. He's going to beat his man, and there is Cantero to give us the lead after just 2 minutes. What a fantastic start to this game. It was a brilliant bit of play as well. Build up on the left-hand side of our attacking area. Juan Day gets the ball to Guerrero. He then skips past his man, hits it low into the box. Nobody tries to cut the ball out, and there is Cantero to just toe poke it in to the empty net. So a great start, scoring with our first shot on target. That's not like Football Manager, is it? Yeah, we're clearly playing really good football in this formation and setup. Let me just switch this, if we can, to our formation. So yeah, the 4-2-3-1 that we are playing is working really well, because in most of these games we are having a lot of possession. You see here, after 27 minutes, we've had 74% of the ball. Now, no, Ferrol aren't the best example because they're not one of the better teams in the league probably, but we are really hammering it home with the amount of possession that we have. There's a shot that's turned wide by the goalkeeper. I don't think it was going in anyway. We're going to have a corner, though. Let's see what Lucimi Cruz can do with it. He's going to cross it to the back post. It gets headed away, and Raka has picked up a booking. Again, it seems like every time we are on camera, Raka is getting himself a booking. A free kick then. Herzog to play it to Nizan. He's going to play it back to him. See what he can come up with. He plays it to Martin, who plays it wide to Palanca, gets into the box, tries the same trick as from the first goal. The cross this time is cut out, and they're going to bring it away. Luis Pereira is bursting forwards, has support and works a gap really well. Instead of going for the shot there, they play it across the goal, and they work it into the net eventually. I did think that the chance had gone when they went from a free shot all the way across the goal. They knew what they were doing. They played it back into the space. And I think this gets a little deflection off of the defender. Yeah, there was the chance that he probably could have shot, but instead plays it all the way across the goal. And Bravo hits the shot. It does take a little deflection off of Selvi. He probably could have done a little bit better. And I do find myself thinking that Selvi is one of those players that we might need to replace long term, because I'm not 100% sure about him. There was the goal in the last game where the ball just looped over his hands, and there's ones where he's not very quick to react. So maybe a goalkeeper will be on our list of things to do for next season. But we've been in through half time. It's 1-1 still. We've had 10 shots, 6 on target, and a 1.2 XG. They have had just the 3 shots. They have scored. But in terms of possession, again, we are still dominating the ball. But it's a highlight that looks like it is for Ferrol. They're playing it out from the back, and nobody's pressing from our team, which is a little bit disappointing to see. But hopefully they're going to play themselves into trouble here, because they're not really making any inroads into the pitch. They're kind of just moving it around. A mad jump in there from a defender is a little bit silly, because it's just allowed Carrera to go up the pitch, and they have ended up hitting the post from a header. So a dangerous attack where they seemingly didn't have much going on, and the next thing you know, they're arriving at the edge of the box. So we're going to make a few changes here. Palenka's got himself a booking, so he can come off, and then Raka is also on a booking, so Jose Leon can come on there, and Hyundai is the other one on a booking. So it makes sense to just not lose our players. Let's put Omar in for one day, and then I think we're going to also have a change up top, as we'll put Joel Dominguez up top and see what he can do. So normally we do 3 changes around the hour mark. Let's do a 4 and see if we can't win this game. But it looks now like we're on the back foot, as all of the chances are falling to Ferrol, and they have gone and scored. This is a bit of a humbling if it happens. If we lose this game, this will be one of those games where you just know that we've thrown it away. We've given the points away, because we were in the lead, we were cruising, and then all of a sudden can't sort our feet out in the box. It falls to Delgado, and he's just smashed it home. It's a great finish in the end, but should never have had the opportunity to shoot from there anyway. So a throw-in goes to Martin. It's cut out by Bebe, who's played really well down this left-hand side for Ferrol, but he can't get it away, and it's gone to Omar, who plays it to Martin, plays it forward to Waldo. Ball's gone out to David, crosses it in, and it's just nobody's there, and it's gone straight to Ferrol. Can we press them a bit more? Can we get a bit higher up the pitch maybe? No, it looks like they're going to try and lump it clear. Luckily for us, it's going to fall to Martin. He can turn, plays it to Cruz, back to Nizan. Can he pick them apart? He's played David. There is Dominguez. He should have done better with that. He was going to get a corner, but we needed a goal. Instead, we're going to have another chance. Waldo is going to swing it in. It's a bit too deep. Keeper had that all the way in the air. You could see that he was tracking it. So we're going to go very attacking for the last 15 minutes. Try and get that goal back. We've had 17 shots and 10 on target. An XG of 2.08. But we are currently on course to lose to Ferrol, which it's a really disappointing result. 6 minutes to go, and those 6 minutes just eke out, and we have lost a game where really we have thrown it away. I can't believe 10 shots, 4 on target, 1.47 XG, and they've had 41% of the ball. We've had 21 shots, 13 on target, an XG of 2.32. Could not get the equaliser, so that is really disappointing. Let's jump back to the league table then and show you how that leaves things. I have a feeling that the competition now has closed right up. It has indeed. So we've played 22 games now, 48 points. Zaragoza are on 47 with 21 games. Granada are on 45 points with 21 games. Levante are on 45 points with 21 games. So this league table here is very tight between anybody from 1st to 6th. Anything could happen. So looking at that schedule again then, we are going to go forwards to the Ibiza game now. Hopefully there might be 1 or 2 other transfers before the end of the transfer window, which will be pretty much where this game is at. So let's move forwards to the Ibiza game. Before we jump into the Ibiza game, there are 2 transfers that have happened in the gap between games. So let me show you both of those. They are both from a local team called Sobradillo. that is a team that is based in Tenerife. And I've picked up 2 of their youth players that I think are interesting and we should probably have a look at. The first of which is Miguel Bueno. Now, he doesn't look like a lot to begin with and only comes with a 3-star potential ability. But when you look at him as a striker, he has good pace and acceleration, good aggression, good flair, good finishing and good first touch. And even though he doesn't look like a lot, I think there is plenty to come from this player. If we can get him into our first team and get him some game experience, I think he could be a bit of an unpolished gem. The other player to come from the same team is Diego Perdomo. He is a Uruguayan, but don't fret, he is born in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, so he's a local lad who has Uruguayan parents, I presume. Another one that on the surface doesn't look fantastic, but he has a 3.5-star potential ability. Only 16 years old. He's a central midfielder who has good flair, good passing, good technique, good vision and work rate. And another one that I think that we can bring along and develop as he goes forwards, and he will come into his own as the game goes on. So it's another 2 players. We only spent 7,000 on the 2 players, but when we were doing a bit of scouting of the local teams, they were 2 that stood out for us. So let's get into the Ibiza game then. We're going to put out this starting 11 as we hop islands. It's the first time I think that I can remember in this save that we have gone from the Canaries to the Balearics. So let's hope we come back with 3 points. So we have Salvi in goal, Medrano, Leon, Amo and David Rodriguez. We then have Javi, Alonso, Nazan. We have Waldo. Perdomo is going to start. We have Teto and Quintero up top. As I said, Bueno is injured. Chinadu Solomon is still injured. And Lucimi Cruz is now injured too. Tavio is on his way back. Nizan is carrying a knock, but he should be okay to get through this game. So let's jump in and see what happens as we go all the way to Ibiza. It sounds daft, but it's actually quite a long distance when the flying is all added up because of the location of the islands. But we're there and we are off and running. So I've had the first shot of the game. There's been about 10 minutes gone. Not a lot's happening. And we are once again having more possession with 59% of the possession in the first 16 minutes. Now I am a little bit concerned about Nizan carrying that injury, so he will not be playing the full game. Let me see. Okay, so we have a corner. Waldo is going to take. He swings it in. It's punched away by the goalkeeper, but only as far as Teto, who beats 2 men, gets into the box, has the shot. I was just thinking this stadium gives vibes of non-league English football, not Balearic sunshine, sandy beaches, and yeah, overall sun. It doesn't even look like it's a sunny day outside of the stadium, but still, we're on the attack. Perdomo with the shot. That's unlucky. He was close there to his first goal for the club. And those are the kinds of chances that I think that will help to build him as a player as his confidence grows and he gains more and more authority on the first team. I do think Perdomo is going to be a really good player. So a little bit disappointing. We are in at 0-0 after the last episode where we won 1 and lost 1. We are currently losing 1 and drawing 1, which is a little bit crazy. Yeah, we're not even on the attack here. We are defending, but we defend well. The ball goes over the top. We just give it straight back to them. We need to press high up the pitch, which is what we do. Waldo has the ball, and there's Quintero for the equaliser. Something tells me that the ref might have a look at this, but doesn't look like it. We're celebrating, and the goal is going to stand. So it's great pressing here, high up the pitch. Felix plays the ball forwards, but it's Perdomo who sticks his foot out, gets the ball. And once it comes to Quintero on the edge of the box, he just hits it first time, top corner. Mwah, what a finish, Quintero. So we are back to winning ways at the moment. 15 shots, 5 on target, and a possession rate of 67%. Let's make a few changes then. I want to get Nizan off the pitch. There's no point in risking him when we are in the lead, and probably don't need to be pushing him to his limits. We're not going to bring off a goal scorer. That would be a bit harsh, wouldn't it? Palanca can come on in place of Rodriguez, and Omar can come on in place of Perdomo. So those are the substitutions. Going to get some fresh legs in and on the pitch and see if we can't get a second goal to kill this game off. But if we don't, 3 points is the vital thing. and it means that we will be top of the league by 3 points if we can hold on. Just looking at the league here, the goal differences are a little bit crazy. So we've got a goal difference of 43. The other teams not even above 30. So that goal difference could be all important come the end of the season, which this game's not had a lot. So what a boring game to cover. But yeah, we're going to have one last chance, it looks like, as Cantero gets the ball, plays it out to Palanca. What can he do with it? He's going to have a shot from distance, go straight into the hands of the goalkeeper, and that should be about that. 93rd minute was that shot, 94 minutes on the clock, and we have finished the game. So we have won one and lost one again in an episode. 21 shots, 6 on target, 69% of the possession. It's absolutely crazy. We are so good with the ball and keeping the ball. We are a fantastic team to watch, just not in the Ibiza game. So let's have a quick look then. The other thing that I forgot to show you was what happened in the in-between games. So let's just look at the competition first and then we'll show you that. So we are top of the table with 54 points now from 24 games. 51 for Granada, and they have played 24 games. 49, 47, 45 and 44. So the league is quite tight. Only 10 points separates us from Elche in 7th place. And in terms of the games that we missed, so we played against Ferrol. We then beat Mallorca 4-2 in the Copa del Rey third round. Goals from Juande, Teto and Herzog. Aldense we beat 4-0 away from home with Cruz, Amo, Cantero and Waldo. And then we have had that 1-0 victory. So it's all looking good as we are moving forwards. The other thing I forgot to mention, we have drawn Real Madrid. So wherever that game is, we will probably come back for that. Let's have a look. Yeah, we've got Real Madrid here. So maybe not. Shall we come back for it? I think we'll come back for it. I think what we'll do is we'll split the episode for the next episode. So even though it's only in 2 games' time, I think we'll do Real Madrid and then we will move forward into the season. So potentially, if we do Real Madrid and then skip forwards to, say, Cartagena, and then maybe have a Granada in the final episode for this season. And we'll see where we are at. Right. So I'll show you the schedule. We've only played 1 game since the 1-0 win against Ibiza, and it was a disappointing game where we would lose 3-1 to Elche. Never really at the races. Even though it was close towards the end, they scored in the 86th and 94th minutes to win the game. But yeah, even though the scoreline suggests that it was 1-1 for a long time, we were not at the races, which doesn't really hold us in good stead, considering we are now going to play against the Spanish champions. Luckily for us, we have already set the lineup. I pretty much know in my head what my first 11 was going to be for this game already. So we're not going to waste time going around and showing why or what. We're just going to announce the lineup and we're going to go straight into the game. So the starting 11 to face off against Real Madrid in the Copa del Rey will be Salvi in goal. Medrano, Leon, Herzog and David Rodriguez will be our back 4. Our 2 holders will be Alonso and Nazan. We've got Waldo, Perdomo, Teto and Cantero up top. Fingers crossed we can put up a good fight. This is going to be a tough game, but let's jump into it and see what happens. If we can get away with not conceding too many goals and not bursting the bubble of what's going on in the league, I'd be actually really happy. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. We are inviting the champions of Spain to our stadium. So, and it looks like they are putting out a full-strength team too, because Rodrigo is tearing up the defender on this side of the pitch. He gets a cross in and the ball's cleared away. Dani Ceballos has gone to ground and it's going to be a penalty, which is something we didn't need, giving away needless fouls. David Alaba steps up, takes the penalty, smashes it home. Luckily for Real Madrid, didn't come back to bite them, putting Alaba on the penalty, as it was a cool, confident, calm penalty, and he gives them the lead. Let's watch again as he steps up. Salvi kind of just falls in a heap on the ground. I think the goalkeepers in this game are a little bit strange. I think in real life, if he would have saved it, that had every chance of being retaken. Yeah, looked a little bit dodgy in coming forwards off of his line, but we are at the 14-minute mark. We are having a highlight at this end of the pitch, but I do think that they're going to clear it and catch us on the break. It's Medrano on the left. Can he cross it in? He can. can't do anything with it, but David has got it on the far side. He crosses it in, and there's Cantero to give us an equaliser against Real Madrid. I did not have that on the cards. I was happy enough if we were going to get away with a couple of goals conceded, but to get one back and get back on level terms after just 14 minutes actually fills me with a bit of hope that we could play some really good football here. Lunin got down low, couldn't stop the shot. Cantero gets us back into the game. So an interesting one. We have scored with our first shot on target. We're going to have another highlight here, but it's only a free kick that's cleared away as far as Ardagula. Waldo takes the ball off of him. Leon to Alonso. Teto tries to play it to Waldo. He kind of stumbles forward, but sprints back and catches the ball. He's going to cross it deep. Lunin can't get there, and Cantero has hit the post. How close do you need to be to wanting to take the lead against the champions of Spain? Just to touch on Real Madrid's team, I did think it was quite a strong lineup, but they have Lunin, Mendy, Alaba, Militao, Rudiger, and they got Sanchez, Tchouameni, Ceballos, Gula, Endrick and Rodrigo. So interesting to see we have kept Endrick so quiet. We've seen a bit of Rodrigo. We've seen nothing of Endrick yet. Ardagula only in that battle in the middle of the park. So interesting to see that Endrick hasn't got into the game, which is interesting because there are certain games of Football Manager, certain saves of Football Manager, shall we say, where his attributes don't always develop fully. I mean, strangely enough, here he is picking the ball up on the edge of his own box, and he's now going to run and destroy our defence, I'm sure. David with a good tackle, though. He didn't get the ball away, had no options, and we're going to bring the ball forward now with Alonso to Medrano. Can he play it up the line? He can't. Rudiger's going to take it off of him. Plays it back to Lunin. What's he going to do with it? It's to Sanchez. Plays to Tchouameni. Real Madrid now adopting that slow build-up of play. Can we take the ball back anywhere? We're trying. Everybody's pressing. Everybody's doing their job. Trying to get to the ball. Mendy's cut inside. Renato Sanchez plays it to Ardagula. Mendy again. When are we going to find Endrick? That's the question, because I've been slagging him off. But it's not. It's Tchouameni that gets the second goal. Although, are we looking along the line? The goal is disallowed for offside. Now, that's an interesting one. No VAR in the Copa del Rey. We're only in the fourth round. So interestingly, the goal was ruled out for offside. We didn't see any lines. We didn't go to VAR. So we breathe a sigh of relief, although it might only be a short one, because there is Endrick. He's hit the crossbar, but he too is offside. I'm going to take that breaking play there to just make a couple of changes. Let's see if we can get Dominguez on to the right wing for Teto. Let's bring Roca on in place of Leon, if we can do that. Where is he? Roca for Jose Leon, and Danny Martin can come on in place of Alonso in the middle. We will go, in fact, we're going to put Palanca on as well in place of Rodriguez, just because he's on a yellow card. So Real Madrid making a few changes too. They put on Ahmed Hodzic. They have made some really strange transfers, considering they got Renato Sanchez and Ahmed Hodzic playing for them in this competition. But hey-ho, Real Madrid doing Real Madrid things. And they have the ball back here. Militao just hoofs it all the way back to Lunin, who plays it to Rudiger. Can we get the ball off of Rudiger? We cannot. He plays it to Alaba, who plays it back to Rudiger. There's got to be a pass here that's loose. Surely we can pick the pass off. We can't. It's Ardagula. Luckily for us, Salvi, who I've criticised in the past couple of episodes, comes out, makes himself big, and makes it a corner. It was a bit of a random clip there, wasn't it? The ball just bouncing off the corner post and going out. And Ahmed Hodzic is aimed at the near post. He has the header, and once again, Salvi is there to stop it. 70 minutes on the clock. We have 20 to last out. Ahmed Hodzic is the target again, and obviously he's tall. I think he's something like 6'7", if I remember rightly, from when he was a wonder kid a couple of games ago. And obviously the target at the near post. They can't get him to get the ball inside the net though. 8 minutes to go. 82 on the clock. They have a throw in. Renato Sanchez to Rudiger. Alaba plays it to Tchouameni. They're knocking it around now. Ahmed Hodzic to Ceballos. Militao is going to run at us. He turns back, plays it to Ceballos. Is he going to cross it? He is. And sadly for us, there is Rodrigo to break the resistance that we have shown. We have played so well in this game. I have to be so proud of the team. So Militao, I thought he was going to just skip past his man. Instead cuts it inside. Sparse goes in between two defenders. He gets a deflection on the cross, but there is Rodrigo with the header. And we'd already had one let off with the second goal that they scored. And then this now confirms it is 2-1. And I think we're probably running out of time because I don't think we're really going to put up too much of a fight in the last couple of minutes. But we have the ball and we're charging forward with Palanca. If he could cross the ball here, oh dear. What is happening? So, it's either a red card coming for Renato Sanchez. Was that Sanchez? It is Renato Sanchez. Gets a red card. Interesting to see that happened. We're going to go very attacking for the last couple of minutes. It's going to be futile anyway, but it's a bit of a crazy one because I thought Sanchez won the ball. It didn't look like anything was happening, and I thought we were going to have an injury to right back Palanca, but instead it was a red card, and I think we played really well considering the scoreline. We've lost 2-1 to the champions of Spain. They've had 14 shots without on target. We had 11 with 4 on target. Considering we're a team that normally plays possession-based football, we're at 45% of the ball to their 55%. I think we've done fantastically in that first game. So nothing to be embarrassed about. We have played really, really well. So let's have a little look at the competitions before we jump forward. So we are currently top of La Liga Hypermotion, which is the Segunda division. We have 54 points from 25 games. We have a 2-point lead over 3 clubs who are chasing in behind us. Let's see then, can we push forwards? Where shall we go to? I think we will probably play against Real Oviedo next 6th of April. So we're going to jump forwards to Oviedo and then we're going to show you how we've got on since this game, and we'll be back in just a second with the second game. Okay, we have now jumped forward. It's the 6th of April 2025 and we are building up to match day against Real Oviedo. Before we jump into the game though, let me show you everything that has happened across the past couple of months since we played Real Madrid. If you go into the schedule, you can see that since that Copa del Rey 4th round defeat, we have been perfect. Absolutely immaculate, a 100% win record. And doing it, we would beat Real Zaragoza 2-1. We would beat Mirandes 2-0. Eibar 1-0. We would beat Deportivo La Coruña 2-0. Cádiz 5-0. Castellón 4-0. Levante 2-0. And Gijón 2-1. That means that after a perfect run of games, we are now sat top of the Segunda division, La Liga Hypermotion, by 7 points, and we have a game in hand on Levante and Zaragoza, who are chasing us. So with a win of the game in hand, we will be 11 points clear at the top of the table, and we will be within touching distance of winning the league. Let's have a quick look at the squad and show you what's been happening there then. In terms of goals, our top goal scorer is still Waldo. He's also our top assister still, although 15 for Lucimi Cruz means that he is moving on up in the assists. And we have a number of players who are chipping in really well. Palanca has 10 assists from right back. We have Medrano with 12 assists from left back. We've got Cruz from right midfield, 15 and 16 for left-sided midfielder Waldo. In terms of the goals, Cantero has 16, Solomon has 11. He has 11 in 11 starts and he has been out injured for the past couple of months. He is now back at the club. Strangely enough, as soon as he came back from his injury, he got called up by the Spanish under-18s. So a little bit frustrated that we couldn't put him back in our first lineup, but he would go off and play for Spain. In terms of the other players, let's have a little look. Wama Herzog, who came in, he's played 4 times. He's starting to develop now as a player, as you can see. The other players that we brought in, so Nazan is still doing fantastic. 17 years old. He's only 5'5". I didn't notice that at the start when he came through at the academy. Only 5'5", but he's developing in all the areas that we need him to develop to be one of those inspirational type of Luis Garcia, who played for Liverpool type of player, where he's short, doesn't have the world's biggest stature, but what he'll do is dazzle you with his feet, a little bit like Phil Coutinho too, where he can then create something from nothing Playing him as a holding midfielder means that he wins the ball deep and can pass the ball on into the attacking areas. So everything is flowing. We are on a perfect run. Let's have a look then at the lineup that will play against Oviedo. So we'll have Salvi in goal, Palanca at left back. Don't know why we've got Palanca at left back. Oh, it's because we have an injury to Medrano. Sorry, I picked the team beforehand. Yeah, we have an injury to Pedrano and we don't really have cover at left back. So we're going to play Palanca at left back one day, Raka and Jimenez will cover at right back. We've got Alonso and Nizan in the midfield too. Waldo, Perdomo and Cruz as the attacking three midfielders. And Bueno will start up top. So let's jump in and see if we can move 3 points closer to securing a league title. And once we get to La Liga, that is where it starts to get really interesting, because by the end of season 2, obviously, we want an all-Canarian team. By the end of season 1, we have already hit the target of having an all-Spanish team, apart from the 2 foreign players who qualify as Spanish. So Javi Alonso gives us the lead. We do have 1 or 2 players who have first nationalities but were born on the Canary Islands. So even though they are eligible to play for, say, Uruguay in Perdomo's case, he also qualifies to play for Spain. So trying to get the squad in shape once we get into La Liga is going to be interesting. I think we're going to get there season 2 soon. And I do fear once we move on to some of the non-Canary Island players, we might have gaps. We might struggle to compete at the highest or top quality La Liga teams, but I do think we'll hold our own, and I do think that with 1 or 2 of the right signings, and if there are the correct youth players out there and we can get the right players and put them in the system, I do think we'll give it a good go. But I do think we're going to get there season 2 soon. But we are on the attack here again as Perdomo is running towards the box, turns back, it's Palanca who cuts onto his right foot, and it's a save by the goalkeeper to put it out for a corner. Let's see what Cruz can do with the corner. He's going to cross it in, gets headed back towards him, takes a touch, left-footed into the box, all the way back out to Palanca, and then nothing doing. So 23 minutes on the clock. We've had 3 shots, 2 on target, scored our goal, and once again we are having a lot of the possession. It was up to 55%, just it's down to 52, but Oviedo haven't had a shot yet. And just as I'm about to say that, I'm about to jinx it, aren't I? Because they play the ball into the box, comes back out to the edge of the box, and typically with their first shot on target, as Football Manager loves to do to frustrate people, Oviedo have equalised with their first shot on target. So Alassane plays it to Costas. He holds it up, kind of cheeky back heel, and then Alassane blasts it past Selvi to make it 1-1. So with 5 minutes or so left of the first half, I don't think we've actually done anything wrong in the first half. We've played some good football, got our goal, and just conceded that goal right at the end. And there is Perdomo. He's going to give us a 2-1 lead as we go into the break, hopefully. And I was just about to say, I don't think we've done anything wrong in the first half. And I think it's pretty harsh if we don't go in front. Scrap all that. We are going to go in front. Perdomo with a smashed finish through a crowd of players, keeper on the floor, and we have the lead back. Yeah, looking at the stats there, it would have been absolute criminal if we did not go in at half-time with the lead. We had 8 shots, 4 on target. We had 53% of the possession. We have been by far the better team. And it just so happened that their 1 shot on target was their 1 goal also. So, fingers crossed we can breeze through into the second half and we can continue to play some really good football. We have Javi Alonso, Jimenez, Perdomo and Nizan all scoring above a 7 rating. We're going to make some changes here. I've just noticed that Perdomo is actually carrying a knock, so Tavio can come on for him. And then we are going to do the usual thing that we do. So let's bring on Herzog in place of Juande. And let's bring on Cantero. But we're going to play him on the right wing instead of Cruz. So let's see if any of those substitutions can make any of a difference. But it is Oviedo who are pushing forwards. Ball's taken off of them. Perdomo is still on the pitch at the moment, but he's injured. could have played a part in the goal. I thought we were going to score there. It actually goes out. I think it's a corner kick, and we're going to get the opportunity to make those changes. What can we do from the corner? Waldo is going to play it in. It gets headed up in the air. It looked like for a couple of seconds it was going towards goal. It only ended up at the feet of Waldo, and there is Raka to give us a 3-1 lead. Fantastic piece of play. So the initial corner gets headed up in the air. It looked like it was going towards goal, but it didn't. Vieira heads it out. Waldo then with a daft little pass into the path of Raka, and he's hit it right-footed. Keeper's gone down kind of early and doesn't get anywhere near it, and we're 3-1 up. But there is a chance here for Oviedo. Salvi comes out and deals with the corner really well, but the ball gets played back over the top for Sebas. He's into the box. Can we stop him from shooting? We can. As Nizan sets off Bueno on a counter-attack. Bueno is in, and luckily for us, he just puts it over the bar. It was a fantastic back-to-front effort as we got the ball in our own box, played it straight forward. Nizan with the pass. Those were the passes I was talking about in being able to play from deep and set up attacks as Tavio flashes the shot past the post. Yeah, you can set up plays from deep, and he can set up attacks with balls, just penetrating defences like that. He left Bueno 1 on 4 basically, but Bueno had the pace to get in, get the shot away, and then couldn't capitalise on it. But that is the creativity that we are looking for. Could have been a penalty there, but instead Cantero is going to score. Although, is he going to score? What's the ref going to do here? So it clearly looked like there was a foul in the build-up to this goal. We're going to VAR to check what's happening. He's disallowed the goal, but strangely enough, there was a blatant attempt. Okay, he actually wins the ball, doesn't he? On second looking, the player wraps his foot around and kicks the ball. So couldn't have been a penalty, and then the goal was ruled out for offside. So one of those where I thought one thing would affect the other, and it turned out that, yeah, it was correct the whole time. So shot from Oviedo is turned over. They're going to have a corner. There is 4 minutes of added on time, and they're not acting like a team who needs to score a goal to get back in the game here, as they just wasted a load of time from a corner. And then when the corner does come in, it's disappointing anyway, because they've just headed it up and into the air. So game over, 3-1 victory, another 3 points on the board. We've had 20 shots, 8 on target, and 2.32 XG and 56% possession share. We have played some fantastic football, and we now have a 10-point lead at the top of the La Liga high promotion. Played the same amount of games. Levante on 71 now, 81 points for us. We have a 61 goal difference, and we are really starting to turn the screw on the other teams. In terms of what's left to come then, there is 2, 4, 6, 8 games left to go now. We have Huesca, Cordoba, Cartagena, Albuquerque, Almeria, Burgos, Santander and Granada. So the aim here, if the title race goes down to the last day, is possibly to play the Granada game. If it looks like we are going to win the league early, there is a chance that I will come back and you won't miss anything that is going to happen in terms of us lifting the league, if and when it happens. The other thing to note here is our youth intake is due. We are now on the 6th of April, so it is very close to youth intake day. According to this, we are going to have an excellent intake of players, 4.5 stars, and it's saying central midfielders. We have a top prospect in the centre of midfield. One of our young wingers looks like a handy prospect too. So hopefully we can have a look at all of those once they arrive at the club. So if you're up to date and you would have seen in the last episode, we would play Real Madrid in the Copa del Rey. And even though we would put up a fantastic fight, we would get knocked out in the 4th round. And the other game in the last episode was against Real Oviedo. And that was as we are pushing forwards to the end of the season. We would come away with a 3-1 victory, which would see us move a step closer to winning the Segunda Division, or La Liga High Promotion as it is now known. In today's episode, I have pushed forwards. It's the 16th of May 2025, and we have a game against Burgos. that game could see us lift the Segunda division. The other thing of note that has happened since you've last been here is we have had our first youth intake, and that is vitally important because that is the crop of players we're going to start to pack out our squad with in terms of the Canarian island born players. So let's not waste any time, let's jump in and have a little look at that youth intake. So if we go into the youth candidates, you can see here we have had a brilliant intake. It's an excellent, at first look, it appears to be an excellent group of players. And looking at the pitch map here, we have had a number of wide players, we have had some central defenders and some good midfielders. Also, looking through some of the names, now it does say here that some of these haven't signed contracts, but they actually have. Not too sure why that's happened, but we have had 2 left wingers that are rated up to 4.5 or 5-star potential players. We have Thiago, who is a 5-star central midfielder, Nozet Caballo, who is a midfielder right, who also is a 5-star, and Royman, who is a 5-star striker. So quickly running through these, Echede Garces, he is a left winger. As I said, he's one of those that is looking to be one of the best of the crop. He has brilliant acceleration and pace to begin with. He has good dribbling and free kick taking. He also has good work rate. Flair is a little bit low at 7, but bravery of 16 means that I do think he will develop as time goes on. Then Nelson Codina is the next one. He also plays on the left-hand side. Strangely can play as a left back, a left wing back, and as a striker too. So looking at his attributes, we can see that he actually could go on and become one of those gadget players for us. 12 for pace, 13 for acceleration. He has 18 for penalty taking, 15 technique, 14 heading, and 13 for finishing. So he's going to be a dual threat whether he comes in from the wing or plays up top. Thiago is next. He is a player only 5'9", so he's average height for a midfielder. But looking at his base set of stats at the age of 15, 12 for technique, 18 for passing, 13 first touch, has a whole host of mentals that are in the double digits, and strength of 12. A few of the physicals could be built up a little bit more, but I do think that there is a lot of potential to be tapped into at just 15 years old. Nozet Caballo is the next one. He's a right-sided player and again can play as a wing-back, a right back, a right wing back, a right midfielder, or an attacking midfielder on the right. So a versatile player with 13 pace, 12 acceleration, 17 for determination, 16 for his crossing, 12 for his finishing, and then a whole host of double-digit attributes down here, including passing, technique, penalty taking. So another one that we are going to look to develop and nurture, whether it be here or out on loan as we look to build the squad. Royman is another one. He's a striker who can play on the right wing and can also play as an attacking midfielder through the centre of the park. He has good pace, he has good natural fitness, he has determination of 18, flair of 16, teamwork of 14, vision of 12, technique of 16, first touch of 14, and finishing of 14. So that is a run through of our 5-star potential recruits. We also have a few other players here that we are going to sign to contracts. Now it is a bit strange. This is where the little caveat of Canarian Island born comes into play, and because they're coming through our youth academy, we can get away with some of these. So the first one is Yedel Saez. He's a Spaniard who is born on the island, so we have no problems there. He's a goalkeeper. But the next two that we're going to look at, so Al Haji Diop is registered as Spanish, and when we look at his information, he's also Senegalese and was born in Tenerife. So he's a player that can play a number of positions, whether it be on the left or through the middle, can also double up as a striker, which is good news for us. And the next one is Rui Hawk. Even though it says English here, once again, he was born in Tenerife, so qualifies to play for Spain or England, depending on where he wants to declare for in the future if he reaches his full potential. Only a 3.5-star potential there, moving up to 4 stars, but again, he's another one I think we can try and either loan out and develop or develop in club, and he could turn into something quite good. There are a few other players that came in that weren't quite as good as the top of the crop. We do have players like Alin Tabana. He sadly won't qualify for the save because he was born in Romania and has popped up in our youth intake. We have Kasper Wiklund down here. He is showing a Swedish but he's actually born in Tenerife and qualifies to play for Spain also. And then down at the bottom, there are a few players here. Sebastian Perez, I don't think will make it. And then we have two other Spaniards that I don't think we're going to offer contracts to either. So a good crop of solid youth intake is what we're going to really need to build this save around. And I think there we have a decent amount of talents that we can work with, either at the club, as I said, or loaning them out into the Spanish feeder system and see what we can get out of the players, and maybe in a season or two's time we can bring them into the first team, and hopefully these are the names that you're going to see helping us lift a La Liga title. The other thing to bring you up to date with then is the schedule. So we left off after the Real Oviedo game where we won a 3-1. Since then we have had a 3-3 draw with Huesca, a 5-1 victory against Cordoba, a 0-0 draw against Cartagena, a 5-0 victory against Albacete, and a 1-1 draw against Almeria. In terms of the league table, that leaves us on 90 points from 39 games, and with only 3 games left to go, I believe. There is a 9-point gap, an 8-point gap, and 9 points are available. So technically, Granada can only get on to 91 points. So if we get a draw or a victory in today's first game, which is Burgos, in fact, it will be the only game if we win it. If not, there will be a second game. But if we beat Burgos and lift the title, we will just have the one game in this episode, and we'll run through the end of season stuff. So let's have a look then at how we are going to line up. We have already set the team. So we've got Salvi in goal, Medrano, Leon, Amo and David Rodriguez, Alonso, Nizan, Cantero, Romero, Teto and Chinedu Solomon is back at the top of the pitch. So let's jump in and have a look at how we are going to get on. Can we win the league at the first time of asking? That is the big question. Hopefully the lads can give it their all and we can go and party after the game with the title in the bag. But the first highlight is going to go to Burgos as they're in down the left hand side. It's a cross that is dealt with by Salvi. Let's see what he does with it. Been a bit critical of the goalkeeper at certain times in the save, but he has started to prove his worth as the season has gone on. Whether we dip into the market and try and buy a goalkeeper, I'm not too sure, but it doesn't matter because he started us off on that move that has ended up with Alvaro Romero putting the ball in the back of the net, and we are now leading 1-0 after just 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Great bit of build-up play. Teto into Alvaro's path. He beats the goalkeeper quite easily across the goal as he bursts into the box. So the start that we were looking for is in place, and it means that if everything was to finish the way it is right now, we'd have an 11-point lead and we would be champions. So it's played into the middle to Leon, goes out wide to Medrano. He comes back to Leon. He comes inside to Nizan, and then you've got Amo who's moving forwards. Teto out wide to David. He's going to try and beat his man. The cross comes in, and before Solomon can get there, it's kicked out for a corner kick. So let's get this cross into the box. What can Medrano do? He's going to go deep with the cross. It gets headed up in the air, and Cordoba is bringing it away. And luckily for us, that is where it ends. So 2 shots, one of which have been on target and obviously produced the goal. An XG of 0.68. But Burgos have only had 1 shot in the first 25 minutes, so we're dealing with them and their system quite easily. It seems like both teams are matching up in that 4-2-3-1 formation, and it's kind of cancelling each other out. But there is a highlight again as Leon plays the ball forwards to Cantero, plays it out to Medrano. Nice ball into Alvaro, who's into the box again. This time the shot goes straight at the goalkeeper. He probably should have done better with that. I think if he had the chance again, try and lift it across the goal like he did for his first goal, and he might have scored. We're in down the right-hand side. David looked like he might have drifted offside, but he still gets the cross in. And the ball's up in the air, where Javi Alonso is now going to play it forwards. Alvaro plays it through to Cantero, who makes it 2, but this one's going to come back, I think. They're going to have a look at it at VAR level. It looked like he just moved before the ball, yeah. Some of these ones with the VAR on this game, you can just tell that they've moved a little bit too soon. And there he is. He's a full yard offside. In fact, 2 of them were offside. So if either of them would have played the ball, the goal wouldn't have counted. So can't really complain about that one. First half is going along nicely though. We have got Salvi, David Rodriguez, Romero, Nizan, Medrano and Teto all having a 7 or better average rating. So we're not going to change anything at half time. We've had 6 shots, 2 which is on target, and a 0.95 XG. We have the lead. So we're going to roll things on, and as usual, we'll make changes around the hour, 65-minute mark, and then see what we need to do in terms of legs, although we now have a player who is completely writhing in agony on the floor. And then he gets up. Teto seems to... Wow, was he playing a decoy? That was amazing. If he was not genuinely hurt and he played a decoy, that is fantastic. Because 1 minute it looks like he's going to be substituted, and there he is now with an assist, playing the ball through to Amo, who has just lifted it over the goalkeeper, and it is in the back of the net. Crazy. It's not even showing that Teto is actually injured, and he now has an 8.2 average rating. So I am shocked and confused as to what actually happened there, because looking at the start of the highlight, I was convinced I was making a substitution at that point. But yeah, it turned out that he would get an assist and boost his average rating, and he's going to get another, well, almost got another assist there. I don't know how that was missed. It was probably should have been tapped into the empty net, and instead it's gone wide, and now Burgos have got a chance to break out from the back. They're building down the right hand side with Navarro, crosses it in. Fernino was the one that was waiting for it, but Teto is going to hook it clear. Arroyo plays it back into the middle. If we could pinch the ball somewhere high up the pitch, this game is wide open in terms of the gaps in behind. But Fernino is in, and they've actually gone and got a goal back. So a little bit nervy now going into the last couple of minutes, last 24 minutes of the game. We look like we're on course to go and just wrap the title up at the first time basking, and we now are looking over our shoulders a little bit. 2-1, got to hang on. We're going to make some changes because we want to keep the players fresh. Bueno could come on for Chinedu Solomon. We can have Herzog come on in place of Amo. We can have Pedromo come on in place of Romero. So let's see if any fresh legs can give us the impetus to get us over the line. I mean, in terms of the game, we're actually dominating possession, 62% of the ball. We've had the 12 shots and 4 on target, but I just know the way this game sometimes comes back to bite you if you don't take your chances. It's looking good, but 6 minutes added on at the end, and we always know there's going to be a highlight somewhere, and here it is. Burgos are going to have the chance to play the ball over the top, but we intercept it, can't get it clear, and it's lumped forwards. David clears it. Teto's just going to head it on. We now just need to get the ball back and wind the clock down. Conceding an equaliser here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world because it's not a loss, but to have a 2-goal lead and not win the game would be disastrous. Luckily for us, it's touched wide. They're going to have a corner with 1:30 left on the clock. And as it's crossed in, keeper doesn't come this time. Teto's chasing the ball free that's dropped to Perez, who crosses it in. Salvi comes and takes it. I would full on encourage him to do the Jordan Pickford flop on the floor. But the play's going on and Teto's got the ball. He's looking for a pass clear, but he's not going to get anybody. It's dropping nicely for Burgos here. They've crossed it in and they've missed another chance. I think it's actually took a deflection. It's going to be a corner. So Danny Ojeda is going to cross it in. Salvi's come running out and collected it. And once again, just go to ground, slow the game down and get out of there. Luckily for us, the game has finished. It's full time. We have come away with the 3 points that we needed to be champions. We've had 13 shots, 4 on target, 60% of the possession, and we have had a 2-1 victory. So we don't get a title lift at this level. That's a little bit strange. I fully expected us to get a title trophy lift, and we didn't. But you can see here that the fans are in jubilant mood after we have led them to an incredible feat of winning La Liga Hypermotion. Once again, confirmation that we have actually won the league. If we go to the competitions, we now have an 11-point gap. And even though they have 3 games left to go and we only have 2, that gap is unassailable. So we have done what we set out to do, which is reach La Liga in the first place. I personally think it might be a season too soon, but we're going to find out. We still have a squad that is 50-50 of Spanish players and Canarian Island-born players, so the next thing to do is try and maybe weed out some of those Spanish players before the end of the second season, and then we're looking to have a full Canarian squad in La Liga. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to go and finish off a few other things. We have couple of games left, so I'm going to play those 2 games, get them out the way, and then we will have a roundup of everything that's happened in season 1 when we come back. With the final 2 league games of the season now out of the way, we're going to have a look back on the first season, starting off with the end of season review and our La Liga Hypermotion trophy proudly on display. Let's have a look at some of our signings then. So our star signing across the season was Omar. He has come from Las Palmas C. Built his way into the team gradually with 8 starts and 8 substitute appearances, but had a 7.17 first season average rating. We also signed Miguel Bueno from smaller club Sobradillo, who are on Tenerife too. He had 12 starts and 3 goals. Juanma Herzog was another player who came from Las Palmas. He had worked his way through their age groups. Now at 21 years old, only a 3-star potential ability. Might not be a starter going into the new season, but he's definitely a player that we can have in our squad. We also signed Danny Martin. Ale Palanca was another player who came from Las Palmas. He's a player that pretty much hit the ground running. He's 22 years old now, 20 starts and a 7.16 average rating across the season. We have Joel Dominguez, who came in from Jese, a smaller club in Lanzarote, and he's one that, again, kind of gradually built into the season. He had 9 starts, 11 substitute appearances, and would score 2 goals and make 1 assist. We also had Valentino Raka. He's a centre-back, 19 years old, valued up to £5 million now. He came from Las Palmas too. He made 20 starts across the season and had a 6.87 average rating for the season. So some interesting players that we brought into the club. All of them obviously born in the Canary Islands. So some of the younger ones we're going to look to build around, the likes of Perdomo and Bueno. We have some of the older ones who might be replaced if we can find younger counterparts. But having said that, we do need some experience in the squad, and once we start to eliminate the Spanish players over the Canarian players, we're going to need a squad of at least some kind of experience. So we might have to see what happens with a few of those. In terms of a season to remember, so we have won La Liga Hypermotion with 99 points. We had a win-loss record of 31 wins, 6 draws, 5 losses, 75 goal difference. We kind of blitzed our way through the season. We had an A+ from the supporters in terms of our feedback. Waldo was our top goal scorer with 20 goals. We had 17,767 as an average home attendance, and we would win the league. In the Copa del Rey, as you would have heard me say earlier, we got through to the 4th round where we were knocked out by Real Madrid. In terms of moments to remember, the biggest win was a 6-0 victory against Mirandes. Our match to remember was a 3-0 victory against Eibar, and that also contained goal of the season, which would go to Waldo with a lovely goal from the Tenerife left winger as he scores a well-struck effort. In terms of finances, so the club reputation is a 3-star national reputation club, and it hasn't changed. We have 2 new deals that are worth 1.16 million per year. In terms of the revenue, 1.53 in sponsorship and 5.43 in broadcast revenue. Match day and commercial is 755,000. Our best selling shirts were Waldo, Lucimi Cruz, Cantero, Teto, and Alvaro Romeo. Looking at how we lined up across the season then, so our 4-2-3-1 is there. It's Salvi, Medrano, Amo, Leon, and David Rodriguez. Then Nizan, Alonso, Waldo, Romero, Cruz, and Cantero. Just a quick word on Nizan, because we didn't look at him. Obviously, wasn't a transfer, but he's one of the players that has come through our own youth ranks, and he's valued up to £8.2 million at the age of 17 and has developed fantastically. In terms of the accolades then, so we were Spanish Second Division Manager of the month for August and March. We had Waldo as the fans player of the season, Rodriguez a 7.4 average rating. Signing of the season was Omar. Goal of the season would go to Waldo, as would top goal scorer, most assists, most player of the match awards, and the highest average rating. Jose Leon would have the most completed passes per 90 minutes with 53. In terms of the record breakers then, Waldo's 20 assists, 9 player of the match awards. Discipline would be David Rodriguez with 12 yellow cards. Chinedu Solomon would be our youngest player at 16 years and 3 days, and he would also be our youngest goal scorer at 16 years, 16 days. The only other thing to show you here is that with Waldo, he's born in Badajoz, so he's going to be leaving the club maybe in the summer transfer window or the winter transfer window, but that kind of output from a player is sorely going to be missed when we just merge this into a Canarian Island team. So this is the wrap up. We have won La Liga high promotion, and we really knuckled down towards the end of the season to go on and hammer that success home. So we have had 9 matches in a row to set a new club record. We had Liga 2 winners for the 24-25 season with Tenerife, and we set a new record for 99 points as a club record. So all in all, a fantastic season. It's been brilliant. Let's just have a look at the finances quickly before we wrap this one up. So for the new season, we're going to have 13.6 million to spend. Our wage budget is 170,000, and we're only spending 88,000. So we're in a good position to go into La Liga and make a really good fist of it at the first attempt. The big problem that we're going to have is that we are now only going to be really looking at Las Palmas as a club that are bigger than us in terms of the Canary Islands. So maybe it's an attempt to rob some of their youth players or maybe some of their fringe players just to improve us. In terms of our squad, we have a decent enough looking squad, but there are a lot of players here who probably won't make the cut in terms of being a Canarian Island born. So it's going to be a big reshuffle going forward. So a big job on our hands, but we have successfully navigated our way into La Liga for season number 2. I'm going to leave it here, and what I'm going to do is go off and then advance to the new season, and I'm going to see what we can do in terms of a bit of wheeling dealing. Can we bring a few players in here and there? Can we move a few of the players on that we need to and maybe raise a bit more in terms of funding? And then hopefully we can bring a calibre of player that's going to help us in terms of La Liga. I think it's going to be a difficult first season in the top flight. If we can just avoid relegation in the first season and build on that, it will be a fantastic success. And if we can go even further than that, then it's going to be brilliant. So in today's episode, I've pushed forwards. It's the 10th of August 2025. We are on the eve of our first ever La Liga campaign in charge of Tenerife, and we're going to bring you all the action from the opening day of the season game against Girona. But first, let's catch up with all the things that have happened since you were last here. The first thing we're going to start off with is the transfers. Now, we didn't do too many big dealings. There are only a few players that would leave for money. The first of which was Waldo. He was a great performer for us last season, but he's one that was born outside of the Canarian Islands, so he had to move on for season number 2. He would be allowed to join Espanyol. The next player to leave would be Lucimi Cruz, another one who played really well for us across the season. He got 10 goals in 36 games last season, but another one that is not born on the islands, so has had to move on. So we would raise 3.7 for Waldo, 3.8 for Lucimi Cruz. The other transfer dealings that we would do mainly involved youth players that would be allowed to leave the club. Jose Amo was the only other player that would leave for cash. He would go to Granada for 2.5 million. But yeah, mainly we would move loans out to our affiliate clubs to try and get that youth intake that we have just had some first team experience in the lower leagues, hopefully break them through for season number 3. Looking then at some of the signings that we would make in terms of players coming in. So the first player that we would sign would be Gabri Palermo. Once again, we have gone back down the tried and trusted route of going to Las Palmas for most of these players. Santa Brigidia was the last team that this player played for, but he's a solid looking left back who can rotate in and out when we need him. The next one to come in would be Jose Carlos Navarro. He would come from Playas de Sotavento on a free transfer. He's just 15 years old. Our scouts managed to spot him and went straight out and said, we need to sign this player, and we brought him in. As I said, just 15 years old. We managed to pick him up on a free transfer. The next player we bought was Joel Del Pinto. He's a left-sided player who can play anywhere from left back to left attacking midfield or winger, and he's a player that again can rotate in as a option in either position to give us a bit of squad depth. Another one that has played previously for Las Palmas, and he has played for Melbourne City most recently. The other player that we managed to bring in was Alejandro Sejas. He's a young 17-year-old who we have allowed to go out on loan to Sobradillo, which is the club that we bought him from, so he has stayed at the club to gain more experience, but one who shows some great base stats in terms of tackling, his pace and his acceleration. I think he's a player that could really develop into a great left back at the club. Moving on then, we signed a few more players from Las Palmas. This, like I said, is going to be difficult because we haven't got the biggest pool of players to purchase from, but Las Palmas really have produced some great looking players. So Benito is an older player, 29 years old. With some of the older players leaving the club, we really needed to replace some of that experience. Ivan Medina is another player who's come in, an attacking midfielder. He's 22 years old. We have got Alvaro Calane. Quite excited about this one. Looking at the goalkeeping situation, we needed a younger goalkeeper. Now, he is Argentinian, but as we can prove here, he was born on Gran Canaria, so he will qualify for the Canarian island born, even though he's Argentinian by nationality. And he's another player that was playing for Las Palmas last season, and we have brought him in to be number one goalkeeper. Ali Garcia is another player who has come in from Las Palmas, spent last season on loan at Ibiza, can play on either wing and should give us a few more options in terms of attacking players. Iñaki Gonzalez is another player who's come from Las Palmas, and he is another player that we will look to develop as we go along. Only 21 years old, can play as a defensive midfielder or a central midfielder. The next player that we signed is one that is a bit for nostalgia, and one just to say that we could do it. So Jese Rodriguez has come back to the islands. He previously played for Las Palmas at the beginning of his career. Well, was there whilst at Real Madrid as well. So went from Real Madrid to Las Palmas, then moved to Stoke, ended up back at Las Palmas, and then he has been on a where of teams. Ankaragücü in Turkey, Sampdoria, Coritiba, Johor in Malaysia. And even though he isn't the player that he once was, he still seems to hold some kind of ability. And for us, he's probably going to be an impact substitute. And I think that he can just be one that really gets the dressing room together and gives us that old head in and amongst all of the young players that we have. So not a massive amount of spent money, 1.5 million in terms of transfers in, 7.5 million raised in terms of transfers out. When we look at the finances at the club, we have a balance of 37.6 million. The transfer budget is 12.8 million, and we have a wage budget of 231,000, and we are spending 145,000. So all the finances are going in the right direction, and once we start to develop players and the other clubs on the island start to develop players, hopefully we can see that financial backing that we have at the moment will be worth it in the long term. If we look at the schedule, just to show you what's happened. So 3 pre-season games don't really mean anything, but we have got a player bang in form in Chinadu Solomon. He has scored 5 times in that friendly. He managed to score twice in that friendly, and he didn't score in that friendly, but he has really come into the season looking like he's on fire, and he's a player who is absolutely ready to start 99% of our games. He's going to be leading the line. Not too sure why they think he's better on the left side there, but he's going to be leading the line for us this season. There's a lot of ups and downs in terms of his progress and his abilities at the moment, and I do think once he maximises this 5-star potential ability, he will go on to be an absolutely fantastic player. That means in terms of squad size, we currently have 3 goalkeepers with Ramos, Kalane and Alonso. We then have a bulk of players from the previous season. We have a good amount of defensive midfielders to choose from in terms of the tactic that we use. And then on the wings, we have ample players to choose from. And we have our 2 strikers alongside Chinadu Solomon, who should hopefully get us to where we need to be. Looking at the squad planner and our assistant report, just to show us actually the best 11. So according to our assistant manager, we would have Moja Ramos in goal, Palermo at left back, Trelez, Raka, Rodriguez, Alonso, Noizan. Then we'd have Benito, Teto, Ale Garcia and Chinadu Solomon up top. So I've got a feeling we might struggle in this first season. Obviously, I didn't think we were ready to go up last season. I was hoping we kind of would not run out of steam, but maybe not get promoted, because I think we could be in for a rude awakening. We're going to find out very soon, because we're going to play Girona in this first game. And then we will probably move forwards a couple of games and maybe play against Vallecano and get the season really... In fact, let's play Real Madrid. We're going to go with the baptism of fire. We're going to go with Girona in the first game, and we're going to play against Real Madrid also. So that's pretty much everything that has happened at the club. Not much else. We just progressed and looked to build the squad and reinforce where we needed to. So yeah, that's everything up to date. Let's jump into this Girona game then and see what happens in our first game of the season. So our starting 11, we are going to go with Ramos, Del Pino, Herzog, Raka and David Rodriguez. Then we've got Alonso and Noizan, our holding midfielders, Benito, Perdomo, Jese and Solomon up top. Hopefully this is a team that's going to put up a good fight in our first game. So let's jump in and see what happens. It's that time of year again where we need all the squad numbers. But let's head off to the match and see, can we put up a good fight in our first game in La Liga? I think a good result here is just not getting hammered, because there is every chance that we have a decent crop of players who potentially might not be good enough this season. And if we can avoid relegation in the first season, I really think that we can kick on in season number 2, especially with that crop of players coming through. We had a seemingly golden generation. Solomon's in. Solomon's going to score. We've taken the lead. Is he offside? That is the question. The ref has gone to the VAR and they're checking the goal. Goal is awarded. He has beaten the offside trap. And you can see clearly he's starting his run from deep. He goes through, past the defender, takes the touch, smashes it into the net. And Chinadu Solomon, I said he was the player in form, scoring all the goals in the pre-season friendlies. He's another one. Here's another goal for him in a La Liga match. Yeah, perfectly onside, took the ball in his stride and stroked it past the goalkeeper. So I was talking about us not getting hammered too much, but it turns out that we are actually leading Girona after 13 minutes. Looking at the stats on the side there, 4 shots, 3 on target, a 0.66 XG. We've had 43% possession, which is one thing that is different this season. Obviously, we're going up a league and we're not going to be the same team that we were last season in terms of dominating possession everywhere. But if we can carve out some chances and take them, although this is looking ominous that they haven't had a shot on target. What is Benito doing, falling on the floor? And the goalkeeper also. What's happening here? We're going to goal line technology. It didn't look like it was anywhere near in the goal. What's that? Okay, that didn't really show us anything other than the fact that it didn't cross the line. I was confused what the goalkeeper was doing in the first place. It looked like he should have just tipped it over the bar or should have caught the ball maybe, but it went to technology and it proved that it wasn't a goal. And we get into half time and we're just going to blast straight on through half time. We want to see if we can get these 3 points to start our season. We are absolutely hammering Girona. I'm not too sure what's happened here or why Girona aren't doing very well. I mean, there's every chance they're going to equalise here because that's the way the game works, but We have had all... Whoa, is that a free kick? Is he going to send him off? What's he going to do here? I think they're going to go to VAR and look at this for a possible penalty, but he's nowhere near the box. Yeah, penalty review, no penalty. That was stupid. I don't know why we're looking at penalty there. He tripped him. Yeah, he tripped him, but it was miles outside of the box. I was about to make some substitutions, and we're getting a highlight. So if we can put this away, what's happening here now? So Blinder's knocked over Solomon, and we're getting another penalty review here. What's going to happen? This one looks like it could be awarded, and it is awarded. Let's see. Can we double up our lead? Can Solomon double it up? He can indeed. Tucks it away, left-footed, into the far corner. And Chinadu Solomon has got 2 goals on his La Liga debut. I did say he was in absolutely fantastic form coming in to the season. And there it is. He's got his 2nd goal of the game. Right, let's make some substitutions, as we always do. It's a bit of a tradition. So Medina's going to come on in place of Perdomo. Can't take off Solomon, really, can I? What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually switch him out to the left side, and I'm going to bring on Bueno. And also, I think I'm going to take off Jese for Joel Dominguez. We'll give those a run out and see if we could just use the fresh legs to see this game out, because I've got a feeling that Girona won't be this bad for the entire 90 minutes. And I think if they get 1 goal, it's always ominous that they're going to potentially get another, but that's an interception there. Medina has smashed that in. Ivan Medina, what a finish. Debut goal for him also, as he's hit that across the goal. I don't know what Girona are actually playing at in this game. If this is what La Liga is going to be like for us, bring it on, because we're not going to have too many problems. Obviously, it's not going to be like this all the time, but Girona here have kind of contributed to their own downfall. They've only had 1 shot on target in 71 minutes of football. We're a newly promoted team, but we're winning 3-0, having dominated the game completely. And Solomon's in again. He's crossed in this time. Bueno couldn't get the header, and they've cleared it away. But we've had 16 shots, and 10 of which have been on target. They've only had 3 shots and 1 on target. So this is crazy. Looking in the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to end the day 2nd place, as Javi Alonso is now injured. So Iñaki Gonzalez can come on in place of Javi Alonso. Bit disappointed to get an injury to Javi Alonso. Him and Noizan have been a perfect holding midfield partnership. Looks like that could be broken up for a little bit if that injury is serious. Let's just hope it's not. But we've got another highlight here as the ball is played forward. It was lumped forward, basically, given away. And Girona were doing this last time where they were messing about at the back and kind of give the possession away. And we've turned the ball over again. Noizan plays it to Medina. What can he do? He's got options. If he wants to pass it, goes short to Del Pino, goes to David. Where's he going to play? He's going to cross it in. There's Solomon with a left-footed rocket to finish the hat-trick off. 4-0. Opening day of La Liga season. Never played in La Liga in charge of Tenerife before. And we are making this look absolutely easy. What a cross. What a finish. As soon as the ball left his foot, it was in the back of the net. There was no chance that the keeper was stopping it. That is sublime. So, it looks like we're going to have another highlight just to round us off. Noizan gets the ball, plays it back to Ramos in goal. Raka can stop it to Herzog. Where's he going to go? Cuts inside to Gonzalez, who plays it to Noizan. Ball over the top into the channel for Dominguez. Plays it to David. Some nice build-up play going on here as Bueno is there and we're 5-0 up. What is actually happening here? This is crazy. They're checking it for VAR and the goal stands. We are 5-0 up against Girona in La Liga in the first game that we are playing. Noizan with a perfect cross. Not too sure what they're looking for there because Bueno was perfectly onside when the ball was played. Let's see if they think it was offside. Yeah, tight offside they're calling it. but it's nowhere near off. I suppose he's so he was stepped forwards and then moved towards the back post. So I can see why they checked it, but absolutely baffling as to what we've just witnessed. 5-0, opening day of the La Liga season. First time playing in La Liga for Tenerife under myself. I realised they've been in La Liga before, but that is just amazing. 19 shots, 12 on target, 3.35 XG. Only 47% of the possession, but as I said, we aren't going to dominate a lot of the games, and somehow we have crafted 5 goals out of seemingly nothing. So absolutely amazing start to the La Liga campaign. Let's have a look at the competitions and just drink that in for a minute. Drink it in. Top of the league, 5 scored, none conceded, 3 points above Barcelona and Real Madrid. I'm pretty sure by the time we get to the Real Madrid game, that table will not look like that at all. So, after an impressive first game, I'm going to go off, do some games in the background. So we've got Getafe, Valladolid, Vallecano, and then Real Madrid. So by the time we come back for Real Madrid in a couple of seconds, that table could look very different. But if it doesn't and we're still there, I'd be very, very surprised. Okay, I've jumped forwards. It is now the 14th of September 2025. It is match day for the Real Madrid game. Now, previously, we were sat top of the table. We were looking down on the likes of Barcelona and Real Madrid. What has happened in the next couple of games? Let's have a look at the schedule. So sadly, we couldn't continue that great vein of form that we started in, but we did put up good fights in both games. The first game we would lose to Getafe 2-1. Goal from Ivan Medina would be cancelled out by Miller and Brun Larsen. And then we would lose 4-3 to Valladolid away from home, where we would have goals from Raka, Teto and Noizan scoring in the 95th minute to make it look respectable, but we would lose 4-3. However, in the last game, we would get back to winning ways, beating Rayo Vallecano as Del Pino, Medina, Jese and Solomon would all score goals, and that means that we would have 2 wins from 4 games. When we look at the table, we were now sat in 10th place on 6 points, and sadly we are 6 points already behind Real Madrid, but that's not what we're actually looking for. What we want to be doing is looking over our shoulders and seeing how far away from the relegation zone we are. So currently we are sat in 10th on 6 points. Villarreal, Celta Vigo and Espanyol currently only have 1 point each. So we have jumped forwards. It is time for the Real Madrid game. So let's jump in and show you the team selection. This is what we're going to go with in terms of our 11. We have Ramos in goal, Del Pino, Herzog, Raka and David Rodriguez. Alonso, Noizan as the midfield 2. Then have Benito, Medina and Jese with Solomon up top. As I said in the first game, the only objective really here is not to get embarrassed too badly. We are going in to the current league leaders and the current champions. So let's find out how we're going to get on. Straight away, we're going to get a highlight. We're playing in a nice pink number here. Real Madrid playing in their usual white strips. But we are on the attack straight away as David is crossing the ball in. It's headed down. Solomon's gone to ground. Are we going to get a penalty in the 2nd minute at the Bernabeu? Surely we're not going to get given a penalty here, are we? We are going to get given a penalty. It's going to be Solomon against Courtois in goal. What will Solomon do? Solomon will miss the penalty. Courtois is one of those goalkeepers, isn't he, that pulls those things out time and time again. And he has broken our hearts. And hopefully that doesn't break Solomon for this game, because we're going to need him. Kylian Mbappe there was on the move. Such a missed opportunity, because I don't think we're going to get many shots in this game. Real Madrid are already dominating the ball, 63%. They've dominated the shots. It's going to be one of those where I think we look back. If we get hammered, then it's not as bad. But if we lose 1-0, it'll be very disappointing, because we really had that chance. And the way Solomon took the penalty in the first game made me confident he was going to step up and just smash that one home. Obviously didn't work out, but yeah, it's a difficult one to take, as Real Madrid have now cut us apart, and Kylian Mbappe, just like his real-life counterpart at the moment, not playing very well for Real Madrid. He smashes the post, and we're 21 minutes in without conceding a goal. But we might not get to 23 or past 23 because they're on the attack again, and Mbappe is in on the left-hand side, and this time he has gone to ground, and Raka has jumped in rashly. This is going to be a penalty as well, and I think now we're going to miss the chance, or it's going to come round that missing that chance. Wow, I did not expect Moha Ramos to save a Kylian Mbappe penalty. That has left me almost speechless. I mean, they're on the attack again. Mbappe with a free kick. Plays it to Bellingham, who plays it to Ibanez. Back to Mendy. And Bellingham's into the box, and he's going to score, which is pretty disappointing considering we just weathered the storm of conceding the penalty, saving the penalty. But in fairness, this is a really well taken goal. Is he offside? No, he can't be offside there, can he? Initially, I thought it was. I'm presuming that's. Is it Mbappe? One of the two was in an offside position, but it wasn't Bellingham. He was running from deep past the defenders, so he couldn't possibly have been offside. But yeah, we just weathered the storm, and now suddenly we are 2-0 down. Jude Bellingham has got himself 2 goals out of nowhere. It's disappointing. Just noticed that Benito also now has an injury. It looked like Valverde had scored the goal at first, but Bellingham actually headed the ball. Oh, why are we looking at goal line technology? We know the ball goes into the net. It doesn't matter about the first one. Yeah, it definitely was a goal. But we got Benito, who is struggling with an injury on the left-hand side. I think I'm gonna switch Solomon out there, and I'm gonna play Bueno up top just to see what happens. I mean, Real Madrid are obviously now just going to run away with this because they're having shots for fun. They've just had a free kick that's hit the crossbar, come back out, and then we did quite well defensively to clear the ball. But at half-time, it's Real Madrid 2-0 up. Jude Bellingham has both of the goals. And disappointingly for us, our only shot on target was the penalty that was missed. Let's continue through into the second half and hopefully keep the goals down. I mean, they've had 17 shots, 9 of which have been on target, 2.95 XG, and they've had 65% of the ball. But we will not back down from teams like Real Madrid. That is the one thing that I will say. We will go into every game with the attacking formation that we have on the front foot and try and play our own game. We're not being intimidated by teams like Real Madrid. Okay, we may take a beating here and there, but in the long term, I feel that we'll do better by standing up to them and just not backing down than we will if we just accept defeat and try and play defensively. I mean, David there jumping in probably on a yellow card is not the wisest of things. Camavinga with a shot that goes over the bar. So let's make a few other alterations because we've got a lot of yellow cards all of a sudden. So Palanca can come on at right back. We can have a central defender, can we? No, we can't because we don't have another one on the bench. Jese can come off for Joel Dominguez. So let's see if some fresh legs can give us any kind of impetus to get back into the game, because if we could just have another shot, or maybe if we could score a goal, it may sow the seeds of doubt. But Real Madrid really are running away with the game. 78 minutes on the clock, and Carvajal has a throwing, throws it to Rodrigo, who plays it back to Courtois, who is now miles out of his goal. So if we could take the ball off of him there, that would be lovely. But in a flash, he's back in the goal. And they're building up slowly from the back. Ball over the top. Bellingham in for Rodrigo. And I'm surprised the net doesn't ripple there. He's hit the post. But everybody seems to stop as if he was offside or as if the play was being called back. But it's carried on, and Carvajal is now lining up a shot. Gets taken off of him. And we're clinging on for dear life, defending for everything that we have just to keep this at 2-0. Carvajal has a free kick. We have another injury to Medina, so let's bring him off because we really cannot afford injuries to players, especially when we are going to be fighting for our life in La Liga. I'd rather not risk players, just take them off as precautions, knowing that we have a big enough substitutes bench and hopefully won't be too bad of an injury and we're getting back for the next game. But it's another calm, patient build-up by Real Madrid. They're into the box. Is Bellingham going to get a hat-trick? He's not. He's going to smash it wide. When really, he should have scored a hat-trick there. He should have been rubbing it in my face and celebrating like he had won the World Cup, because a hat-trick for Real Madrid at any game with any team is worth celebrating. But we are going to have one final highlight. It seems it's not going to go to us. Real Madrid have intercepted the ball. Mbappe is now looking for Bellingham, and he has hit the inside of the post. He's getting closer to that hat-trick. Can't get there, but they're going to win 2-0 anyway. We're into the last minute. In fact, there's another highlight. It comes over, it's headed. Oh, and Bellingham's got the hat-trick. This is terrible. What is the goalkeeper doing? I mean, the defenders are appealing for offside, but I don't think it's... Oh, they've stolen a hat-trick off of Bellingham in the last minute at the Bernabeu. You're going to love the referee. So it gets headed up. It looks like it's our player that heads it, and then the goalkeeper looks like he touches the ball, but either way, it doesn't matter. We'll keep the score at 2-0. We will take that. Real Madrid have had 26 shots, 11 on target, a 4.21 XG. And okay, we haven't played terribly. That's all that's important to me, is that we haven't played terribly. It means that in terms of the competitions, we're still sat on 6 points. We're in 11th place. And, of course, teams at the bottom now, Villarreal on 2, Celta Vigo on 1, Espanyol on 1. So let's see where we can push forwards to then. We have a nice game against Barcelona here on the 26th of October. Maybe we'll come up for that one and maybe split a bit further out than we were in season 1, because we were trying to show back-to-back games to get that momentum across that we had got in the league. So maybe we'll do Barcelona and Osasuna, and that sets us up nicely then to run into the January transfer window. So in today's episode, we have pushed forwards. It's the 27th of October, and that means we are on the cusp of playing Barcelona. First, though, we're going to bring you up to date with everything that has happened since you have been away. Starting off with the schedule, and if we go back to that 2-0 defeat, 2 Jude Bellingham goals would put us down that day. But we bounced back straight away. We would beat Alaves the very next game. A Jese Rodriguez goal would be enough to get 3 points and a 1-0 victory. And then we would play against Atletico Madrid away from home, and we would actually get battered. Atletico just took us apart and we could not compete. We did have a man sent off as well, but goals from Gyökeres, Alvarez, Llorente and Calimundo would be enough to give them all 3 points and 4 goals. So a bit of a yo-yo pattern is emerging. We win, we lose, we win, we lose, and then we would win again. 3-1 victory against Athletic Club. Goals from Rodriguez and 2 from Chinedu Solomon would be enough to give us 3 points there. And then the pattern continues, where we would lose 3-0 in the next game away from home against Levante. Another red card, this time for Del Pino, would mean that 3 goals from Morales, Romero and Caba would be enough for Levante to take victory. And then you guessed it, the very next game we would win 6-3 in an absolutely crazy game against Betis, where they scored 3 goals in the space of 4 or 5 minutes, 42, 41 plus 1, 45 plus 3. But we scored 3 goals from Miguel Bueno, getting his first hat-trick for the club. Perdomo would score in the 22nd minute, and Benito after 50 minutes. Jese Rodriguez would score again after 93 minutes. So all of that brings us to today's first game, which will be Barcelona. It's an away game, so that probably means if the pattern continues, we will lose the game, but we're going to put up our very best efforts not to lose. And then hopefully the plan is for the second game in this episode to go as far as Osasuna in on the very last day of December 2025, so the 31st of December. However, if we get through in the Copa del Rey here, I think this Osasuna game will get moved, so there is a chance that we could either play a Copa del Rey game in this episode, or we go to the next Liga game, which hopefully will be Getafe, and we'll play it by ear. But with us all up to date, the only thing we need to check in on is the table. We currently sit 9th place in the table after that yo-yo of win-loss, win-loss. We have 15 points from our first 10 games. And as you can see, we either win or we lose. We have played 10, won 5, drawn none, lost 5. We have a 4-goal difference and 15 points on the board. Now, of course, first season back in the Liga, and we are using players that are only born in the Canary Islands. It means that we are miles off of the pace. We are 18 points behind Real Madrid. We are only actually 8 points behind Barcelona, but it does mean that we are miles clear of our first objective, which is to stay in the league. We are currently 6 points ahead of the relegation zone, and we are 9 points ahead of the team who are currently bottom, which is Villarreal. So everything at the moment is going to plan. We just need to keep winning the games we can win, and then maybe, the batterings will keep coming in the games where we play against teams like today's opponent. So let's jump in and have a look at the lineup then. So we're going to go with this starting 11 for Barcelona. We'll have Ramos in goal. We have Gabri Palermo at left back. We have Herzog, Raka and Palanca. We then have Alonso and Nazan in the middle. Benito on the left, Perdomo and Jese Rodriguez. Now, I've got to show you Jese actually whilst we're here. I did say when we signed him that he probably would be an impact substitute. At the age of 32, he had slowed down a bit. And you can see there is a bit of degradation in his physicals. But is he having a great season, or is he having a great season? So he's had 8 starts. He has scored 3, assisted 5, and has an average rating so far of 7.17. Little did I know he would go on and become an actual linchpin of this team. So he's currently in great form. I do not see any reason why we should not play him whilst he is in that kind of form. Chinadu Solomon rounds out the starting 11. He will be the striker for today. So let's jump in. Let's see what happens. Can we buck the trend of win-lose, 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 and losing all of our away games? I don't think we will, but we're going to give it our best shot. So, game is up and running, and it looks like we are on the ball. We played it all the way back to the goalkeeper. Please don't lose the ball there. And that's exactly what happens. Ferran Torres is in, and he doesn't punish us. Not too sure why Ramos is that far out the goal. Not too sure why Ramos is playing stupid passes. And it looks like Barcelona have got another chance. Dani Olmo is standing over the free kick, and he puts it over. So 6 minutes on the clock. They've had 2 chances so far. They haven't had a shot on target, but we are winning the shots on target so far. I don't think it's going to make any difference in a minute, because it's wave after a wave of Barcelona attacks as Gavi gets on the ball to Araujo. Jella, who plays for them now at right back, stops the ball, speeds up, plays it into the box, but gives the ball away. If we can put some passes together here, we might have a chance, as Jese plays it through to Solomon, who plays it through to Perdomo, who's already on a booking, but he can't do anything with it as Araujo takes the ball. Jella is going to play it forwards to Olmo. Can we take it back? We can't. Ferran Torres is bursting towards the byline. He cuts it back, and there is Gavi with the shot, and I think this is an own goal. It's gone in off of Palanca, and this is really unlucky, because I don't know whether it's a save. It looks like Ramos might touch the ball in to Palanca. Guess we're going to see on this replay here. So Gavi takes the shot. It goes under one defender. The goalkeeper seems to get a touch, and then it bounces off Palanca, ends up in the far corner. And they still haven't had a shot on target, but they are winning, which is a little bit disappointing, but it's encouraging for us, because we're putting up a good fight against Barcelona after the first 23 minutes. We haven't just capitulated completely, which is what happened against Atletico Madrid when we got absolutely hammered. But maybe I'm speaking too soon, as Barcelona make it 2. Frankie de Jong scored. Is this going to be an offside? I don't think it can be, because the man on the back post, whoever our player is on the back post, but yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. So there's a man on the back post. He doesn't come out. In fact, how does that looks like it goes in off of the defender? That looked like another own goal, so I'm not too sure why it had to go to VAR to check that it was offside, but hey ho, it's one of them, and it's almost 3-0. Ramos in goal is really not filling me with any confidence in these games. He's standing still, not making anything his own in the penalty area. I know we're playing against Barcelona, but you still need a goalkeeper to give you a bit more encouragement than what I'm seeing here. He nearly conceded a weird second goal just by scooping. By fact, it would have been a third weird goal, wouldn't it? Because both of the 2 goals we've conceded already were weird. But in terms of him, nearly bending down to pick the ball up, and it wasn't even there. So not too sure what is going on with our goalkeeper. Maybe something we need to look at long term. See if we can either get somebody who comes through the youth intakes, or we can develop ourselves, or maybe we go and poach somebody from one of the other teams. But it's 3-0. Straight out from half time, Gavi walks into the box and strokes it into the far corner. We're going to get hiding. But the good thing is we're going to have to go through the pain to get to the good stuff. So there's no point hiding behind it and trying to make out like we're not getting batterings when we actually are. I mean, put up more of a fight against Real Madrid than we did against Atletico or against Barcelona. But in our first season, it's going to be a wild swing whether we are really good or really bad. And I think that there are teams that we can target in this league that we really can beat when we need to beat them. But then there are teams that will just turn up and annihilate us like this. I mean, what's Ramos doing there? How does he give a corner away when he had to bend down and pick the ball up? I really am thinking that Ramos isn't going to be our first choice goalkeeper once we get the chance to replace him. But we're still trying, bless us. We're passing the ball forwards. Jese, what did Ter Stegen do there? That was just weird. So we've got another highlight coming in for Barcelona. I'm going to make some substitutions after this highlight. As Fati gets Ferran Torres in behind. I think Raka's... Yep. Raka has got himself sent off. Fantastic. That's just what we didn't want, because I was just about to make substitutions and there was every chance I would have taken him off. So, sadly for us, we're going to sacrifice Perdomo because he's already also on a booking. So, let's swap Perdomo out. Oh, how do we not have a central defender on the bench? Okay, I'm going to take a chance and just put Iñaki Gonzalez in there. Absolutely crazy. Do not know why. I do not have... Yeah, why is there no central defenders on the bench? I thought for a second that I'd seen one, but no. Danny Martin, central midfield. Crazy. Don't know what we're doing there. I also don't know what we can do here to influence the game. But we're going to bring on some fresh legs. Who else is on the yellow card? Jese Rodriguez. So Teto can come on there. I think that's pretty much all we can do. We're going to have to ride this one out. Barca are on the attack again. Yeah, they got a free kick in a dangerous position. What are they going to do with it? Dani Olmo's over the ball. He looks like he's going to shift it, but he actually shoots. This time, I mean, he had a side to in the first half, didn't he, where he put it just over the bar. This one, of course, has gone under the bar. Nothing. Well, in fact, Ramos' dive is pathetic, isn't it? Kind of just dived with one hand. It was never going to get there in a million years. Barca are out again. There's 20 minutes left in the game, and Araujo is moving forward. Benito with an attempt at a tackle finds Ansu Fati, and it's 5. But this one is going to go to VAR as well. I doubt that it will get overturned. Of course, it won't, because the run looked like it was timed to perfection. He's outside the box. Our players are in. Oh, actually, on second viewing, it looked a lot tighter than I thought it was in the first place. But they give the goal. Let's have a look with the lines. Let's see what they do. Oh. So it's the man at the bottom of the screen. I think that number was 34. So it's Palanca, I think. Or maybe it was Palermo, actually, left back, who was playing him on. But it doesn't matter because we're getting absolutely annihilated. It's 5-0. And they've got another chance. Dani Olmo is over another free kick. Let's see what he does with it. Has the shot. Ramos this time. I think Ramos got a touch. Maybe it hit the post. It was difficult to see from that angle, but I'm just glad that it hasn't gone in. No point in these games trying to be ultra defensive, trying to nick a point. I wanted to come here and just play our own game. These players have got to learn, because if we're going to survive and make it as the best team using these types of players, how has that not gone in? What on earth was that? So it's hit the bar, bounced on the line. Goal line technology is absolutely useless. And then it bounces back up, hits the bar again, and then bounces out. So spared our blushes for a 6th goal, but yeah. For a couple of seconds it spared our blushes because Ronald Araujo has just made it 6-0, and this is an absolute hammering. But again, like I was just saying, no point coming to these kinds of places and just trying to nick a point or defending or changing who you are as a team. This is character building for my squad. I have a lot of young players on the pitch, a lot of players that haven't played at this level before, and they all need to learn from these kinds of experiences. 4-0s, that's actually massive. 7-0. I would have hoped that we could have kept the scoreline down a little less, but it is what it is. And like I was saying also earlier, every time we've lost a game, I think we have had a red card, apart from the Real Madrid game. So these batterings, even though, yes, they are batterings, we're only losing when we have 10 men on the pitch, mainly. Sounds like an excuse, I suppose. But, nothing that can be said or done about that. Let's just get away from this game and just show you, what the league table looks like after that. So we're still on 15 points. Barcelona happily now put their goal difference up to 24 after absolutely thrashing us. We're in a good enough position at this point that we can go forwards and hopefully pick up some wins. So, also, like I mentioned before, we're now going to push forwards for the second game. We'll either come back for the Getafe game or the Osasuna game. Maybe a Copa del Rey game. It's going to be one of those 3 games. But I shall see you in a couple of minutes and we will have advanced to the end of December. It's now December the 31st, and that means we're sticking to the original plan. The second game in today's episode is going to be against Osasuna. Now, before we jump into that and show you how we get on against Osasuna, first, I need to take you back in time a little bit and show you everything that's happened since you've been away. When we jump into the schedule, you can see that things have been a little bit crazy. So after being humiliated by Barcelona 7-0, we would go on to lose 2-0 to Sociedad. But then something magic started to happen. Firstly, we'd have a 0-0 draw against Valencia. It was a boring game. We're happy to get the point. The next game was the exact opposite of that. We'd have a 3-3 draw, which was highly entertaining, as we would take a point from Sevilla. Then we would go on a 5-game winning streak. We started that off against Espanyol with a 2-0 win. We would then beat Granada 2-0. We'd beat Celta Vigo 1-0. And we beat Villarreal 1-0. In the Copa del Rey first round, we'd get Real Union, and we would beat them 6-0. So that means that going into today's game, we are unbeaten in 7 games. No pressure, right, to go and get 3 points against Osasuna or anything. So let's show you the lineup for the Osasuna game. We're going to go with Ramos in goal, Gabri Palermo, Herzog, Raka and Palanca, Alonso and Nizan in the midfield. Then we have Jese, Medina and Teto as the attacking midfielders. And Chinedu Solomon is going to lead the attack. Now, Ramos down here, he has been hit and miss. But not only has he been hit and miss, he actually has played well enough for us to get himself a call-up and get capped for Senegal somehow. So it's made me have second thoughts about whether we really do need to replace him as goalkeeper. If he's getting international call-ups, what do we do with him? So I've decided that we're going to leave it until the next episode, which is going to be transfers, as the window will open, and then we'll probably see from there. But it's looking likely. I mean, we have Alvaro Calain on the bench. He's another player who's come from Las Palmas, so one that really can develop into our first team goalkeeper if we give him time. But do we sit with Ramos and wait for him to develop, or do we go out and buy another goalkeeper? That is going to be the question. But that is for another day. So let's jump in to the second game and see, can we continue that winning streak? And can we get 3 points off of a team in Osasuna that really we should be beating, as they are going to be one of the teams, I feel, down there that are going to be fighting for their life at the end of the season. And what craziness happened there. In the first minute, there was a free kick that got floated in, it got headed, it hit the bar, and once again, after I was just saying about Ramos, he throws his arms up, doesn't get the ball, and luckily for us, we survive. But nothing is really happening from our side. Osasuna have had the 2 shots, they've had the 1 on target, but we are going to get a highlight here as Nizam plays it to Javi Alonso. What can he do? He's played it out wide to Gabriel Palermo, who turns back. Goes to Alonso. Jese tries the ball out wide. It gets intercepted, but we take the ball back. Solomon is in on goal, and Chinedu Solomon is going to give us the lead, which is quite strange because nothing was happening for us at all. And then bang, just like that, Chinedu Solomon gets himself in on goal and finishes cool as you like. So Alonso to Medina, takes the touch on the turn, in on goal, and slots it past Herrera to give us the lead. Interesting times. Although, is it? Are we going to be looking at an offside? Tight offside. It's going to be given as a goal, so I don't really care how tight it was. But I didn't think on first viewing it was a tight call at all. I 100% thought it was a goal, and rightfully so. But it still is worrying that we're 32 minutes into this game and both teams have only managed to have 4 attempts. There's only been 3 on target. But once again, the ball is going with us. Teto plays it to Nizam, out to Palanca. Teto's in on goal, crosses it in, and there's nobody there. Solomon had gone near post. Teto's cross went to the far post, and there was nobody there to tap it in. So, Osasuna now building up from the back, and they've worked their way into our territory quite easily. Nobody really going to the ball and closing them down. In fact, they're in on goal, and they've equalised. Budimir has got them an equaliser out of nothing. We had an attack ourselves. They carved through our team. Not too sure why nobody is going to the ball or even trying to press or do anything. And Ramos again can't deal with the shot. And it's 1-1. Very surprising. Although I suppose when you've only had 1 shot yourselves and you keep giving chances away, eventually those kinds of things are going to happen. So we get in at half time. It is 1-1. And down here you can see, very disappointing. We've had 1 shot, 1 on target, scored 1 goal. And we have an XG of 0.25. They only have an XG of 0.51. But both teams have somehow found a goal. Can we get on top of the game in the second half? I would hope that we could start to create at least something and get some kind of chances going. I mean, Medina is is the player who has made the most for us. He has got the assist and had the key pass. Solomon obviously scored the goal. But we need a bit more from our midfield, I think. So we're going to make some changes in the not too distant future, and it's going to involve our attacking players. But at the moment, we are building up with Teto on the right-hand side. Plays the ball back to Raka, who goes back to Teto. Now Palanca's ahead of him. Medina is in the box. He cuts it back. Chinedu Solomon has scored again. So we're back in the lead. 60 minutes-ish on the clock. And in fairness, this was a really good attack of our own. So the ball goes from Teto up the line. Palanca plays it in behind. Medina, rather than going for goal selfishly, crosses it to Solomon, who just has an easy tap-in. And you cannot be disappointed with attacks like that when you are taking the lead in the game. But is it going to last long? Are they going to go up the other end and equalise? Because it's straight back to defending. Peña's got the ball. He plays it to Boyomo, who plays it to Tomo. And it's out to Raul. Ball over the top. Moy Gomez is in. And they have equalised instantly. Disappointing to not keep the lead. But there are some really good team build-up play goals that have been scored here. So their first goal was pretty much a carve your way through the defence goal. This one here is a ball over the top, but it means that Moy Gomez has got in between the defenders. He has finished that superbly. There's another free kick here. Moy Gomez is standing over it. Don't really want to make substitutions before it. I think Ramos has made the save to touch it over for a corner. Can we get rid of this corner before we make substitutions? It's up in the air and it goes into the hands of Ramos. So hopefully he'll calm the play down. And yeah, that'll give us the chance to make some substitutions. So Ali Garcia is going to come on for Jese. He's playing okay, but he's one of those players that at his age now, he's probably going to be either an impact sub or a player that comes off more than likely. Teto is the other one to give us a bit of creative spark. Joel Dominguez can come on, who has actually had some interest from Juventus, which is pretty strange. Anybody else who is slacking a little bit? Gabri Palermo will get some fresh legs on at left back. And I think Omar can come on in place of Javi Alonso. Just to see if we can get some fresh legs, shore ourselves up, and maybe snatch all 3 points in the latter stages of this game. We have had more opportunities in the second half, which is better than what we were doing in the first half, but still the outcome is 2-2 with around 10 minutes to go. And the clock is now flying by. We could do with just one more chance coming our way. And it looks like it's going to happen. Omar to Palanca. He's going to try and take his man on. He beats him and it goes wide. I really thought that was it. I thought we were going to snatch the 3 points at the death. And no, turns out going wide. And this here is interesting, isn't it? We have an XG of 2.16. Theirs is 1.01. And we cannot get the 3 points. So, after disappointing really not to win that game, it means that we are currently sat in 7th place in La Liga. We have 30 points. Now have no interest of the teams above us. We are merely watching out for what is going on down here. So we have a 15-point gap to both Espanyol and Granada and an 18-point gap to Villarreal. There are some tough games that are about to start coming up. And we also have the reverse games from the likes of Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, those types of teams. So to get 30 points on the board around the 1st of January is a good achievement for this team. Let's have a look then at the schedule. So obviously the next episode is going to centre around transfers as well, if we can bring any players in. But looking at the fixtures then, I think we will come back maybe for this Alaves game. Give us a shot at winning one of the games on the episode. If we do Alaves and then Barcelona for the next episode, I think that will perfectly balance it out. You'll get to see all the transfers if there are any, and you'll get to see 2 games, one of which we could win, the other of which we are looking to avenge that 7-0 defeat. If you're with me for the last episode, you'd have seen it really was an episode of 2 halves. In the first half, we were getting battered, absolutely destroyed by the might of Barcelona. Team from Catalonia came and really showed us how big that gap is in terms of the playing squad and the job that we have got to do if we're going to get anywhere near being the number 1 team in Spain. But luckily for us, in the second half, we played against Osasuna and we got a 2-2 draw. So that means we got 1 point from 6 in the last episode. But luckily for us, there are 2 more games we're going to play today. The first of which will be Alaves. We will then go forwards. And because we're a glutton for punishment on this channel, we're going to play against Real Madrid again. We're going to bring them to the Heliodoro Rodriguez Lopez. And we're hopefully going to give them a better game than when we went to the Santiago Bernabeu. Also, we have gone forwards to the 16th of February 2026. That means we are through the winter transfer window or January transfer window. Show you all of the transfers both in and out. And finally, we will look at the fixtures that we have passed to get to this point. So let's kick off with the transfers. Now, there wasn't that great a number of transfers that happened in the January transfer window for us. In fact, we only had 1 player that would go out. That'd be Josep Gaya. He decided that he wanted to go out on loan, and we decided to grant that request. He has joined Zamora until the end of the season. Now, in terms of signing players ourselves, it's quite difficult when your pool of players is quite small anyway. And as you can see, early on in the season, we relied on Las Palmas to kind of feed us the players that they didn't want. Well, this time around, we had a look at Las Palmas and they didn't really have any great players that they're producing or ones that we could afford or pry away from them. But we did go to Lanzarote. Now, they are a smaller team, but surprisingly, one of our scouts found one of their players and really, really liked him. And that player was Raul Tirado. Managed to get him on a free transfer because he was out of contract as a 16-year-old in Lanzarote's youth team. We went in and just signed a contract, brought him to the club, and straight away you can see he's raw but talented. Plays in a number of positions, whether that be attacking midfield, defensive midfield, central midfield, or as a centre-back. And looking at his attributes, you can see that there really is something about him. So he has balance of 15, natural fitness of 17, stamina of 12. He then has good aggression, decisions of 15, a flair of 14, teamwork of 17, vision of 12, and work rate of 15. He has 16 for technique, 11 for passing, and 11 for first touch. Now, it is a little bit crazy that he is an unambitious personality, but what we're hoping here is we can work with the player a little bit, put him in some mentoring groups, or maybe loan him out to get him some first team experience. Hopefully mould him into a better personality as a player, because I do think, looking at him, he might have something for the future. He comes to us as a 1.5-star current ability and 5-star potential ability. Now, I know that is only against our under-19s, which is the squad that he plays for, but I do think he's going to be a leading player going forward into future seasons, certainly to try and get himself into the first team. The only other player that we would sign in the January transfer window also came from Lanzarote. He came for £13,500, and this is a player that we actually spotted just by going to the club info page and looking at their hot prospect. He is Zeben Gutierrez. He's a 16-year-old who can also play in multiple positions. He can play as a right back, right wing back. He can also play as a defensive midfielder, so a lot of versatility there. He comes to us as a promising fullback with a balanced personality. And once again, looking at his attributes, 15 for pace, 12 natural fitness, jumping reach of 11, acceleration of 11. He has good teamwork of 15, determination of 14, tackling of 13. He's another one that is a 2-star current ability and 5-star potential ability against our under-19s. And he's another player that I think really is going to have a great future if we can develop him well. Now, the choice with these two players is obviously they are 16 years old. Do we loan them out? Do we train them and develop them in-house? That is a question that I think we are going to have to answer. As you can see here, there's been a few bids for Zeben Gutierrez already. He has drawn some attention from some teams in the La Liga 2. So, going to have to weigh up whether it's best for us to keep him here or loan him out and see what happens there. The only other thing to show you is that he, despite being called Zeben Gutierrez, definitely is born on the Canary Islands. He's from Arrecife in Lanzarote. So, only 2 players coming in, 13,500 spent, but we have spent 1.5 million across the first half of the season, and we have made 7.5 million in transfers and only had the 1 defender go out. So the other thing to show you then is the schedule. Now, we left off last time with a 2-2 draw against Osasuna. We have had some good form since. The first game that we played was a 2-1 victory against Getafe. Goals from Medina and Solomon wrapping those 3 points up. We then played in the Copa del Rey second round where we rotated pretty much the whole team. We got a little bit lucky here. We were drawing 1-1 in the 90th minute. Jese scored for us. Then even Medina and Iñaki Gonzalez would score 2 goals in the last 2 minutes of the game to make sure that we would go through. The next game was a 6-2 victory against Girona. Teto would get 2, Chinadu Solomon would get 2, Jese would score, and Ale Garcia would wrap the victory up. Nizan did get himself 2 yellow cards, and that means that he will be suspended for a game, which I think actually was the Real Valladolid game, but it didn't matter because in the very next game we would have a Canarian derby. Played against Las Palmas and we put up a really good fight. We had some good moments in the game. We were unlucky with a few chances that we had, but it was Scott McKenna of all people that would come good for Las Palmas as they would go through a 1-0 in the Copa del Rey third round. We then played Valladolid in the La Liga. We would lose 3-2 in a game where, again, we played really well, but just couldn't get the victory or couldn't get anything from the game either. 2 goals, Raka and Teto scoring for us, and then they obviously scored the 3 themselves. And in the last game before we came back for this episode, we beat Rayo Vallecano 4-0. Goals from Solomon, Medina and Herzog. Medina also got himself sent off in that game. So that means that after 23 games, we are sat in 6th place in La Liga. We are on 39 points. Now, we are miles behind Real Madrid and Barcelona. Nobody expected us to be anywhere near the top 6, let alone the top 2. The important number here is that we are 20 points ahead of the relegation zone. And in Season 1, that is pretty much all we are trying to accomplish. So, that's everything up to date. The first game is going to be against Alaves. So, hopefully, we can jump straight into that now. Let's have a look at the lineup. Yes, we are ready. So, our starting 11 for this game is going to be Ramos in goal. We have Gabri Palermo at left back, Herzog, Raka and David Rodriguez at right back, Alonso, Nizan, Benito, Medina and Jese Rodriguez. Chinadu Solomon will lead the attack. So hopefully we can get ourselves 3 more points on the road to safety from relegation first, although I think we're pretty much there. And then it's just going to be a case of how high can we finish in this league table. Realistically, I would be happy if we were to maybe just pick up a few more points here and there and then maybe finish mid-table. But if we can push on for a top 10 finish, that would definitely be a result at the end of Season 1. So this game has started. We've had a free kick whilst I was waffling on. They've now had a corner which has been saved from a header. Ball's bouncing around like a pinball and we managed to get it away. Our chance, I think, also hit the post with a free kick. But definitely some dodgy defending there. And unfortunately, we have picked up an injury. So Jese Rodriguez, who is a little bit temperamental, obviously a name now getting on in years. I didn't think he was going to have as good of an impact on the team as what he has had. So it's a little bit of a blow that he has gone down. But we've got Ali Garcia on the bench. So we're going to bring him on as a replacement. Hopefully, we can get on the on the front foot. Gabri Palermo with a throw-in. He gets the ball back. It's crossed in. Chinadu Solomon turns. Has the goalkeeper made a save there? Oh no, I think has touched that over the bar. He has. And we're going to have a corner now. As Benito swings this one in. It's headed pretty much out back towards him and cleared away. So, looking at the stats, Alaves are on top in terms of the number of shots they've had. Number on target is level for both of us. And the XG isn't that wide either. Neither team really creating too much. But our only player that's performing well is Medina, who's on the ball now for a free kick. Let's see, is he going to have a shot? He is, and it's saved by Owono in goal. We're going to have a corner kick. It's going to be an outswinger from Benito. Let's see what can happen here. Goalkeeper comes a long way, and he has claimed. The ball keeper actually has done really well in the first half, dealing with everything that we have thrown his way. So, yeah, good performance from Owono in goal. So we made it into half time. 3 shots, 2 of which on target, an XG of 0.49. Not a lot really happening in the first half. Let's get on with the second half and see if anything can change. It's going to be a corner straight away to Alaves. Ball is crossed into the box and unfortunately Tony Martinez has just been left there to absolutely rifle this one home. Ramos in goal didn't even move. Let's see it again. So Curro delivers the ball. It bounces and then Martinez is there to just smash it home. In fairness, Ramos could have dived. Probably wouldn't have got there anyway. So disappointing way to start the second half. I'd hope that we would have built a bit of momentum towards the end with having some chances. But no, it goes straight to Alaves. Although we do now have a throw-in. It's back out to Palermo, to Alonso. Nizan into the box. Benito turns and there is the equaliser. Or is it? What is the referee going to do here? He has gone to VAR to check the goal. And the goal is awarded. I'm presuming this is going to be for an offside in the build-up. Let's have a little look here. So Benito comes back from the defensive line to pick the ball up. And when he turns and hits it, they are going to draw the lines on the pitch, I presume, from where Benito was. But you can see, using the lines on the pitch, that he definitely drops back from the defensive line, turns and rifles it into the top of the net. So game on once again. We now have a 1-1 scoreline. Can we push on and get a winner? Or is it going to be Alaves that take advantage? So they've got a chance here as Owono plays it out from the back. Rivera turns back and plays it straight back to him. What has he done? Oh my gosh. He scored a crazy own goal. What were they thinking? This is one of those that could go on those bloopers and highlights reels of what was that. And Rivera has just passed it. Owono's not even decided to move for the first couple of seconds. Then he sees the ball's going past him, sprints towards it. He slaps his hand across his chest as if to say, what was that? What was that? That was absolutely crazy. Let's make a couple of changes here. It's 75 minutes. We've got a few players who are really struggling. So Palermo is struggling at left back. So I'll bring Ale Palanca on. No, he's not a left back, but he's a wing back at least. So get some fresh legs there. Bueno can come on for Chinadu Solomon. And we're going to bring Raul De La Rosa on for Javi Alonso, who is on a booking. So hopefully some fresh legs can help us see the game out. It would be nice if we can just ride this one to the end, get the 3 points, and move on to the next game, which is going to be the Real Madrid game. But knowing Football Manager, there is a lot of time to go with 8 minutes left on the clock, and it's Alaves that are building an attack. Guridi has got the ball. Oh, Palanca, who's just come on, has gone and tugged at his shirt. Wow, it looked like a tug on the shirt. Guridi is now on the floor rolling around. Oh, surprise, surprise, he jumps up straight after the penalty is awarded. And it's saved by Moja Ramos. Absolutely unconventional save as he dives across with his feet and then his hands. But it don't matter, he kept it out. We are 2-1 up with just 4 minutes left on the clock. And Ale Palanca is a very, very lucky boy. 6 minutes of added on time, obviously, with VAR decisions and penalty awards. But we don't care. We have got there. It's a 2-1 victory. 7 shots, 5 on target, 10 and 5 for Alaves. So probably outplayed a little bit. A draw might have been a fairer result. But when you're looking to do as well as you can for your team, you really don't care about things like that. So let's have a little look then at competition. So that leaves us in 5th place. We have 42 points from 24 games. The teams above us are only 5 points ahead. We're only 1 point ahead of Valencia though, and we have Real Madrid next. So not really going to look too far ahead in the table. I think what we need to start doing is chalking off these games that probably can win. Atletico, I don't think we've got any chance. Levante probably not, Betis no, and then we play Barcelona and Real Madrid back to back. So let's jump forwards and come back at the Real Madrid game. It's now March the 18th. We have moved forwards to the eve of the Real Madrid game. Let's bring you up to date with everything that has happened since you've been away. So after the 2-1 victory against Alaves, you might have heard me say that we had no chance against Atletico. Well, we actually won. Chinadu Solomon and Valentino Racca would get the goals that would fire us to a 2-1 victory. 3 very unexpected points there. The very next game we'd play against Levante. Not a lot to report here. Boring game, a 0-0 draw. And since then we have had back-to-back defeats. The first of which came at the hands of Real Betis, who overpowered us everywhere on the pitch. And then we put up a really good fight against Barcelona this time. Did not disgrace ourselves whatsoever. We had a 2-0 defeat. So that means that going into this game, we are still sat 6th in La Liga. We're on 46 points. And we are now pretty much guaranteed to be in the league next season. We're 22 points ahead of the relegation zone. I know it's crazy to even be talking about that in March, but that was our number 1 objective. And we have hit our number 1 objective. So let's have a little look then at the lineup we're going to put out for the Real Madrid game. So we're going to go with Ramos in goal, Del Pino at left back, Herzog, Racca and David Rodriguez. We have Alonso and Nazan as our holders, Ali Garcia on the left, Medina and Teto as our attacking midfield 3, and we have Chinadu Solomon up top. This one could get messy. Not shying away from these kinds of games, let's put it that way. You may think, why is he doing this to himself? Well, we like a challenge here, and one of these games we're going to surprise everybody. Probably not in this one because of where we are in terms of the rebuild so far, but one of these days we will play one of these games and we will beat and upset one of these teams. I mean, yeah, Kylian Mbappe scored after 1 minute 45, so not shying away from getting an absolute battering, but 1 minute 45 on the clock, and we are already behind. Aaron's playing for Real Madrid, goes through onto the left-hand side, crosses it in for Mbappe, and he smashes it home. So a great start for them, not so much for ourselves. But we look like we're going to build a chance of our own. Ali Garcia is down the left-hand side, tries to play it inside. Tchouaméni reads it, cuts it out. Militao switches it out to Mendy on the left-hand side. What can he do with the ball? Plays it to Ibanez, plays it to Jude Bellingham, back to Ibanez. It then goes to Adams at Real Madrid. Herzog to Raka. David is going to play into trouble. Mendy takes the ball off of him. He's going to go down the left wing. What can he do? Passes it inside to Endrick, who just casually walks into the box. Fires the ball past the goalkeeper. We're 2-0 down after 3 minutes. I thought there was a bigger gap between those two goals than there actually was. Yeah, this could get quite embarrassing, couldn't it? So Endrick into the box. Nobody really challenging him. Ramos kind of tries the Schmeichel starfish type thing. And yeah, he's pretty disgusted with the defence for not even making an attempt to stop him from just walking into the box. We are now going to have a throw-in. Please don't do anything too stupid. Herzog plays it away. Adams gets it to Bellingham. Bellingham now is walking into the box. And this time Ramos is able to extend his hands, push that around for a corner. So Mbappe is going to take this corner. He swings it in. There's Militao with the header at the near post. Goes up and onto the roof of the net and out for a goal kick. So 13 minutes on the clock. We are 2-0 down. We have hardly had a kick of the ball according to the game. We have had no shots at target, and we have currently 2 little dashes still for our XG as Mbappe gets another chance, and this time Ramos goes down low to make the save. Mbappe, though, is going to swing this corner in. It goes near post again. It's headed up in the air by Herzog, and they're going to get another corner. So Mbappe still to in-swing this corner. In fact, he plays it to the edge of the box where Endrick has a shot. The deflected shot ends up back in the path of Mbappe. He played it back to Endrick, who played it back to Mbappe, and luckily for us, it was cleared out of play for a throw-in. So we are starting to dig deep in terms of defending, but we are offering nothing in the way of attack at all, as Tchouaméni is now running towards the box. It's crossed in. Aarons to Mbappe. This is going to go to VAR, but I think it's a goal because when Aarons picks the ball up, Mbappe was alongside the defender. Goal awarded, yeah. So Militao plays it to Tchouaméni, who plays it up the line. In fact, he plays it inside. Aarons, the man at the back, isn't he? He's playing him on. I think it's David Rodriguez, our right back, when the lines get drawn. Yeah. So, nothing you can do about that, really. It's 3-0 after 33 minutes. And this could get worse as Mbappe swings the ball in. Raka clears it away. Brahim now plays it inside to Ibanez. Thought that was going to get intercepted there, but it doesn't get intercepted. It's played out to Mendy, who plays it back to Ibanez, who plays it to Militao. We're doing a good job of moving them around the pitch, not giving them too much space and time. But Aarons does find some space, goes into the box, and Mbappe can't win the header. It gets cleared out. Bellingham plays it, Mendy's got it, and then Bellingham tries the shot and hits the post from just outside of the box. Sinead Solomon gets it and plays it to Del Pino, and that is the end of the highlight. This is going to be a long, long second half. If we can just get in at 2-0 down, 3-0 down. I'm even trying to wipe goals off now to spare my own blushes, but no. It's 3-0, and there's going to be another attack just before the break, it looks. Bellingham plays it. Diaz to Mbappe. And Kylian Mbappe has scored a hat-trick in the first half. Yeah. This is why we needed to pick up those points from the other teams that I was pointing out in the schedule, because this is fast getting embarrassing. It's a brilliant finish though, isn't it? Waits for the goalkeeper to commit down low and then just picks his spot, hits it as hard as he can into the bottom corner. And yeah, it's 4-0. Not a lot we can do about that. Just going to have to grin and bear it. don't even really want to make any substitutes yet. It's a bit too early. But might have to try and do something because Mbappe's in again. I'm just shocked that he's missed. He hasn't even hit the target this time. And look at this. We have had a shot. We didn't get shown where the shot was or how it was, but we have had one shot in the game. Hopefully, our home fans haven't walked out yet at what's unfolding in front of them, and they would have witnessed the shot, and they nearly witnessed an own goal. Ball was intercepted, just trickles past the post. Mbappe's going to outswing the corner. It's headed clear. Medina is now breaking free. He's got nobody with him whatsoever, so he's going to have to go this all alone. He's slowed down, and Adams gets back to make the tackle. Let's make some substitutions then. I know it's not going to really affect the game, but I want Perdomo to get some playing time in place of Medina. Going to bring Danny Martin on the left-hand side in place of Garcia. We're going to bring on Benito at left back. Who else is looking pretty tired? Joel Dominguez can get some game time. He's going to come on in place of Teto. And I think Manu Montero can come on in place of Chinedu Solomon. Just to give us some fresh legs and try and keep the score at 4-0. Not let it get as embarrassing as the previous games. Although looking at those stats, 17 shots in 60 minutes for Real Madrid, and they're still piling on. But we have had 3 shots of our own, and we have an XG now of 0.21. But it's Mbappe again. Free kick is ridiculous. Keeper cannot get near it. Absolutely ridiculous free kick from Mbappe. He's bent it from outside the box into the top corner. Ramos kind of makes an effort to save it, but he was never ever going to get there, was he? So, 20 shots, 5 goals. They are scoring with 1 in every 5 shots so far. For 1 in every 4 shots. Again, trying to wipe goals off myself. It doesn't work that way though. We are still 5-0 down, not 4-0 down. Although we are building an attack. Perdomo is into the box. What can he do with it? Not a lot. Militao steals it away from him. It's a bit of false hope as Real Madrid now build an attack. Endrick is on the ball. He plays it through for Mbappe, who just embarrasses us once again. This is sublime. So also, I'm playing these games not just to show you how far we have to go in this journey, but also look at some of the football on display here. So Endrick through that gap to Mbappe. He waits for the keeper to commit and go to the ground. And then again, outside of his right foot, just stabs it into the goal. Scary football sometimes. I feel really sorry for our team getting battered once again. I mean, put up a good fight against Barcelona, but there's nothing we can do here. Although, can we at least score? We've had a shot on target. Montero has the shot. Goalkeeper saves it and hooks it away. Didn't even register the shot on target. Maybe it was offside because Courtois plays the ball to Sutalo, plays it out to Militao, back to Sutalo. They really could time waste here and just put us out of our misery, but instead, I bet they're going to go direct in a second and probably try and add to their lead as Artagula gets the ball. He is spun in behind. Xabi Alonso comes away with it, and now we're starting to build an attack of our own as Martin kind of ambitiously plays the ball ahead of him. Does tackle to get it back. We've got loads of space now on the right-hand side. David Rodriguez is into the box. He cuts it back, and there is Joel Dominguez to get a consolation goal. 6-1, and it's a brilliant finish in the end. It says Courtois could have done better at his near post, but David Rodriguez, once he flicks the ball past him there, the cutback is superb. Courtois beaten before the ball, before he responds, the ball is in the back of the net. He's not going to save that. I was hoping that might be the end of the highlights, but instead, it looked like Real Madrid were on the attack again, but we did clear our lines. But the ball is coming back pretty quick. So Militao now running back towards his own goal. Bit of time wasting going on there. Tchouameni also plays it back to Courtois. And Sutalo plays it out to Ahmed Zodic. What a strange team Real Madrid have in this save. Tyler Adams. I don't know which of the Aarons it is that he's playing for them. But Ahmed Hodzic, Bit of a strange one. I thought he was a wonder kid in FM22 maybe. But Real Madrid still value him as highly as ever. So it's Tyler Adams. It's Max Aarons that is playing for Real Madrid, having signed from Bournemouth in the recent season. A bit of a crazy one. Max Aarons playing for Real Madrid. Okie dokie. Well, that's the two games. 6-1 annihilation by Real Madrid. Again, not afraid to show you these games because a lot of the time it looks like you play games offline, you win loads of games, then you come back and you lose a game, and it doesn't make any sense. But to show you what we are actually up against when playing against the likes of Real Madrid, Barcelona, I mean, look at this. Real Madrid have only dropped points once this entire season, and it was to Real Betis. So they are scarily good. But still, that's the position that we are in coming into the closing stages of the season. Probably going to play 2 games in the next episode. We'll probably play against Espanyol here on the 26th of April, and then go through to the Osasuna game to round it all off. So, eventful episode. We would get a 2-1 victory and then a 6-1 defeat. But we have something to look forward to. That league table really does look promising. 46 points now. We are 13 points ahead of Vallecano, for example. So even if we don't win too many games towards the end of the season, we have a nice buffer here for a mid-table finish, which would be fantastic as a building block in our first season back in La Liga. Right then, in today's episode, we've pushed forwards to the 26th of April 2026. We're going to play 2 games, the first of which will be against Espanyol. Then we'll push to the final day of the season to face off against Osasuna and round up our first campaign in La Liga. Let's have a quick look around though to show you what's been happening since you've been away. So in terms of the games that we've been playing, the results really have gone against us. We have had a run of form that has been quite poor. So going from the Rayo Vallecano game, we managed to pick up 9 points in 3 games, beating Vallecano, Alaves and Atletico Madrid, which was a strange one considering we've been beaten by most of the teams of that calibre. We actually managed to get a win thanks to Chinado Solomon and Valentino Racca. But we then would have a draw against Levante and then go on a losing run where we lost to Betis 4-1, Barcelona 2-0, Real Madrid 6-1. We would then have a 3-3 draw with Sociedad, a 1-1 draw with Valencia, a 2-2 draw against Athletic Club, and a 2-1 defeat to Sevilla means that we wouldn't have actually won a game in the last 8. Looking at the competitions, just to show you where we are in the table, despite not having a win in 8 games, we are actually still in 7th place. We have 49 points. We are ahead of Sevilla, just below us by 3 points. We do, though, have a 0 goal difference, and this is really starting to show up where we are struggling. So we've played 33 games, won 14, drawn 7 and lost 12. But having a 0 goal difference means that we're not scoring enough, and we're certainly conceding too many. Looking above us is probably a bit futile at this point as we go towards the end of the season. Looking over our shoulders maybe is where we should be looking. If we can hold on to 7th place, it would be really interesting to see what would happen, but I really do fear that we could be running out of puff at the end of the season. So as I said, today's game is going to be against Espanyol, and then there will be 5 games left till we get to the Osasuna game, which will be the final game of the season, and then we will have a roundup of everything that's happened in season number 2 of the save. So let's start the game by looking at what will happen when we face off against Espanyol. We've got the team all ready to go. We're going to play with Ramos in goal, Gabri Palermo at left back, Herzog, Racca and David Rodriguez. Alonso and Nizan are the midfield holders. We then have Benito, Medina and Jese, and Chinado Solomon will lead the attack at the top of the pitch as usual. Let's jump into today's game number 1 and see what will happen. Can we get an unlikely 3 points against Espanyol? Will we be played off the pitch? Both of those things are a possibility. But the game is now underway and Espanyol have the ball in their half. We're going to try and close them down, hopefully, as the ball's played back to the goalkeeper. We do win it back in the midfield, and Jese Rodriguez is going to run towards the box. He crosses it in, and there is Chinado Solomon to put the ball in the back of the net to give us the lead. That is exactly what we are looking for if we're going to hold on to 7th place. I do feel it's a little bit early in the game for us to be scoring, but you can't be picky or choosy when it comes to scoring goals. I think it's a building block. It's a really good finish. There could have been a penalty in the middle there on Medina, but I'm glad the ref let the game go on because it landed at the feet of Solomon, who smashes it into the back of the net. We have another highlight straight off the back of this one. Once again, we're winning the ball in the midfield, but they do get it back. Ekuban plays in Ruben. He's had a shot from distance. Luckily for us, Moa Ramos in goal has a pair of safe hands. A little bit of a question mark over Moa Ramos. He's done a few things across the season that have been crazy, but he does things that are really good. So not too sure if he'll be the goalkeeper or the number 1 goalkeeper for the next season. But if we can't find anybody better, he's definitely somebody who we could still rely on. As we've scored a second goal, Chinedu Solomon has got the ball in the net. The way the goalkeeper's running up to the referee and kind of hopping along, it looks like the goal's been disallowed. Yes. So it looks like he was just ahead of play. So Rodriguez into Medina, he's marginally offside. But as you know with these decisions, any offside is offside, and that one surely was. So we've had the 3 shots, we've scored our goal, and we've limited to Espanyol to just 1 shot in the first 17 minutes. We're playing some really good football in this game by the looks of it. Even though it's a quiet one, we're limiting their chances. And hopefully something else will happen in the game. I'm not too concerned if it doesn't, because taking a 1-0 victory would be good. But this is what I fear. Espanyol will grow into the game, and once again we have to rely on Moa Ramos to dig us out of a hole. I think it was given us offside anyway, but he comes up with a big save when we need him the most, and can only be thankful that he's doing that, because there are certain games, as I was just saying, where this season he has not been at his best and we have struggled as a result. And as I was just pointing to in terms of the goal difference, we don't score enough goals because we aren't creating enough chances, but we certainly concede too many goals when it gets down to that end of the pitch. So to see Ramos having a good game is very refreshing. So we have a corner, Herzog heads over, Benito with the cross. He should have done a lot better there. He got up, had a free header, could have just headed that down. Instead, he's headed it up and over the bar. Disappointing that we're not 2-0 up, because I've got a feeling the Football Manager will do Football Manager things if we don't score a second goal. Espanyol now had 4 shots, 2 on target. We've had 7. We've only hit the target once, plus that goal disallowed. But we do have another chance here as Alonso drives into the box. He beats his man, crosses it in, and there is Benito. This one looks like a really weird finish, because when it gets crossed in by Alonso, does it go straight in off Benito? Does he know much about it? It seems to kind of hit him and then just deflect into the far post. So he does actually head it. It was intentional. It did look like it just kind of bounced off of him, but seeing the second viewing of that goal, he actually stoops his head down and does head the ball into the far corner. Unfortunately, we have had an injury to Jese, which means we're going to be forced into a change. Joel Dominguez can come on for him. That's disappointing. I hope that's not a long-term injury, because obviously Jese is getting on, and it's been great seeing him come back to life, having been in the football wilderness for a few years. He has played some outstanding football when he has been in our team, so he's one that I would like to get back towards the end of the season if possible. Anybody else that needs coming off, really? So we're going to change both wings. I think I'm going to put Del Pino on for Benito, and you're going to bring on Palanca in place of Rodriguez, just to give us some fresh legs, as we like to do. Hopefully help us in the long term with withstanding any attacks. But we've got a corner. Medina crosses it in, gets headed away. Javi Alonso plays it back to Medina, who crosses it back to the back post. Solomon can't get there, but he does get the ball past the back post. He runs into the box now and has lifted the ball over the bar. Once again, another chance goes begging, and once again, we haven't hit the target. But we have scored 2 goals from our 2 shots on target. We are creating more in this game than we have in previous games, but it's still one of those where you want more goals, and that goal difference being 0 will now go to 2, Whereas if we could score again, it's 3 and 4. It's just frustrating to see that we concede so many goals. Thankfully, in this game, we are going to get out with a clean sheet. There is the full-time whistle. It is 2-0, and we have got ourselves a win. So let's have a quick look at the table and see what that does. How close are we to holding on to 7th place? Competition. So we're on 52 points, 53 for Real Betis, 56 for the two teams ahead. I think that's a bit crazy to be looking that far at the table. But now we have a 6-point buffer to Sevilla. They do have a game in hand, though. Looking at that injury there to Jese, then, they'll be out for 4 to 7 weeks. That is the news that we did not want. I did not want that news because it means he's going to miss the rest of the season. But speaking of the rest of the season, the next fixtures are going to be Granada, Celta Vigo, Villarreal, and then Osasuna. So we're going to jump forwards to the Osasuna game and round off season number 2. Okay, we have now jumped forwards. It's the 24th of May 2026. It's the last day of the season. And we're going to face off against Osasuna before rounding up what's happened in the season and then looking forward to season number 3. So let's go through the lineup then. We're going to start off with Ramos in goal, Benito, Herzog, Raka and David Rodriguez. Then got Gonzalez and Noizan in the midfield. Del Pino, Medina and Teto are attacking 3 with Chinadu Solomon at the top of the pitch. So for one last time, let's see how we get on. Can we finish the season with 3 points? Can we get another win? Is there any prizes for where we're going to finish in the league? Do we have the possibility of European football for season number 3? Let's see what happens and find out. So first highlight here, and Osasuna are playing out from the back. Our press wins the ball with Noizan, but we don't capitalise, allow them to turn it over and then come back out now. They cross the halfway line and try to play the ball up the line, but Herzog deals with that. Del Pino is on the left. He's going to cut the ball into Medina. What can he do with it? He plays it to Teto, cross to Benito at the back post, and there's a brilliant finish to give us the lead. Again, 2 games in the episode, 2 games we scored within the first 5 minutes. And what a finish this one is. So Medina manages to flick the ball. Teto with the cross. There's Benito on the back post. He's the one to give us the lead after 3 minutes on the clock. Fantastic start to the game. Once again, we are a team that can create chances, and if we can score plenty of goals, we don't have too many problems. Our main problem is actually not conceding goals. But once again, Osasuna are looking to play it from the back. Can the press win the ball back? We can with Noizan. Raka plays it inside to Gonzalez. Herzog is there. Plays it back to Mo Ramos. I'd prefer us to be moving the ball forwards, because if they turn the ball over right up the pitch, it's going to be difficult for us to defend. But this is some impressive passing from our team. We do play good football. I was just saying that. As Medina breaks into the box, has the shot. The keeper turns it over for a corner. Benito is going to cross it in. Goes deep to the back post. It falls down. Teto with the header, but it's caught by Herrera. Interesting 15 minutes on the clock. We have had all of the possession. We have had all of the shots. Osasuna have had nothing on the board so far. We have a 1-goal lead to show for it. Fingers crossed we can start to make further inroads into that defence and potentially pinch a second goal sooner rather than later, because, as I was saying we are a team that concede quite a lot of goals, and I do feel that in every single game we need to score at least 2 goals to pick up 3 points. We are halfway to that tally. Speaking of halfway, there is only 2 minutes to go until half time, and we're going to get there pretty comfortably. This has been a game where we have been in control. Nothing really happening for Osasuna, but that makes them more dangerous than ever in Football Manager as they kick off, playing out from the halfway line. Can we steal the ball in this area? That would be interesting to see what would happen. Every time they're playing it around, there's a tackle that's gone in late on Solomon. Chinedo's down. He's rolling around. He's changing direction. And there's been a red card for Aymar. So that makes it even more interesting. With Osasuna only having 1 shot, but us only having 1 goal, they're now down to 10 men. Hopefully we can capitalise on this as I was just saying, we needed a second goal pretty much when it was 11 versus 11. But a second goal here would probably put the game out of reach. We try a set piece routine that was well worked. Medina's hit the top of... the ball ruffled the top of the roof of the net. Made me think for just a second that it had actually gone in. And from a corner, we do get the second goal. Herzog has scored. Benito with the cross. So Benito scored one and assisted one. It's a great header from Herzog. Peels off his man, heads it in at the near post. Keeper should probably do better there. But he's blaming his defenders, telling them, what were you doing? And the answer to that question is not a lot. So we're going to have a look at making some substitutions. Ali Garcia can come on for Del Pino because we saw he wasn't fully fit at the start of the game. Manu Montero can come on and get a few minutes in place of Solomon, who has been kicked about in this game. I think Palanca can come on in place of Rodriguez. We're going to bring on Perdomo to get him a few minutes in place of Ivan Medina. So, quite a few changes, get some fresh legs on the pitch and see this game out, hopefully, against 10 men. We have had 10 shots, 6 of which have been on target, XG of 0.77, but we've actually scored twice, and that's quite refreshing, considering that in previous games we have had quite a high XG and not scored goals, so it's good for us to be exceeding that today. And we're in again into the box, as there's Teto, bit of a silly goal there, pinball machines in the penalty box. So let's break this one down. From the throw-in, Palanca finds Perdomo. It goes back to Palanca. Noizan plays it into the box. It kind of bounces off of one defender into the path of Teto, and he just heads it into the empty net. Simple as you like. If only we could score more goals like that across the season, we wouldn't have a negative goal difference. But this game has been the perfect way to say goodbye to our first La Liga campaign, as we're going to be moving on into the next season with confidence, hopefully. Maybe we can make 1 or 2 signings, add to the team that we've got, build on the confidence that we have just finished this season with. So let's go through these screens. Let's have a look at the competitions and see how we have finished. So amazingly, in our first season in La Liga, we are finishing in 5th place. We have qualified for the Europa League. Absolutely crazy. Had no ambitions of being that high up the table whatsoever. We have finished ahead of teams such as Atletico Madrid, Real Betis, Sevilla. Yeah, what an impressive first season that has been. In terms of the Copa del Rey, we didn't do very well there. We were knocked out in the 3rd round. But Tenerife are going to be playing European football in the 26-27 season. Crazy. We are absolutely going to have to try and add to this squad. Let's look at the finances and see what we've got then. So going into the next season, we will have 38.9 million in the balance. We have a transfer budget of 12.9 million. Now, this is where it gets difficult because we're doing the challenge where we only have Canarian players. If Las Palmas, Lanzarote, or those types of teams don't have players that are of a good enough value to spend the money on, our money's going to build and build and build to the point where we're not going to be able to spend it. And it's going to become difficult just relying on the youth academies. So we're really going to have to be shrewd with what we do with the money. Going to have to dig into the archives to try and find out other players that may be established that I haven't found yet that come from the Canary Islands, just to see if we can start to compete with those other teams. Certainly the ones now that are above us in the table, but to maintain our league position of where we finished anyway could be difficult. But hopefully, if we can find the right players, we can now start to kick on as the save goes on. In terms of the club vision, let's have a look at the board. In fact, let's look at the board performance. So, in terms of the feedback, we are untouchable in our position. Board are loving everything that we're doing, and the fans also seem to think the same thing too. Fans could not be happier. Board could not be happier. In terms of the squad, going into the next season, we have a big squad. It's not massive, but it's a big enough squad to work with going into the new season. I do think we're going to lose 1 or 2 players. It will trim, but we will also definitely try and either promote from the youth teams or pinch players from Las Palmas, certainly, and try and find out players that we can use going forward. It's going to be a difficult task because, as we've seen, finishing 5th in the league was okay when we're beating teams in and around us, but playing against the Barcelonas, the Real Madrids, we're getting absolutely hammered. It's certainly going to be a challenge going forwards to maintain where we are and progress. The one thing we can say, though, is that when the money piles up, we can start to invest in the training facilities, the youth facilities, and the junior coaching, the youth recruitment. So there are plenty of options there, and I think we're going to start using that money as we go forwards, and we're going to start to try and really bring through the cream of the crop, certainly in terms of Tenerife, and then steal from Lanzarote and Las Palmas as we go forward. So, well, in today's episode, we have pushed forwards. It's the 9th of August 2026, and that means we are on the cusp of season number 3. We're going to get some game time in, but first we're going to bring you up to date with everything that is going on at the club. Let's start off on this page. So, with the money that we have been accumulating by both competition money and selling players, we've managed to boost our training facilities. We now have the best training facilities in all of the Canarian Islands. So we have 4.5-star training facilities and 4-star youth facilities. We have also bumped up to 2.5-star junior coaching and 2.5-star youth recruitment. That is going to be vital for this save, considering we are going to be really relying on the youth players coming through at the club and also developing youth players we're buying from other Canarian clubs. The other thing that we had to do was be a bit more active in the transfer market, and the biggest reason for that is that when we thought we qualified for the Europa League, everything was good. But then we got a message saying that Spain had actually gained themselves a 5th place in the Champions League due to the coefficients, and we are now going to be playing Champions League football in season number 3. That means that whilst we were going to have a squad that was built around going for the Europa League, we now need an even better squad and slightly bigger squad to cope with the demands of playing Champions League football and league football and the cups too. So we went out and we signed some players. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult trying to get players from other teams because we don't know exactly who was born on the Canary Islands and not. So once again, we have done the tried and tested route of going to Las Palmas. We did all of our transfer business right at the beginning of the season, so as it ticked over the 1st of July, and we pretty much raided Las Palmas. So we've looked for players who I think could either be developed now and then moved on later, or players that are definitely for the future. So the first player that we signed was Marco Gutierrez. He's a striker or an attacking midfielder, can double up as both. And whilst he may not look like the finished article yet, I think we may either loan him out to try and get him a bit of game time. His company only played 57 games at the age of 23, or we can use him in cup games and maybe try and rotate him in late on in games to see if we can get him some opportunities in our first team. The next player that we signed was Johan Guedes. This player, I think, is going to be a bit of a steal. He comes to us at the age of 21, and the first thing that we notice is that he has a 5-star potential ability. Now, again, I know that's against just my own team, and it may not come to fruition, but as a 2.5-star current ability as it stands, I do think there is a little bit more development to come out of him, and he could be one that we really dial into in terms of getting the best out of him and maybe even being a replacement for Jese further on down the line. He can play in both left and right channels, which means he's a dual player that we like versatility here on the channel. He's a professional personality and he comes to us at a bargain price, one that we really have no issues whether it works or it don't, because we need that bigger squad in terms of having cut players and rotation players. So we'll definitely get him some game time and see what can happen with him. The next player to come in, and this one I think we have absolutely stolen. This is Javier Martin. He comes to us as a 5-star potential player and a 3-star current ability player. And you can see straight away in just the 2 months that he's been at the club, he has started to develop intensely. Everything is up in terms of his attributes. And as a player that can play as a left back, right back or centre back, can also be pushed forwards into defensive midfield, he seems to have everything that we look for as a 17-year-old, one that is definitely going to be in the first team for this season. The next player that we signed was Oscar, another new gen player, one that we have immediately loaned out to Cartagena to get some football. At his age, he's played 72 games at 17, so now we want to get him another level of football and see if he can develop and benefit from playing regularly for a team that hopefully should be winning quite a few games in their division. But looking at the player himself, he's a model citizen as a player, promising midfielder. He as a defensive midfielder and central midfielder, has pretty much everything you would need: anticipation, determination, work rate, tackling, technique. It all looks good, and I think we've got ourselves a bit of a star in the making. The next player to come in was Hugo Hernandez. He's a player, again, comes from Las Palmas C. Not one that maybe goes straight into the first team, because we have players at the top of the pitch like Chinadu Solomon, but definitely another one of those players who can be rotated in as an attacking midfielder and as a striker, and maybe we'll try and get him some game time. I think one for the future. The final player that has come in is Aymar Nunez, another new gen player. Now this player, I'm not too sure what the scouts are seeing, but I'm going to trust them. And I'm presuming this is all based around this set of attributes here. Physicals, he has 17 acceleration, 16 natural fitness and 18 for pace. But he does have things like 6 for passing, 2 for penalty taking, 1 for tackling. And I know they're not very important for a wide player or a central midfield player or attacking midfield central player. But it does look a little bit like the scouts have got carried away on this. But at the age of 17, there is plenty of room for development. We've chosen to loan him out to one of our affiliated clubs, Sabadell. We're going to try and get him some game time and see if we can start to see a big development in the season away. So in terms of the transfers, those are the ones that are complete. There is one other big transfer that we are close to completing. Now, as I said, it's difficult to spend a lot of money. You can see here we have transfers in of 4.4 million, and the biggest of the players that we were buying from Las Palmas was for 925,000. But there is a former Las Palmas player that has been moved on, and now he's upset at his current club, doesn't want to be there, and that player is Alberto Moleiro. We have had a £13 million transfer bid accepted for Moleiro. He has agreed terms and he will be joining the club in the very near future, certainly after the first game. And I think we are now really going to start to improve with Moleiro in the team, because he's one of those players who is a former wonder kid. Doesn't seem to have worked out for him where he has been, so he left Las Palmas to go to Leganes. Hasn't worked out there at all. Got put on the transfer list for £13 million. And yeah, we decided to take the plunge. We'll bring him in and see if we can revive his career. I think he's going to be a special player. So that's all of the business really going forward. Transfers and the way that the squad is looking. In terms of the finances, we have £61.2 million in the bank and still have £13 million as a transfer budget. So plenty of money left for us to go out and buy any other players that we need. But I do think that once Moleiro comes in, the squad will probably be complete and we won't need to go deep into the transfer window to get anybody else. So the last thing to look at is who we are going to be playing. So in terms of the schedule, we will kick the season off against Real Valladolid in the first game. And then I think we're going to go forwards and maybe come back against Atletico Madrid. We always show the Real Madrid and the Barcelona games. Let's have a little bit of a change. So we'll play against Valladolid and then we'll jump forwards to Atletico Madrid. So let's jump into the first game and show you the first team lineup. So the lineup for the first game is going to be Ramos in goal, Sejas, Trelez, Oraka and David Rodriguez, Alonso and Nazan in the middle of the park. We have Benito, Teto and Caballero, or Cabello, should I say, as the right midfielder, and Chinadu Solomon up top. Let's see how we can start this season. I have to give 2 squad numbers. Let's just auto number them. Another bit of a naughty thing. I know a lot of people like to pick their own squad numbers, but let's jump into the match and see how we are going to get on. Okay, game is underway in season number 3 and we have kickoff. The first of the highlights is a throw-in for us that is cleared away, but we're going to get the ball back through Raka. He brings it forward, passes it to David. Can he go outside the man? He crosses it in, and there is Chinadu Solomon for the first goal of season number 3. Puts it away nicely with a clean header. This is a really well-worked goal. Raka gets the ball out wide, and then David takes his man on. I thought he was going to go past him, but actually crossed it quite early. And there's Chinadu Solomon with the header. And that is a fantastic start to season number 3. Let's see if we can build upon that. With only 5 minutes gone in the game, it seems like you almost score too early sometimes in Football Manager, and then you end up clinging on. Oh dear, especially when things like this happen. That was a red card before he even made the tackle, wasn't it? Well done. So we're going to drop our left midfielder to left back, please. And then we are going to put Xavier Martin on for a debut. Throw him in at the deep end and see how we get on. Hopefully it doesn't unbalance us too much. Decided to not sacrifice the back four and sacrifice the attacking trio. And hopefully we will have enough to still be active at the top end of the pitch. And Chinadu Solomon certainly is as he bursts into the box. And Chinadu Solomon doubles up our lead. Our wonder kid from season number 1 has now really developed himself into a top class striker. Put my teeth back in. Chinadu Solomon bursting through into the box. Defender, I'm not too sure what he's trying to do there. He kind of leapfrogs. Never going to block the ball when he's not looking at it. And Solomon, are we going to get an offside? No, he's on the yellow line, isn't he? So he's coming back towards the ball. The goalie's going to stand. And it is 2-0. Impressive start in 20 minutes to have 2 goals on the board. Both of them going to Chinadu Solomon. He really has developed himself now, as I was saying, into that top-class striker where we know we can rely on him at the top of the pitch. And those 2 players that we brought in as transfers obviously will rotate in at some point. But when Chinadu is fit, Chinadu Solomon will be the man who will be at the top of the pitch for us. We've got a bit of defending to do here as Teto jumps into another tackle. With 1 man on a red card already, sometimes I do wonder why the computer allows your players to just dive in like idiots. And what happened there? There was a shot that got blocked. It's gone for a corner, I think. But yeah, I'd prefer my players not to be diving in like morons when you're already down to 10 men. You can see some of the other scores in the corner. Victor Gyökeres has scored for Atletico Madrid, and Cadiz have beaten Granada on the first day of the season. But we got another highlight where we're playing it out from the back, and Raka has been caught. Gomez is in. Gomez blasts the shot over the bar, thankfully for us. So, 5 minutes left of the first half. This has been an action-packed first half. I would really prefer if we just had a second half where we have 1 highlight, make it 3-0 and get out of here with 3 points. But it's probably never ever that simple. Xavier Martin also has got himself a booking. So, on his debut, we have brought him on to replace a sent-off player, and he has gone and got himself a booking. There's a corner here for Valladolid. They cross it in. It's not cleared away very far. And as it's swung back in, it's deflected and just wide from De La Hoth. So, we really need this game to start motoring on. Might make some more substitutions, actually, as we like to do here. Give it to about the hour mark and then maybe see what we can do. Are there any tired legs? I'm presuming first game of the season there's going to be plenty of tired legs. Yes, we can bring on Ali Garcia on the right-hand side in place of Cabello. Who else looks tired? Rodriguez at right back for Ali Palanca. And I think I'm going to bring Iñaki Gonzalez on for Javi Alonso. So we'll go with those, try and give us some fresh legs and see if we can't get through this game. It's been a challenging second half by the looks of it. Valladolid up to 13 shots, but they've only had 1 on target. You know what that normally means, that the next one that they're going to have will find the back of the net. Let's see if we can put that to the test here as they play the ball forwards. It goes out to Amath. Can we get a block on that or stop it? We can't in the first instance, but it does get turned away. Just as I was saying, their second shot on target results in a goal. But is the referee about to rule this one out? Mojo Ramos certainly is telling the ref something happened. Goal disallowed for offside. Now this one should be a tight call because we had a man clear the ball there. Didn't get it very far. Ooh, and when it's turned back in, his heels are offside as he turns back towards goal. And you can scrap that second shot, second goal theory because even though it happened, it's been ruled out. And the pressure is starting to build upon us here. Got a ball into the box, it's cleared away. Garcia can't get it far enough away and it's been put wide. Hopefully we can ride this bit of a storm because we're not having anything in terms of chances now. At first, at least, when we moved to a back 4 again after having the man sent off, we could rely on the players going forwards. But now it seems like we're really contained and compressed into our own half, not having much of anything. We just had a shot, but we've been stuck on 8 shots for about 25 minutes of this half. And we do have another highlight if we're pushing forwards. Garcia's going to try and go outside of his man, but cuts inside to Teto, who has left his central position to come out to the wide right. Kind of gets swallowed up, indecisive, not knowing what to do with the ball. And as it's lumped forwards, it's coming back. Nizan to Palanca, Raka to Nizan. Chinadu Solomon gets caught on the ball. Now, we're praising him for his 2 goals, but that is something you can't do. We've got the ball in the final third of the pitch, and he has just given up possession so easy. Thankfully, Moa Ramos, still not convinced by him in goal, but he's pulling off saves somehow to keep us at a 2-goal lead. And as the corner comes in, there's a header, and that's straight at him too. Safe hands from Ramos. And it looks like we are going to start the season with a 2-0 victory, which is always a good thing, considering we are preparing for probably the biggest season in the club's history, playing in the Champions League and now getting 3 points on the board straight away in terms of La Liga. So we're sat 6th currently on those 3 points. There are a number of teams around us after the first game. It obviously doesn't mean anything in terms of the schedule. As I said, we'll be back for the Atletico Madrid game. So next time you see me, we'll be ready for Atletico Madrid. Okay, we have now jumped forwards. It's the 22nd of November 2026, and we're going to be playing the second game of the episode. But first, let's catch up with everything that has happened along the way. So after we beat Valladolid 2-0, we have jumped a sizable chunk of games forwards. The very next game was against Barcelona, where we would lose 4-3 in a very close game. Tetu and Chinadu Solomon would score for us. Dani Olmo, Lamine Yamal and Vitor Roque would score for Barcelona. Then we would go on an impressive run that saw us win a lot of games, and there were a few draws sprinkled in too. So we beat Vallecano 4-1, we would beat Alaves 1-0, Mallorca 2-0, Ferencváros in the Champions League as we kick off that campaign. We would win the first game in the Champions League 3-1. We would then beat Osasuna 2-0 back in La Liga. A 3-3 draw against Feyenoord in the Champions League was followed by a 2-2 draw against Cadiz. We then would beat Girona 3-2, Sevilla 3-2, lose to Real Madrid away from home at the Bernabeu. This was a really good performance. The scoreline doesn't really tell the story. We put up such a good fight and got out with a 2-1 loss, unfortunately. Then we played Anderlecht, beat them in the Champions League 1-0, beat Sociedad 3-2 in La Liga, Betis 2-1. We were then humbled by Manchester United away from home. We went to Old Trafford and they tore us apart, I will say. Ugarte, Ramos, Rashford and Bruno Fernandes all getting the goals, and Moleiro scoring for ourselves. And the last game out before we came back for this game was a 3-0 victory against Valencia. Jese, Alonso and Caballo getting the goals. So it means that currently, after 13 games, we are sat second in La Liga. We are just 1 point behind Real Madrid, but we have played 1 game more. And importantly, we're 4 points ahead of Barcelona, and they have played 1 game more. So it's all getting interesting in La Liga. In the Champions League, we are currently sat in 13th place, just outside of the top 8 qualifiers. But we are not far behind. 2 points separates us from Barcelona, who are currently sat in 8th place. So that's everything up to date. Let's jump in and have a look at how we're going to get on against Atletico Madrid. So this is going to be the lineup. No, in fact, it can't be because Raka is injured. Let me just change Raka for Perdomo. This is going to be the lineup. So Ramos will be in goal. Sejas, Trelez, Martin and David Rodriguez. We have Alonso and Nizan, Guedes, Teto and Cabello. And then we have Solomon up top. Let's see if we can continue our winning form as we play against Atletico Madrid away from home at the Wanda Metropolitano. This is a difficult fixture, I do concede, and I've probably gonna have it difficult. But if we can get at them and get an early chance or two, which nobody are getting any chances because nothing has happened in the first 10 minutes at all, but I do feel that we could nick a 1-0 victory here and get out of Madrid with 3 points. However, this is just nothing happening at all until this highlight. So we are on the attack, but Sejas loses the ball and quickly they've turned it over. Conor Gallagher is in behind, but Martin gets back for the tackle, but it's still Gyökeres and he scores. Going to go to VAR though, so there's a chance that this goal might be disallowed. It did look like they were quite high up the pitch, but no, the goal was awarded. Gallagher was breaking through. Javier Martin does a fantastic job to tackle and get back. But as the ball goes to Gyökeres, it doesn't really matter because he was stood clearly onside. And that is 1-0 to Atletico Madrid. They're going to draw the lines for us anyway. But look, he's clearly played on by the man at the bottom of the line. And Mojo Ramos can't do anything about the finish. So 1-0 to Atletico Madrid. And it's a disappointing start. It also means that Atletico at this point will jump up to 2 points behind us in the league. And they would have a game in hand. So if we could get anything from the game, it would be a very nice reward, as they have a free kick that is turned away by Mojo Ramos, and Julian Alvarez is going to take this corner. Hopefully we'll have enough players in the middle to get up and get it away. And in fact, Ramos comes out, and for the first time I'm impressed with his handling as he collects the ball, but they have a free kick straight after that. We can't get away from the edge of our own box as Julian Alvarez has a shot. Mojo Ramos is doing really well in goal today. I've said across the series that I'm not convinced by the goalkeeper. If he plays like this more often, then definitely he will be a number one choice going forwards. Bit of a rubbish highlight, that one. Ball goes all the way across from a corner and then goes out for a throwing from a tackle. So as it stands, we are struggling in the game. They've had 7 shots, they've had 4 on target, and we haven't had anything. But hopefully FM can come up with a bit of a gift for us, and normally it's the opposition who get that one shot and score that one goal. I'm hoping we can steal the ball here somewhere and hopefully get ourselves or engineer ourselves any kind of opportunity, because at the moment they have just got us penned in. I mean, the passing on display here is fantastic as Alvarez is in. The only surprise there is that he hasn't hit the back of the net. He has put the ball wide. So an interesting first half comes to an end. They have battered us, but we have kept the score respectable. Whether that's on their finishing or our defending, I'm not too sure. And straight away in the second half, they have got another chance, and it's a header that goes on top of the goal. Yeah, it's one of those where, is it our defending? Because we've had 51% of the possession. We finally had a shot on target. Nothing noteworthy in terms of a highlight. But is it our defending, or is it their lack of clinical finishers at the top end of the pitch? I'm not too sure, but we're getting to that hour mark, and I'm going to make some changes in a moment. Let's see, let this play out. Molina on the right hand side brings the ball forwards. It's closed down by Trellis, plays the ball forwards, but it's only turned over, and Guedes just gives it straight back to them as well. I feel like we're playing here. There it is, 2-0. I was about to say, I feel like we're playing sometimes a little bit safe and then just turning the ball over. Not high up the pitch, but certainly in these areas here in the central third of the pitch. And 2 passes later, Gyökeres round the corner for Alvarez, and Julian Alvarez puts the ball in the back of the net for a 2-0 scoreline. Off the back of that goal, we are going to make the changes. So Jese can come on, and we're going to put him on for Guedes. We're going to put Herzog on in place of Rodriguez and put Martin out to right back. Anybody else who really needs to come on? Neto could do the rest. So we're going to put Marco Gutierrez in for Teto. I have a feeling that the writing's on the wall here anyway. Playing away from home and not playing well. And then we've tried to freshen it up a little bit to see if we can get any kind of inspiration from anybody on the pitch. But it's just not looking like it's one of those games. Or it's looking like one of those games where it's just not your day and you're not going to get anything out of this. And time is now just drifting away. So it's a little bit disappointing, but these things do happen sometimes. As Alvarez is in the middle of the pitch, lumps it towards the back post, it goes up in the air, it's headed back, and there's a third goal. Victor Gyökeres. We're going to VAR again, but I do feel like this is a goal, because when the ball comes back, it goes to the back post, it gets headed back across goal, and he was clearly at that point in an onside position. Here it is, goes up in the air. At this point now, he's standing behind the defender, so I don't know why we went to the VAR check. But it's 3-0 and it's disappointing, especially after we had just put in some really good performances, especially the one against Real Madrid. This is the polar opposite where nothing has gone right. But as I've said in the past, not shying away from the challenges of the save, these games do happen, especially when you're playing against teams that are finishing in the top 4 and 5 in the Liga every single season in real life. Can we at least get a goal ourselves? Ball to the back post, nobody there. It comes down to Rodriguez, and we have got a goal from Javi Alonso of all people. I was not expecting that to be the name that would be on the score sheet, but we will take it. And what a finish. This probably will go down as one of the goals of the season contender for our own team. as it's laid to him by Rodriguez. It kind of is on the half volley, and he smashes it into the roof of the net, beats the goalkeeper in Oblak, and yeah, 3-1. Not the best of days, but we will get out of Madrid, get back home, and try and get back into winning form before the next episode. Let's just have another quick look at the tables then before we wrap this one up. So we are now sat in second place, 14 games played, 31 points, still 2 points behind Real Madrid, played a game more. Atletico Madrid are closing the gap to us. They are now only 2 points behind us, and they have played a game less. So it's all to play for there. 13th in the Champions League, and we really are starting to get into that thick schedule of games where now we get into the Christmas period, we have the break, and then we go at it again after the new year. So I think what I'm going to do is push forwards to just after Christmas, maybe come back here for the Granada game if it goes ahead. Copa del Rey normally changes the schedule here, so likely to be Granada, and then we'll play 2 episodes in that one, maybe Granada and maybe Sociedad, just to have a different team to Real Madrid and Barcelona. So since you've been away, there has been a lot happen. We're now on the 3rd of January 2027. So let's fill you in with a few of the things that have been going on since you've been away. So checking out the schedule, the last game that we played was against Atletico Madrid. That was a 3-1 defeat. Since then, we would have a 1-1 draw against Benfica in the Champions League. We would have a 4-2 victory against Athletic Club in La Liga. We would beat Galatasaray 5-2 in the Champions League. We would beat Levante 3-1 in La Liga. We'd follow that up with a 0-0 draw against Getafe. We would beat Hercules CF 5-3 in the Copa del Rey first round. And then we would beat Leganes 2-0 last time out in La Liga. So that means that after those games were played, in terms of La Liga, we are currently sat in second place. We are 7 points behind Real Madrid, who are leading the way. Once again, they are unbeaten. Real Madrid in this save are looking invincible. We are okay at the moment. 41 points puts us 4 points ahead of Sevilla. Looking at Barcelona, they are currently struggling 7 points behind us. So second place in the league at a minimum is there for our taking if we can continue to have the kind of form that we are showing so far in the save. Moving across to the Champions League, we are currently sat in 14th place in the Champions League phase. Obviously, the top 8 will go through without having to play in the playoff round. But if we can finish anywhere inside that blue bracket, I think we are going to be doing fantastic. Big surprise that we were even in and amongst some of the competition that we can see in this league phase anyway. But to make it even better for us, we are only a point behind Manchester United. And as we found out in real life, this league phase really doesn't mean too much until you get towards the end of it, because you can move up and down the league really quickly depending on how many games you have played and how many points you have amassed as you go along. Finally, we are into the second round of the Copa del Rey, and we will play Yeclano in that second round game. A quick look at the squad. So obviously, Alberto Moleiro came and joined the club just after the transfer window had closed, and I said that he could be a bit of a game changer in the save, and he has had a brilliant impact. So he has been with us now for 19 games. Across those 19 games, he has 6 goals and 3 assists, and although the average ratings don't look fantastic, he's putting in some real fantastic performances, and it is starting to drag the team along. You can see from the get-go that he was definitely worth the money that we spent on him to bring him back to the islands, and I think he's going to be a big player for us going forward to try and conquer Spanish football. The other player that is doing fantastic, as always, is Chinedu Solomon. You can really see now there is a lot of development, although it's a little bit confusing because there are some up arrows, there are some down arrows, but overall, the player is doing fantastic. 19 goals in 19 games this season. He has 1 assist, and he has an average rating of 7.95 in the Champions League, 7.18 in the Liga, and a 7.34 average rating overall for the season. I think he's one of those that at the age of 18 is maybe flying under the radar of some of the bigger clubs because we're not getting too many bids for him yet. But the same can't be said about Valentino Raka, who now started to attract the interest of clubs such as Liverpool, Manchester United. Arsenal had a bid, and at the moment they're throwing numbers around in single digits. if we're going to be forced to sell, I would hope that we would hold out for a bigger fee. We have obviously picked him up from Las Palmas and developed him as a player. Fingers crossed we can hold on to the player first and foremost, that is the plan. But going forwards, if he does need to be sold, I hope we get a lot of money for him. In terms of the finances at the club, we have £66.5 million in the bank, £17.4 million as a transfer budget, 539,000 in the wage budget, and we're only spending 335,000 of that. So with us having to go down the youth route all the time, it really is showing up now in the finances that we have a lot of money. And you might have seen in the club info page, we are now up to state-of-the-art training facilities, excellent youth facilities, good academy coaching, good youth recruitment. So we are investing that money wisely. So back to the schedule to show you where we are at then. So in today's episode, we're going to play 2 games. We're going to kick off the first match against Granada shortly, and then we will jump forwards to around the Girona game, or maybe Real Sociedad. Yeah, we'll probably go with Granada and Real Sociedad just to give us a bit of variation in the teams that we're showing, and we'll hopefully pick up 6 points in the episode. So let's have a look at the team selection then for this first game of the episode against Granada. So we're going to go with Ramos in goal, Sejas, Trellis, Martin and David Rodriguez, Alonso and Nizan in the middle as the holders, Moleiro, Teto and Cabello on the right. We'd have Chinadu Solomon up top. So let's jump into this, and hopefully we can come away with certainly the 3 points in this game, but hopefully, as I was just mentioning, 6 points from this, just to keep on the heels of Real Madrid and also to keep those teams behind us at bay. Looking at the league table, any changes can move people up and down quickly. If we want to try and hold on to that second place, we are really going to have to put in some good performances. And we are starting this game off lively as Cabello plays the ball back to David, and there is Moleiro with the shot, goes just wide. I think the keeper actually, or defender might have got a touch. We're going to get a corner. What can we do from here? Sejas is going to swing it in, and goalkeeper comes out, Luca, with the strong hands, and he claims the ball to kill the attack. So a bright start. Corner, we had a shot. We are trying to build upon the start of the game that we've had. Hopefully there will be another chance coming along in a minute. We can get the ball to players such as Chinadu Solomon, and then hopefully we can break the deadlock in terms of that. Not too sure why the game has jumbled up the order of the players here. It's a little bit distracting. I've just looked here and thought, why have I got Sejas halfway up the pitch? It's not. He's a left back. It's just in a random order. So the next highlight is now playing as Cabello gets the ball back to Javier Martin. What can he do with it? Plays it inside to Nizan. He picks out a lovely pass out to the wing to Sejas. Moleiro controls the ball, and he has that shot into the far corner. I'm so glad that we got that goal on camera, because as I was just saying in the build of this game, he really is now starting to be that standout player and the leader amongst the players, despite only being 23 years old still. But you can see in his performances, he's dragging the team along. He'd already had the shot that got turned around for the corner, and this time there was no mistake in that as it goes into the far corner, and we have an important lead in this game. Next clip is coming in, and David has the ball out on the right-hand side. Plays it back to Martin. Similar build-up to the last goal to Javi Alonso. Out wide to Sejas again. Is he going to cross it in this time? He does. And there was Cabello on the right-hand side with the header. Goes over the bar, and it's a goal kick. So looking at Granada, actually, Lucas Zidane is the goalkeeper there. They have Sandro up front too. Interesting to have a team like that and see certain names pop out. But back on the attack, Javier Martin back to Trellis. As long as we don't get caught in possession around these areas, we are crafting out some really good chances. Let's see what he can do with it. So, patient build-up. Nizan turns into Solomon, who's dropped deep to get the ball. David Rodriguez is now in behind. He plays it out wide. Solomon picks the ball back up. Rodriguez has gone down with an injury, but Teto has scored the second goal. We're not celebrating, though. Is this actually a goal, or what's happening here? Oh, it is a goal. David Rodriguez plays the ball out. David Rodriguez has gone to ground, stayed on the ground, and at the bottom it said that the fans thought he was time wasting, which is interesting. We'll see if we need to change him in just a second. The game is not instructing us to. Maybe there was a bit of craftsmanship about that going down and staying down, but it doesn't matter anyway because the game didn't get stopped and we scored the second goal. And we can see now that we are starting to get a strong hold in the game. We've had 9 shots, 3 on target, an XG of 1.59, and we are the team that are on the attack more often than not. Looking at the table now, in the bottom left hand corner, we are still 7 points behind Real Madrid as they are also winning. They are 3-0 up and Jude Bellingham scored after 36 minutes. But we need to keep the pressure on them at least until they lose a game, because if they lose a game, not saying they will lose a game, but if they lose a game, we need to be there to pick up the pieces, because obviously if they lose and we win, cut the gap to 1 point. Let's make a few substitutions then. Alonso could come on. Seijas is now, it's now saying Seijas is injured. So we can move Javier Martin out to left back. Bring Herzog on in place of Seijas. Anybody else? Moleiro is showing as an injury. That is not good news. We were just singing his praises about how well he has been doing. Not like it if he has to miss any game time, because he really is becoming that catalyst, as I was saying. But we are down to the final 8 minutes of the game. How can we get to the end? Let's hopefully finish the game off strong. But it's going to be a corner kick to Granada. They swing it in and they are going to get one back with 3 minutes of normal time left. They know the importance of getting that ball back to the centre circle, and that is what they are doing. So it's Denis Suarez on the front post. Nobody really picking him up. He got a free header, and oh my gosh, we are now going to have a back-to-back highlight. What can we do? Can we get the goal to kill the game off? It does not look like it. We've given the ball away cheaply in the final third of the pitch. It's lumped long by the goalkeeper and Martin gets to it. Can he get the ball clear? We can play it up to Guedes. We play it to Teto. Nice, and Guedes is in behind. What can he do from here? As the shot gets turned around for a corner by Lucas Zidane. And that was impressive build-up play and nearly some killer instinct from Guedes. He's going to take the corner now. Will he float it into the near post or go far post? Actually goes into the middle of the goal. Teto is in a foot race against Neva, and he manages to win it. But it's Lucas Boy that's got the ball. And luckily for us, that highlight is going to finish there. But they have another corner. It's swung in near post. Goalkeeper's come up, and the ball's in the hands of Moa Ramos. Why isn't he kicking this long when the goalkeeper, Lucas Zidane, was in the penalty area, and he has just taken his time? Please, Football Manager, don't do something silly here, because we had all the momentum off the back of that, and they are now going to cross it in, and I thought they'd scored. Oh my gosh, he should have scored from there. Why isn't this game ending? This is not good. Lucas Boy has got the ball, plays to Ammo, back to Lucas Zidane. Can we catch them out high up the pitch? That would be good. But no, they are putting together a passage of play that's going to get them in on goal. And thankfully for us, we are living dangerously. Moa Ramos just collects the ball. Please, referee, can that be it? Thankfully we are going to get out with a 2-1 victory. And that means that after that game, the league table will look like this. 44 points from 19 games. We have a goal difference of 20. Real Madrid are just smashing everybody at the moment. But it's positive that we are still there. So that is the first game out the way. We're going to jump forwards, and when we come back, we will be in the right place to play against Real Sociedad. Okay, we have now had quite a jump forwards. It's the 15th of March, and we are now getting ready to face off against Real Sociedad. But before we do that, there are a few things to catch up with in the gap that has happened between the two games. The first of which was the January transfer window, and we actually made some signings. I was saying earlier on in the episode, it's difficult to find the players that were born in the Canary Islands, but obviously when you go into your scouting tab and you look through the players that are actually born on the islands, we managed to find a few that were interesting. So the players that we bought for 110,000 was Arturo Costas. He has come to us from Peña Balsamaso. He's a 18-year-old striker who comes to us as a 5-star potential ability player. He's a promising striker. The only thing we don't really like is he has a fickle personality. So hopefully we can stick him in with a mentoring group and get that changed pretty quickly. The next player we signed is an established player, Juan Carlos Arana. He comes to us from Racing Santander. He's previously played for Eibar and Villarreal. So an addition also at the top of the pitch to give Chinedu a little bit of a break. Chinedu also can play on the left wing, so maybe if we need two of them to step up, we can move Moleiro into the middle, play Chinedu Solomon on the left, and then play one of the two strikers at the top. The other two players that we signed, the first of which was Roberto, a 17-year-old new-gen centre-back who can also cover as a left-back, can move forwards as well into a defensive midfield position. He comes to us via Deportivo La Coruña. He actually didn't cost as much. I think it was £400,000. And his value has shot up to 18.5 to £29 million. And you can see in the short time that he's been with us, he's got game time, 7 games played. And he actually has started to develop really quickly. The final player that we signed was a player from Portugal, Farenza. £2.5 million, and it's Marco Moreno. Previously, he was at Atletico Madrid, then went out to Portugal, and we have bought him back. A central defender mainly who can play as a left-back too. So for the season now, we are up to £23 million, and that is a record for the club in terms of a single season transfer total. We did lose a few players out on loan, nobody of real quality to note. Joel Dominguez, easier for me to say, and Joel Del Pino, 2 players from earlier on in the save when we were in La Liga 2. They have both gone out on loan. I think their contracts are coming to an end, so possibly that loan will be turned permanent at the end of both of those contracts. The next thing to show you is the schedule. As I said, we had quite a big jump forwards. So from the Granada game, we would play in the Copa del Rey. We would beat Yeclano 4-0 in that. We would then beat Barcelona for the first time in the save. This is a big moment, and I wish I would have played this one on camera, because getting that first victory against Barcelona is a big thing, especially when we are above them in the league. Chinedu Solomon, Ateto and Omar coming through to give us 3 points as we welcomed Barcelona to our home ground. We then would beat Leganes 2-1 in the Copa del Rey. We would have a disastrous end to the Champions League, losing 3-1 to Inter. We would then go back to league form, winning 1-0 against Valladolid. Drew with Juventus 0-0 in the Champions League, a 2-1 victory against Vallecano in La Liga. We would then win in the Copa del Rey 4th round against Atletico Madrid 2-1, but lose against Barcelona 3-0 in the quarter-finals. We would then play against Alaves, where we would win 3-1 in La Liga, a 1-1 draw with Mallorca before going into the knockout phase of the Champions League. We would lose the home leg 4-1 to Paris Saint-Germain. We would then go back and beat Osasuna 3-2 before a 2-2 draw in France. Real creditable performance from us. We put up a really good fight. We're never going to overturn the 4-1, but just the fact that we got a 2-2 draw shows that we are really building a team of quality. Then back in La Liga, a 2-2 draw with Girona, a 5-0 victory against Cadiz before a 4-0 loss to Real Madrid. And then that brings us up to date. So it means that going into the latter part of the season, we are still in second place and we still have a 7-point lead over Sevilla. Barcelona struggling down there on 45 points. We are nearly 20 points clear of them in La Liga. At this point, 27 games in, Real Madrid still have not lost a game. So winning the league title seems to be impossible, because if they haven't lost in the first 27 games, they're certainly not going to lose in the next 11, or they're not going to lose 3 times in the next 11. So it's looking likely we're going to be playing for second place, but we are closing that gap to the top. And as you saw, knocked out by PSG and knocked out by Barcelona in the other 2 competitions. So let's get the second game of the episode underway. Starting 11 for the game against Real Sociedad is Moa Ramos in goal, Sejas, Martin, Moreno and David Rodriguez, Alonso and Noizan in the middle, Moleiro, Teto and Cabello, and then Solomon at the top of the pitch. So all of the new signings on the bench, and we're looking to build upon the team by bringing them in gradually. And some of the players have hit the ground running, some of them haven't done so well yet, but we obviously are not looking at them in the short term. hopefully we can develop them in the long term. But first highlight of the game, and it's Barrenechea with the shot from outside the box. That is some name, isn't it? Barrenechea, I think is how you pronounce that. And yeah, but we have a chance now. Moleiro pumps the ball forwards. Doesn't really come to anything. Moreno's going to play inside to Martin. Sinead Solomon brings it down, and there is Teto with the finish. We're going to have a look here for offside. Goalkeepers come running out to protest to say he was offside, but the goal stands. So it was Sinead Solomon they were looking at. If you look at him on the edge of the penalty area, he pushes forward, drops back as the ball is played. And when he knocks it down, Teto only has one thing in mind. Smashes that ball into the top corner. That is a brilliant, brilliant finish. So we have an away goal. 1-0 is the scoreline. We've only had one shot and there's 20 minutes on the board, but we are looking good at this point in time. Not a lot seems to be happening in this game. In the last game, it was constantly changing and there was constant highlights, but we've got to the half an hour mark and there's not a lot happening, which isn't a bad thing. We'll take the 3 points any which way that we can. But it always sets you up, doesn't it? It always seems like when there's not a lot going on, there'll be a highlight and they will go and get a goal. And that is pretty much what is going to happen. Nothing for ages. And then there's a cross come in. It looks like it's a penalty. We're going to VAR. What is the penalty for? A pushing on Oyarzabal. And he's going to take the penalty. And he sends Ramos the wrong way, giving Sociedad a equaliser. Yeah, a little bit disappointed that we had to give a penalty away like that, and then he tucks that away superbly. I don't even think if Ramos went the right way, he probably would save that penalty. It was a really good penalty, wasn't it? So we're in at half time. It is 1-1, and a little bit disappointed not to hold on to our lead until half time, but then looking at the stats of the game, only 2 shots, 1 target for us, 5 shots, 3 on target for them. In terms of the league table, it's not going to do too much for us. We will have played 2 more games than Real Madrid, so pretty much, even though we knew we weren't going to win the league, it pretty much is going to open up a gap that is wide enough, I think, for them to win the league sooner rather than later. And we have another highlight as Taki, I think is how we'll pronounce that one. Taki has a shot from the edge of the box. Left footed, goes over the bar. And we are relieved to still be holding on for a point. Let's make some substitutions. I know I always go a little bit overboard with the substitutions, but we are going to bring Cabello off and put Costas on. We are also going to bring on Arana for Sinead Solomon. Gonna give... Who else can we bring on? Yeah, I think... Gonna change Moleiro. Yeah, taking my time over this one. Yeah, I'm gonna actually switch Costas to the left wing, and I am going to put Guedes on the right. Took my time getting to that one, didn't I? But method in the madness. Hopefully, set of fresh legs in 2 of the 3 attacking midfield slots can give us a little bit of impetus. Moleiro's been carrying a knock and hasn't been at 100% for the past couple of games. And also, he's so vital to the team that playing every game and putting himself forward for every game is starting to take a toll, I think, as we come into the latter part of the season. But we're building out from the back. Hopefully, something decent can come from this. But we've just lumped it forwards and it's turned over for Sociedad. They're going to clear the ball up the pitch. But it falls to Guedes, who plays it to Teto. Sejas is in. He beats his man, cuts it back. Teto has the shot. It's blocked by the defender. And now there is a quick counter-attack. But Javier Martin plays the ball back to Mojo Ramos. And the danger is clear. Interesting to see that we are still trying to push for a winner. Nobody's settling for the draw here. And as I said, trying to use those fresh legs in the wider areas to try and draw Sociedad out seemingly had a good effect on the team, as we had only our 2nd shot on target. But it looks like this one is going to be a boring draw, a 1-1 draw. We take the point, we move on. It's decent enough, and it sets us up nicely for the run-in to the end of the season. So let's have a little look at the competitions and see where that leaves us. So we are on 65 points from 29 games. Real Madrid on 71. The team below us are 8 points behind, which is Sevilla, and they played the same amount of games. So it's looking good for us finishing in second place. Fingers crossed we can achieve that in only our second season back in La Liga. In terms of the running to the end of the season, we have 10 games left, I think it was. And I think maybe what we'll do is come back for Levante, finish off against Granada, and wrap up Season 3 in the next episode. At the end of the last episode, after a 1-1 draw against Real Sociedad, we were looking towards the end of the season and having a strong finish to the end of this season. Well, things have happened since you've been away. It's now the 1st of May. And we have some catching up to do. The first thing that I'm going to do is show you how we have been getting on in terms of our league form. So, from that game where we drew 1-1 with Real Sociedad, things have got a little bit topsy-turvy. So, straight away we had an impressive 4-0 victory against Real Betis. Teto, Martin, Solomon and Aranya would get the goals. Then we would have a 0-0 draw against Valencia where we would have a lot of the possession. We had a lot of chances. Unfortunately, did not turn that into a goal. We took 1 point and it was probably 2 points dropped. The next game was Atletico Madrid, where we were on cloud 9. We scored 4 times at home against Atletico Madrid. Goals from Cabello, Solomon, Aranya and Guedes, albeit 2 after the 90th minute. Meant that we took 3 points from this game and we were now firmly looking towards the end of the season. However, the very next game we turned in a disappointing result whilst away in Bilbao, and we lost 1-0 to Athletic Club. And then the team that are chasing us, Sevilla, we welcomed them to Tenerife. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything against them. Luka Jovic got 2 goals in the first half, and even though Chinadu Solomon did get a goal back, we were never ever on terms with them, and they were well deserving of the 3 points. So obviously that brings us up to today's game. We're going to be playing against Levante and Granada. But in terms of the league now, you may have remembered from the past episode, we had quite a buffer to Sevilla. Well, that has pretty much been eradicated with us losing 2 games on the bounce and then winning 2 games. They are now just 1 point behind us. And okay, we do have a game in hand and a 1 point advantage, but look beyond them. Barcelona were absolutely nowhere at the end of the last episode, and they all of a sudden are now on 70 points, and they are also breathing down our necks. It looked at one point like we were nailed on for that second place. Now we need to look over our shoulders and try to get to the end of this season in some kind of form where we can round this out in second place and finish a club high of all time. So let's kick things off by going into the first match of the episode, and that is going to be against Levante. The team is ready to go. We're going to be playing Ramos in goal. We have Sejas, Trelez, Martin and David Rodriguez. Alonso and Nizan are the 2 holders. Moleiro, Teto and Guedes will be our attacking 3 midfielders. And we have Chinadu Solomon, the main man, at the top of the pitch. Let's jump in and hopefully get another 3 points as we look to get to the end of the season in some kind of strong form. Let's skip through here. And we are off and running and underway. Hopefully, we aren't going to continue that trend of the wheels kind of falling off. Looking at the league table, it really does show how tight it is. If this game stays as a draw, we will have a 2-point buffer with us all on the same amount of games. Real Madrid are in another league of their own. 84 points from 33 games. Still got 2 games in hand, and they are miles clear at this point. But looking over our shoulder, we really could do with getting ourselves out of trouble here by winning these games. Nothing is happening in this first half, though. We have had 3 shots. We've had 3 on target. None of them worthy of a highlight. And this always makes you nervous in Football Manager, because you just never know what is going to happen when that first highlight drops in. If it drops in, that is, at all. At the moment, it's not looking likely because we are on 43 minutes. But it does drop in, and it's going to be a chance for us, it seems. Sejas into the box. Teto plays it back to Sejas, who crosses it in. And there is David Rodriguez to smash home from the edge of the area to give us a lead on the brink of half-time. That is a fantastic finish, isn't it? So Sejas gets the ball, plays it to Teto, gives it him back. When the ball goes across the box, defender should have cut that out, really. But as soon as it left its foot, it was in the back of the net, and we are 1-0 up. This is what we need to get to the end of the season to finish in second place, because all of a sudden, if we look in the bottom left-hand corner once we're playing again, now the gap has jumped back up to 4 points, and it looks a little bit more comfortable on level games against Sevilla and Barcelona. So hopefully we can hold on to these 3 points, get out of Levante with that win intact. Although it really still does make me nervous that they have not really had any chances in the game. We do have another highlight here. David Rodriguez has gone down injured. Giuliano's tackled from behind, and it's a red card. So Giuliano Simeone is not doing his team any favours by getting himself sent off. Let's make a couple of substitutions whilst we are thinking about it. Marco Moreno. So David Rodriguez actually probably do with coming off. So we'll put Gutierrez on there, one of our youth academy prospects. Let's give Jese Rodriguez some game time. He hasn't really played a lot this season. He hasn't complained too much, but the rumblings are there, and we do know that realistically he could do with a bit more game time. The final transfer, we're not selling any players mid-game. The final substitution, that we are going to make is Roberto coming off for Sejas, just to give us those fresh legs in the defensive areas that we need, and also hopefully spring a few chances in terms of attacks. Not too sure what was going on there. Alvarez makes some kind of tackle. The ball comes back to Zeben Gutierrez, and he scores. A hot prospect player from, I think it was last season's youth intake. Might have been the season before, but definitely one that has come through the youth ranks at the club. He gets in the right position. It does take a wicked deflection, doesn't it? Hits the defender as it goes past. It goes into the top corner, though. We're not too fussed about that because it means that our goal difference is up to 34 also at this point, which is better than Barcelona's. But we do vitally have that 4-point cushion as we get towards the end of the season. Levante have only had one shot in this entire match. 0.08 XG is one of the lowest I think I've ever seen in this game. We ourselves, 1.73. We vitally have those 2 goals, and we are about to hear the whistle for 3 very important points. That should hold us in good stead as we turn our attentions towards the end of season number 3. So let's have a look at the competitions. Here we can see the league table. 75 points now from 35 games. Gives us that 4-point buffer to Sevilla, a 5-point buffer to Barcelona. And it is all looking good once again for finishing in second place. So we're going to jump now to the end of the season. We're going to play against Granada, and then we are going to round out season number 3 and start hopefully looking forwards to season number 4. So I've now jumped forwards. It's the 23rd of May, and that means it is the final match day of the La Liga season. But before we jump into the last game of the season against Granada, let's show you what's happened and how it looks like the league campaign is going to finish. So after we had those 2 dodgy results where we lost 1-0 to Athletic Club and 2-1 to Sevilla, we managed to pick ourselves back up and get back into winning form with that 2-0 victory earlier on in the episode. Then, since you've been away, we have had a 4-0 victory against Getafe. Goals from Moleiro, Moreno, Teto and Martin. And a 2-1 victory against Leganes. Goals from Moleiro and Chinedu Solomon. And that means that going into the last match day of the season, we are comfortably in second place. And that is where we will be finishing for season number 2 in La Liga. And season number 3 will finish with us qualifying for the Champions League once again. Now, even though we are in second place, you can see that we are 13 points behind Real Madrid, who would go on to only lose one game so far this season with one game to go. So, to get to the top of Spanish football, we have our work cut out because we are really going to have to try and pull something out the bag to get close to the team in white. But let's get the season finished. This is going to be the lineup for the final game of Season 3. So it's Ramos in goal, Sejas, Moreno, Martin and Gutierrez, Alonso, David Rodriguez. We then have Moleiro, Teto, Cabello and Solomon up the top of the pitch. So let's get Season 3 done and dusted, hopefully with 3 more points. And we can go on then and record a record amount of points for Tenerife in the top flight of La Liga. It would be impressive as well because they have never finished that high in the league themselves anyway. But to get that amount of points means that we could essentially build upon that for next season if we can get the right players and build around that man, Chinadu Solomon, who has been fantastic across the entire season. We'll have a little look at some of his stats quickly before we round off the episode. But hit the post there. He has had a fantastic season. He has just been voted Spain's Young Player of the Year, which is an award that is really deserved considering he has developed so much across this season. Another of our youth starlets, Cabello, has just scored to give us the lead against Granada. It's a great little piece of play actually. Javi Alonso plays the ball forwards to Teto, passes it into the path of Gutierrez to Cabello. The good thing about this team now is that we are really starting to see those youth players all mould together and really look like they are a purposeful team. I mean, looking at this lineup now, so you've got Martin, who is a youth player. You've got Gutierrez, is a youth player. We have Sejas, Solomon and Cabello, who are all first teamers now. On the bench, we still have young players like Guedes. There is another chance here as the free kick gets drilled against the player. David plays it back to Gutierrez, who is now coming over to the left side of the pitch. What can he do with the ball? He tries to play it in and loses the ball, but they aimlessly lump it up the pitch, and it's going to come back towards them from Moreno, Rodriguez, and Gutierrez now pops up on the right-hand side of the pitch. I think we have a bit of a live wire in Gutierrez. We do have some real good youth players coming through, and now we've got that money in the bank to be able to really build our youth facilities and our youth coaching. We really could have a team of the future, as I was just saying. And whilst I'm talking on about youth of the future, Teto, who is an existing player, has just scored to make it 2-0. Sejas with the ball in. Solomon can't get on the header, but Cabello calmly turns away from his man, drills the ball back into the box, and Teto scores. So Cabello has scored one, created one, and yeah, looks to have a bright future. Looking at the league table then, 84 points if we can see this one out. That, in most leagues around the world, would be right there in terms of winning a title. We're going to finish 13 points behind Real Madrid, who will have only lost one game the entire season. Absolutely crazy. And if I remember rightly from Season 2 and our first one back in La Liga, they did something similar then. I remember them going on a massive run of games, and certainly seeing after about 20-25 games that they were unbeaten. I don't think they achieved the invincible season, but only losing one game in an entire league season is amazing. And it's certainly going to be something that we're going to have difficulty with going forwards, trying to overturn that. Never thought it was going to be easy because of the way that the Spanish football leagues work. Real Madrid and Barcelona are normally light years ahead of everybody anyway. But a team that's been developed through youth and only through Canary Island players, yeah, we're up for the fight. We're going to take it all the way as far as we can with Real Madrid. And I'm sure that they have to have an off-season at some point. I know they have players like Kylian Mbappe, Vinny Jr., Hendrick is also there if he's still at the club and obviously developing as the years go by. We have a free kick here. David plays it back to Cabello. Javi Alonso stops the ball, plays it back. Moreno now. Back into the box is Alonso. Crosses it in and Cabello can't get there before the goalkeeper. So, yeah, as we're saying, Real Madrid, they have the players there to continue this form for the next decade probably, and with the way that their youth system and youth facilities are, we have got a third through Cabello. They could probably dominate Spanish football for a while. So we're really going to have to be on top of our game to make sure that we are good enough to take the fight to them, but also maybe finding one or two more players like an Alberto Moleiro out there who are born on the islands and hopefully bolster our own team. I don't think the major name that we haven't mentioned yet is Yaremou Pino. He, I believe, was born on the islands, but at 77 million, I think he is in the game. He has moved to Chelsea in this current save, and we have no chance of being able to afford a player like that. Speaking of Moleiro, I'm actually going to give him a rest. Going to take him off and let him have a well-deserved rest for the end of the season. Perdomo is going to go on as well. Perdomo. Who else can we bring on? Juanma Herzog can come on in place of Javier Martin. Raka hasn't had much game time either recently. And with Sejas on a yellow card, let's make those changes for the last time this season. I'd like to make a raft of changes to try and really overhaul what we've got on the pitch, fresh legs, and maybe give that fresh impetus. I know in games like this it doesn't really matter where the game is probably beyond doubt, which is a good way of getting minutes for players that aren't regulars anyway, but it seems to have done the trick because we're certainly not conceding lots of efforts, and 3-0 is the scoreline. There is one final chance coming. It does look like it's going to be for Granada. They're moving the ball all the way across the box. It's a tame shot straight at Moa Ramos, and I have to admit, Moa Ramos is one player I was never sure of. You can go back across the past couple of episodes, and I was always saying, I don't know. This season, I have to give him his dues. He's done really, really well in some of the games, and I think he's deserving of a place at the club, and certainly our number one goalkeeper as it stands until maybe one of the new gens comes through, and then we shall see what is going on there. So in terms of the competition, this is how Season 3 will finish. We will finish in second place, 84 points from 38 games. As I said, around most leagues in Europe, that is either champions or really fighting for the champions. Real Madrid being 13 points ahead is absolutely a freak type of performance. 90 goal difference as well. It's going to be tough. We're really going to have our hands full. In the Champions League, I wasn't too fussed about the Champions League. I think we were there too soon. Obviously, we prepared for Europa League. Then it turned into the Champions League. But this season, we maybe can have another go at the Champions League as we develop going forwards. But La Liga is the big one. No team from the Canary Islands has ever won La Liga, so we want to be the first. And we got knocked out in the quarterfinals of the Copa del Rey. Final thing to show you then is some of the players and how they are developing. So, for example, Alejandro Sejas is a player that has been with us since we bought him from Sobradillo. I think, did we loan him back? Yes, we paid 22,500, loaned him back there. And since he has been back at the club, he has been one of our most consistent performers across the season. We then have Zeben Gutierrez, who is a young player. We did loan him out to Andorra, but he wasn't too pleased with the loan spell, so we have called him back, and he has been getting game time as well. In terms of further up the pitch, Chinadu Solomon will finish the season with 31 goals from 39 total games. 20 of those goals would come in La Liga, and he's currently on 46 goals from 87 first-team appearances. I really fear that there are big teams that are about to come sniffing around Chinadu Solomon. Luckily for us, the contract that he signed, we put £120 million release clause in it, although that does expire in 29, so we may have to look at trying to up this 5,500 and maybe upping that too, because I do fear he's going to be a player who is in hot demand very, very soon. Arturo Costas was a new purchase this season. Nizan is another one. He has been with us since the start of the save. Came through the first youth intake. Has now played 100 times for the first team. And is another player that I think is developing really nicely as a 19-year-old. All the attributes that are there you need for a defensive midfielder or a central midfielder. One of those kind of holders and orthodox midfielders. He's another one that could end up getting sniffed around. Certainly the way Real Madrid play this game, they go out and they buy all the best talent if they can afford it, or sometimes even if they can't afford it, they will try and sweep up the best talent. But in terms of the way that they do things in Spain, it ends up that some of the better players from within Spain end up at either Real Madrid or Barcelona anyway. So I do have a few fears about some of the players. Going into the new season, we have a £55 million balance after our investment in the youth facilities and in our training facilities. But we're going to have a £25 million budget going into the new season, and we are only spending 379,000 of 565,000. In terms of the club vision, if we go to our board, in fact, if we go to our performance, our board say we are untouchable with an A+. Could not be more pleased with what we're doing, and the fans are also firmly on side with us, and we are scoring an A+. We are untouchable in terms of our job security. So that is season 3 wrapped up. In the next episode, we're pushing forwards to the start of season 4. Hopefully we can get 1 or 2 new faces through the door. We also have some interesting loan prospects to come back. If we go into the dev centre quickly, so we have players like Ade, who is a 16-year-old left-sided player. He went out on loan this season, developed well, but didn't get too much game time, which was a little bit disappointing. And then we do have some of the players who've just come through. Diego is one of our brand new youth intake players, has just happened in March. One that I think is for the future, and we can really develop him. So we have some interesting players that are going to come back from loan spells that we have put them out for this season. So I'm going to sift through some of those players, see which ones we can promote. There'll be some contracts that run out too. And in fact, just speaking of contracts, I want to give a shout out to Jese Rodriguez. He has already guessed that with no contract renewal coming up, 2028 is probably going to be his last season. And if he gets his way in the summer, we will move him on. At the age of 34 now, the physicals have really dropped off. I mean, he wasn't brilliant when we brought him back, but the way he's played the game, 12 goals in 41 appearances, and that initial period of getting back into the Liga, he was absolutely immense. So probably want to be moved on in the summer. But firstly, in this episode, we're going to have 2 games. The first of which is Alaves to kick the brand new season off. And then we'll go further into the save and choose another game as we go along. But let's start up by wrapping a few things up from the end of season 3 into season 4. So the first thing is we are now classed as a 4-star continental reputation team. And that is important because it means that we are now going to start to attract a lot of players, not only the ones that are already existing out there from the Canary Islands, but hopefully when we combine that reputation with the youth recruitment, junior coaching and the training facilities that we've invested in, we will now start to see an increase in players that will have a real impact on the club. Speaking of training facilities and youth facilities, we have pumped all the money that we have gained from competition revenue and player sales into those facilities. We now have a state-of-the-art training facility, a 4-star excellent youth facility, and a 2.5-star junior coaching, and a 2.5-star youth recruitment too. The other thing to note here, and one big piece of news that came out from the board, they do not yet have planning permission for it, but they are looking to build a brand new stadium in the near future. They are working on plots of land and locations as to where we can play on the island, but they are saying that a 22,000 capacity stadium is not going to be big enough for the type of team we are projected to become. So watch out for that. We have not got too many details yet. It is just in a blueprint, but hopefully we will move into a new stadium in the not too distant future. A few other things then. So club captain now is Nizan. The 19-year-old has stepped up and has taken over as club captain. Our key player is also a young player, 18-year-old Javier Martin. I remember when we signed him in the previous episode or in the previous season, I said I'm not too sure why we were allowed to get this player for the price that we did. We absolutely stole the player, and he's developing now into a real world-class player. Even at the age of 18, you can see he's going to be a vital part of this save if, and it's a big if, we can keep him at the club. Our hot prospect is Arturo Costas, an 18-year-old striker who looks promising for the future. Right then, Let's kick into the run-up to season number 4 and show you what we have done in the transfer market. Now, of course, it's a little bit more difficult for ourselves looking only for players that were born on the islands, but it is possible, and we have found some players that are out there. The first of which is Oscar Clement. He comes to us from Espanyol, former Levante, Espanyol, Las Palmas and Atletico Madrid player. He's not going to be a first teamer at all. Probably will be a rotation option for cups, but it's always good to have one of those more experienced players when you've now got 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds being your club captain at the club. So an inexpensive transfer at £1 million, and I think he's a player who does have some standalone value. The next player that we bought was from tried and tested source of Las Palmas C, German Comersana. He is a player who comes to us as a 5-star ability player and also a 2-star current ability player. Now, I know that the star ratings aren't always gospel. You can't always trust them. But looking at the player, he does seem to have something about him. Can play in 3 different positions. Can play out wide, can play through the middle. And versatility is always a good thing in this game. Looking at the player himself, I think there is a lot of development to be done. But the raw attributes that we can see show that there is absolutely a player in there. He's previously played for Las Palmas B and C and Miguel Tora in one of the lower divisions in Spain. At the age of 18, he's definitely one to develop. And the final player that we signed was another Las Palmas C player. We paid £1.6 million for Jesus. He is a 6-foot defender who is looking like being a breakout candidate this season. We have signed him at the age of 18 and we have put him straight into the first team. He has taken a big jump in terms of his projected value. His development looks like it is all going to be there. And you can see that the core stats once again are there for him to go and develop into the player that we really, really want. So only 3 transfers to come in. Not a great deal in terms of money spent. We have also been sending out youth players on loan. We have got a few new youth players that have come into the team from the under-19s or the B team. So watch out for them across the season. The final thing to have a look at is going into the new season. We have £79 million in the bank, £22 million available to us to spend, but it's difficult to find those players to spend the money on. The wage budget is starting to creep up. We have £565,000 in the budget, £468,000 being spent with £499,000 in committed spending. So that pretty much brings us up to date for season number 4. Let's start the season off by playing the first game against Levante. So this is the tactic that we are using, the 4-2-3-1, the tried and tested. And the starting 11 for the first game will be Ramos in goal, who, as I said at the end of season 3, has really stepped up his game and cemented his place as number 1 goalkeeper. We have Sejas, Martin, Moreno and David Rodriguez as our back 4. Alonso, Nizan are the 2 holders. Moleiro, Nunez, Caballo and Solomon are up at the top of the pitch. One to show you here is actually Amir Nunez. He's a player that we got through the youth system a couple of years ago. We've sent him out on a couple of loans, firstly to Sabadell and then coming back to ourselves. So he's looking now like he's really developed, taking that step up from our B team into the first team. And I think he's a player that once we start to see him get game time, he's really going to be a bit of a game changer. At the top of the pitch, Chinadu Solomon is going from strength to strength, as we highlighted in the previous episode, scoring goals for fun and really is the man that has put the club on his shoulders and is running with it. So let's start season number 4 and hope we can get off to a great start. 3 points on the board at the start of a brand new season is always a desired thing. Let's see if the team can duly oblige. So kicking off the game, and we do not have anything for the first 5 minutes, which is not a bad thing. Settle into the season, get a rhythm going. And we have the first highlight. It's going to be a throw-in for ourselves. Here is Amir Nunez, brings the ball into the middle. Nizan into the penalty area for Alberto Moleiro, who scores the first goal of the season. But wait, it's going to go to VAR. Will this goal count? Let's have a look. Goal is disallowed. So it seems that Moleiro was offside. We're going to get a replay on this one. Is it actually Moleiro who's offside? Oh, that's a tight one, isn't it? He's just leaning across the line. Defender's back foot, I thought, may have played him on if the line was straighter, but with one of those, you can't really call it each way. It's a tough one, but the goal is wiped off the board. Still, though, to see Alberto Moleiro finish like that is really encouraging, because the player himself is developing into a bit of a beast. I said it in the previous season. He's the player who is dragging the club along. Both him now and Sinead Solomon are the ones that are really taking us to the next level. But it is games like this that we need to win if we are going to get truly to that next level. So let's see. We had a highlight that popped up. We were playing out from the back. We've been caught in possession. Luckily for us, Seijas is there to take the ball away. Plays it forwards to Amian Nunez. Watch out for him now. He's going to run at his defender. Plays the ball back to Moleiro, linking up again after they did for the disallowed goal. Solomon through to Moleiro. And Silva in goal turns it round for a corner. Brilliant bit of link-up play there between the two attacking players. Moleiro with a deep corner. Keeper comes and is always going to collect those balls when it's so high and in the air. Drops the ball and kicks it long up the pitch. And the two players go for a header, but Seijas is going to come away with it. He's going to beat his man and play the ball to Nunez again. He's really making things happen in the middle of the park. I know it's his debut for the club, and I know that he has put the ball in. Caballo there with a header that's wide. That's disappointing. Should have done better with that. But yeah, he's starting to pull strings in the middle of the park. I know it's his debut and we need to temper expectations, but looking at the kid and seeing what we see, could have been a penalty there, and we've had another shot. I do not like that we are spurning so many chances. The only thing I can say is that no chance yet has fallen to Sinead Solomon, and I'm pretty sure that when the ball does come his way, which is here, he's going to score the goal. Just as I was about to say it, I knew as soon as Solomon is in that position, the ball is going in the back of the net. Does not miss very often from those kinds of positions, and also these are the perfect game for the player. Goes quiet for a while, doesn't have any chances, then all of a sudden just pops up in the box. Here I am, smash the ball home, 1-0, and we are now moving. We've had the best of this game so far. 7 shots, 2 on target, a 1.45 XG. We have had 4 shots on target, which is a little bit disappointing. As I said already, when you get these chances and in those positions, you really want to be able to maximise every single opportunity that you have. But Sinead Solomon is the difference at half time. We're not going to hang around. We're going to go straight into the second half and see if we can build upon that goal that we already have. Hopefully, we won't have to make too many substitutions in the second half, but I will make a few anyway. We have a corner swung in by Moleiro, and Silva is going to collect that ball. As I said earlier, always the goalkeeper collects those types of ball, but his long ball forward is cut out. It's Nizan in the middle. Caballo is going to beat his man, has the shot, and Nozet Caballo, another one coming through the youth ranks. This team is definitely a team to watch with these youth players. We have had some brilliant youth intakes across the past couple of seasons. Probably should have been showing you the whole intakes and making it a bit of a bigger thing, because there were a few special players in there. The ones that we signed instantly to contracts definitely were up for certainly loans out to get development time, and then as soon as they've come back now, 1 or 2 of them are really showing that they are first team worthy. And when you are playing against proper La Liga teams and cutting them open like that, it's definitely the right decision to throw these kids in. 57 minutes on the clock. We are having the better of the game. 10 shots, 3 on target, an XG of 1.86. And after 65 minutes, I think I'm going to make a few substitutions. I noticed we have an injury and a yellow card in the middle of the pitch. So Zeban Gutierrez is going to come on. We're also going to bring on Arana. We're going to leave. I was going to take off Solomon, but we'll leave him on because Moleiro is struggling a little bit too. So we'll make that change. And then Caballo on the other side probably could do with a rest as well. So we're going to change the 2 wide area players. And I'm also going to bring Raka on in place of Seijas, just to see if he can make any difference. And the fresh legs hopefully will carry us to victory. A bit crazy. I know we make lots of substitutions all at once, and some people are for that, some people are against that. I do it because I really believe that at this stage of games, having that amount of fresh legs coming to the pitch can help you. And here straight away, we cut them open. Costas got in behind. He was offside and unfortunately hit the post. But once again, youth academy players linking up, and we are moving the ball pretty quickly using all of our youth team players. And Nunez is in on goal, and Amir Nunez is going to score on his debut. What a way to announce yourself. I did say you have to keep your eye on this kid because he was out on loan and he did really well. He's come back, proven himself in pre-season, got himself into the first team squad, managed to get himself the start, and now scores after making a goal earlier on, or at least contributing to a goal that was offside, but definitely one. Oh, this one's tight for offside as well, but it is going to stand. Definitely one that is contributing a lot, and we are currently on a 3-0 rampage against Alaves, away from home as well, which is important. When you go away from home at the start of the season, you always want to win that first game, get those 3 points on the board, and that is looking like exactly what we are going to do. Ball is being knocked around. Alaves are actually playing some decent football when they have the ball, but they do make stupid mistakes like that as David plays it. Chinadu Solomon tried the ball, and I think that there was Nunez didn't continue the run, didn't go past his man, cut back, and the ball was intercepted. But we're still on the attack here as Comisano plays the ball in, and Chinadu Solomon's got another one. The linesman didn't put the flag up. Referee's checking for VAR. This could be a good sign that there's no flag up on the far side. And the goal stands. So once again, Raka cuts the ball out to Comisana. He breaks forwards, cuts back inside, fires the ball across, and Chinadu Solomon is there. He does not miss those chances. Quite ironically, I did look at subbing Solomon off, probably for the long term, but in hindsight, I'm so glad that I didn't, because that is a fantastic goal. He now has 2 on the day, and we are definitely going to be starting off with a victory. It's just a question of, do we score a few more, or do we start to take our foot off the gas and maybe let them back into the game? Hopefully it's the former and not the latter. But they have the ball in the middle of the park. They are knocking it around. I was saying before they gave the ball away for the previous goal, and they've done it again. But when they do keep the ball and they do keep possession of the ball, Alaves have actually played some really good football in this game. The 4-0 probably is a little bit flattering on us, but then all of the finishes have been really good finishes, and we look like we could be in again here as David has a shot from distance. He hits the underside of the crossbar, bounces down. Zeban Gutierrez is going to put it back in, and they are going to clear their lines. Bit of a crazy passage of play, that one. But again, we've scored 4 goals from 5 shots on target, and that kind of tells you maybe the scoreline is a little bit inflated, but we don't care. We're going to take these 3 points, and we are going to start season number 4 with 3 points on the board as we beat Alaves. So quickly, even though it's just the first game of the season, let's go and have a little look at the competitions page, and we are top of La Liga. Stop the count, finish it now. We are top of the league. Let's hope we can stay there at least for another couple of days. So then, in terms of the schedule, we are going to push forwards now. I'm probably going to come back here for the Cadiz game on the 7th of November. I think the Champions League will be drawn by then as well, so maybe we'll get into some Champions League action along the way. But yeah, a great way to start the season. Let's see what the Cadiz game brings in November. Okay, we have now pushed forwards. It's the 7th of November, and we are shortly going to be playing against Cadiz. But before we do that, let's bring you up to date with everything that has happened since the first game of the season. If we jump into the schedule, we can see that since the Alaves game, we have had some pretty impressive form. In the very next game, we would continue our goal-scoring exploits by putting 5 past Celta Vigo. We would then beat Real Zaragoza 1-0. Then would be the comeback down to earth, as we would lose 2-1 to Atletico Madrid at home at the Heliodoro Rodriguez Lopez. But we didn't let that keep us down for too long, as we would go to Athletic Club and get a 1-0 win. We would start our Champions League campaign off with a 4-1 victory against AEK, and then we would beat Real Betis 2-0, before a shock defeat to Monaco in the Champions League. Then, something crazy happened. For the first time in this save, we would beat Barcelona 4-0 in Camp Nou. Goals from Moleiro, Alonso and Nunez would make sure that we would get 3 points for the first time at Camp Nou. And to make it even more shocking, we would follow that up by beating Real Madrid at home. 2 goals from Chinadu Solomon would ensure that we would get 3 points against the current league holders, and for the first time we would beat Barcelona and Real Madrid in back-to-back games. We would then go on and beat Osasuna 6-2 before another bump back down to earth as we would lose 4-0 on the road at Sociedad. Then we would turn it around in true Football Manager style. You go from a 4-0 loss to Sociedad to beating Liverpool 2-1 in the Champions League, beat Sevilla 3-2 in La Liga, Sevilla 2-1, and then we would lose to Juventus 4-2 in the Champions League. So, with all those crazy fixtures out of the way, it means that La Liga currently looks like this. We are sat in second place after 12 games. We have 30 points from those 12 games. The only team on more points at this stage are Real Madrid, and they have 31 from 12 games. Looking at some stats quickly, whilst we're on the league tab, Chinadu Solomon has had a great start to the season. He has scored 10 goals already, only been beaten by Latasa and Mbappe. In terms of average ratings, Amir Nunez has started the season in fine form with a 7.67 average rating, and he has 5 assists on the season. Going back, checking out the Champions League, so you can see we lost to Monaco. They are currently sat top of the group. Champions League is not looking as good as it did last season, but as I also said last season, this league format is a little bit crazy and it can all change pretty quickly. At this moment in time, we are 19th in the league group and we are on 6 points from 4 games. In the Copa del Rey, we enter that on the 15th of January and we are in the Supercopa de España semi-final with a chance to add some silverware to our collection. So, that brings us on to the second game of the episode. It's going to be against Cadiz. This is the starting 11 that we are going to put out. So we have Moja Ramos in goal. Seijas, Roberto, Moreno and Gutierrez are our back four. David Rodriguez, Nizan are our 2 holders as usual. Moleiro, Nunez and Cabello will be the attacking 3. And Chinadu Solomon will lead the line once again as he looks to continue to add to that goal tally of 10 in La Liga. Can we continue our great form? Can we get another 3 points on the board? Also, Real Madrid are playing at the same time as we do, I believe. So there is a chance that we could actually go top of the league if Real Madrid fail to win at the same time as we do. However, it's probably likely that we are going to end the episode still that 1 point behind. First highlight of the game is Moleiro swinging in a cross. It gets cleared away from the free kick and Cadiz have brought it all the way out to the halfway line. Can we take the ball off them high up the pitch? We can, as Nunez has got it now. He drives into the wide left channel, crosses it to the back post, but Vutsov is there. He collects the ball and he's going to slow the play right down, allowing his team to move up the pitch. He lofts it forwards. Can we get the ball back once again? It's ping-ponging around with head tennis as it comes finally to Cabello. There's a big lunging tackle there that looked a little bit suspect, but players gone on and Gutierrez is in the box and there is Norzek Cabello with the first goal of the game. 15 minutes on the clock and we are already in the lead. Hopefully, looking down in the bottom left hand corner, I can't see Real Madrid are playing exactly at the same time, so there's a chance they're the evening kickoff whereas we are an afternoon kickoff, but still that would mean that we would end this episode top of the Liga if, and it's a big if, Real Madrid haven't played their game and if we get to the end of the game with 3 points intact. Looking at it, it's a close game so far. We've had 3 shots, 3 on target. They've had 2 on target. Our XG is 0.68. There's 0.11. So we are good value for our lead at the moment, but we need a second goal, I feel, just to make it that little bit easier. And there's a ball here to Cabello, who's going to try and beat his man Koza. He does beat him, and he smashes it into the roof of the net. Norzek Cabello with the second goal of the game to give us a 2-0 lead. And that is a nice little cushion. Hopefully, we are now going to score a few more and add to our goal difference. I know that goal difference isn't the biggest divider of teams in Spanish football. It goes head to head first and then on to goal difference, I believe. But still, it's nice to see your team scoring lots of goals and also keeping clean sheets if we can get away with that as well. So, 35 minutes on the clock. We are 2-0 up. We have actually only had 4 shots on target. We scored from half of them. So, another chance is brewing here. Nunez to David Rodriguez. He turns. Looks like he was going to tee up the shot, but doesn't. Plays in Sejas instead. He turns back. Gets a blatant push in the back there. That is as blatant as you are going to see. 2 hands in the back. He goes to ground. Penalty is awarded. And Chinadu Solomon is going to step up with a chance to add to his goal tally for the season. And he does indeed. Tucks it away into the top corner. Cool as you like. 40 minutes on the clock. We have a 3-goal lead. And this is looking very, very comfortable so far. Fantastic penalty. I don't think even if Futsov would have gone the right way, he would have had a chance with that goal. That was a brilliant, brilliant penalty. So we are in at half time. The score is 3-0 and the message is more of the same, please, lads. Let's get another couple of goals. Really make sure that this one is out of reach for today's opposition. But instead, we do the exact opposite. Come out slow in the second half, and after 47 minutes they've scored. This is going to go to VAR. I'm not too sure why. It might have been an offside. It says it was upheld after review. There was a header there. Surely they weren't looking at offside there. We have 2 men deep in the penalty area. There was no chance whatsoever that was ever going to be an offside. So if it was for that, that is just silly. But still, we have work to do once again. 3-1 in the game. And we have another attack as Moleiro is in the box. And he hits the post. And it goes out for a goal kick. I would expect him to do slightly better there. Alberto Moleiro, he's a better player than that shows. And we are going to have another free kick. It's Moleiro who's going to be on the ball again, I believe. He's the man who runs all of the things, set pieces for our team. Corners, free kicks. The only thing he doesn't have is penalties. But is he going to swing it in or is he going to go for goal? He had the cheeky shot on goal. He hits the crossbar, or maybe the goalkeeper got a hand to it as well. But it was a real good effort and a real good save from the goalkeeper. We have a throw in which Nunez swings in. Chinadu Solomon's there with the header. Was not expecting that to end up in the back of the net. And we're going to go to VAR once again. Is this goal going to stand? Now, I can't see anything wrong. Yes, I didn't think anything was wrong because when I was looking, I'm thinking, he's surely running along the line and the defender is behind him the whole time. So how can he be offside? Sure enough, even though it was a tight offside, as they say in this game, it wasn't really. There's a good chunk of green in between those 2 players. Chinadu Solomon makes no mistake from there. And we are on the rampage once again. But it's Spence who brings the ball away to Bolivar. What is he going to do with it? He plays it back to Spence. I wonder if that is Jed Spence. Formerly of Notts Forest and Tottenham. And oh my gosh, what have we done? What have we just done? So worried about Jed Spence getting into the box that when we get the ball... I mean, first of all, it's a dreadful tackle anyway. Luckily not to give a penalty away. And then Sejas blasts the ball away. It's hit Brian in the head. And it's ended up in the back of the net. And it's now 4-2. And once again, even with a 2-goal cushion, things are starting to get a little bit tetchy. As Cadiz are now pouring it on. Which is interesting because at first they were a quite defensive team. And it didn't look like they were going to come out. And as we've scored goals, they have now started to really come out of their shell and playing some really good football. I'm going to make some changes just to see if we can get some fresh legs onto the pitch. The first player who's going to come on is Comasana. We're going to bring off Moleiro, give him a little bit of a rest. Perdomo can also come on in place of Amian Nunez, who's played a lot of games recently. And we're going to bring on Eduardo Elias in place of Gutierrez, just to give us some fresh legs in defence. So let's see. Can we see the game out? Can we add another goal? That would be the best thing. There's still only 70 minutes on the clock. And another goal here would really make this a comfortable scoreline once again. Especially with the way, as I said, Cadiz came out all guns blazing in the second half. and have really put themselves forward, whereas they didn't tend to do that in the first half and they sat back and we punished them for it. Now they are starting to see that they can get up the pitch and score goals. We have a duty though now to kill this game off and hopefully get out with the 3 points. Nizan plays it forward, but given the ball away again, we've all of a sudden become sloppy in possession and cannot retain when we are in these highlights. But Comasana's done really well there to come back and get the ball. Cabello plays it backwards. We're going all the way back to the goalkeeper with 6 minutes left on the clock. We need to be pushing forwards. We need to be getting some kind of penetration in behind. And once again, we give the ball away. But Perdomo's found Comasana. And Comasana is going to score. But once again, the ref has his hand to his ear. He's getting fed a line from VAR. Is this one going to count? No, it's not. Disallowed. And it looks there like it's Perdomo. So when Perdomo plays the ball, he's marginally. That line was so tight, it was purple, not red or blue. So bit disappointed to see his goal chalked off. Comasana has done really well since he's come on, and he's a player that we are looking to develop. So I really would have liked him to have got that on the board. But we may have another chance here as Perdomo works the ball, plays it out wide to David Rodriguez, cuts back into the box. Is he going to release the shot? He's not, but Nizan is. And it lands on the roof of the net, and it is out for a goal kick. Luckily, we are down to the final seconds of the game, and we are going to win. We're going to get 3 points to round out the episode. Let's take us back to the competitions tab and have a little look at what happened with Real Madrid. So no, they have not played yet. So they are on 12 games. They are on 31 points. We are on 33 points. So hopefully, when we come back, that gap can retain. I'm joking. I don't expect that to happen at all. I expect Real Madrid to win their game in hand, and then we will go neck for neck. We are going to try and win as many games as we possibly can to keep the pressure on them. So looking at the schedule to see where we can come back then, I think we're going to probably come back around the 2nd of January. We'll do Leganes if that game is there. Supercopa España is there, but also the Copa del Rey will kick off in and around here somewhere. So maybe the game will get moved. If not, we'll be back on the 2nd of January, sorry. If not, maybe we'll come back for the Rayo Vallecano game on the 12th instead. And then we'll probably push forwards and maybe even see if we can repeat the trick against Barcelona later on in the season. Right there. In today's episode, we have pushed forwards. It's the 9th of January 2028. We're going to play 2 more games. The first of which will be the Supercopa de España final. We are playing against Real Madrid in that today. And then we'll push forwards later in the episode. And we'll possibly come back against Barcelona later in the season to see if we can do the unprecedented thing and beat them twice in a single season. But first, let's bring you up to date with everything that's happened since the last episode. So going on into the schedule, the last game that we played whilst in an episode was the 4-2 victory against Cadiz, as just mentioned. And since then, we have been in good form. Now, admittedly, the next game didn't go to plan. We drew 0-0 with Granada, struggled to get the ball in the net, but also stayed solid in terms of our defence. It was a boring 0-0 draw, but nonetheless, it was another point on the board. The next game was against FC Copenhagen, or FC Copenhagen. A 1-0 victory there would give us 3 more points in the Champions League phase. The next game would be a 5-2 victory against Girona in La Liga. Fantastic game of football with goals from Solomon, Nazan, Guedes and Cabello securing those 3 points. Moving on, FC Porto were up next. We played them at home in the Champions League phase, and we would collect another 3 points with another 1-0 victory. Next up in the Liga was a 2-2 draw against Valencia. Some brilliant football from both teams ensured that the points were shared. We then would go on and beat Real Valladolid in La Liga 3-2. Goals from Cabello and Guedes would secure 3 more points there, but some shaky defending as we concede 2 goals at home. And then last time out, before we rejoin the episode, we would beat Villarreal 2-1 in the Supercopa de España semi-final. Goals from Solomon and Costas would ensure that we would play against Real Madrid in the very next game. Let's have a little look at the competitions just to show you how they are getting on as well then. So at this point of the season, We are sat in second place. We have played 17 games. We have won 13, drew 2, lost 2, have a goal difference of 41. At this stage, we are only 1 point behind Real Madrid, but we do have a game in hand. So we are really sticking to the task this season. In seasons gone, there was quite a gap between the two teams, but this season, we are really pulling our weight and we are putting the effort in, making sure that we stick with Real Madrid. So if they drop points, we can capitalise, and hopefully in the next game, which is the game in hand, we can go on and win that game and we will take control of La Liga. Looking at some of the stats, so we have Chinadu Solomon on 13 league goals at this point after 18 or 17 games for us, 18 match days. In terms of the average ratings, Cabello and Nunez both on 7.45, sharing third and fourth place. It's more of a tie, isn't it? So it's 2 third places. In the assists, you have Nunez on 7 and Cabello on 7. Cabello has 5 Player of the Match awards. It's all looking good as we are moving through the season. Looking at some of the other competitions then. So in terms of the Champions League, we have managed to pull ourselves up into 12th place on 12 points. Played 6, won 4, have a goal difference of just 3. And luckily for us, if we look behind us, we have Benfica, Liverpool, Roma, Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Red Bull, I believe that one's Salzburg? Yeah, Salzburg. Rangers, Real Madrid are below us, and Red Bull Leipzig too. So some big teams below us, but there are teams that have already qualified for the playoffs or to skip the next part of the playoffs. So they go into the round of 16. We will go into the playoffs, and I'm not too sure who we're going to draw, but some of these teams down here, Real Madrid, Porto, Sevilla. I don't know if we can draw coefficients in the new format of the Champions League because I believe it goes into brackets, but it may be that we can avoid one of our own country teams, maybe, but there's still Bayern Munich, Borussia Dortmund, Liverpool. It's going to be difficult in the Champions League. We have no expectation whatsoever of doing well in the Champions League. We are literally just turning up, playing the games and hopefully getting the results, and we'll see who we draw in the Champions League later on in the episode. In terms of the Copa del Rey, we are in the third round. We have drawn against Sansa, I believe that is, a smaller team in Spanish football. And then we have the Supercopa de España. So that will be today's first game. Let's go and have a look at the team lineup then that we are going to put out for this game. So it's going to be Ramos in goal, Elias, Roberto, Moreno and Gutierrez. We have Alonso, Nizan in the midfield holding 2, Moleiro, Nunez and Cabello up top with Solomon leading the line. Can we go the extra mile and go and win a trophy in the top flight against Real Madrid? Now, if you remember back, last time we were on camera against Real Madrid, we got absolutely spanked. But earlier on in the season, with no expectations of beating them, we actually got a result in La Liga. Now, if we could repeat that once again, that would be fantastic. But once again, we have no expectations. And in a one-off game, anything can happen. Looking at Real Madrid's lineup, a few names in there that are a little bit strange at this point. So we've got Cole Walker-Peters, Zeno de Bast. They're going to have a corner. So let's watch this one in. So Jerry swings it out, gets headed up in the air, and it's hit the post. Gutierrez can only lift it back up. Rodrigo has the chance, and it goes... Well, it must have been a foul in there somewhere because the play goes dead, and we survive another day. But they are going to have another free kick here. Rodrigo with the ball over the crossbar. Mo Ramos watches it go needlessly out. But yeah, some of the other players, Ruggieri, Chouameni, Valverde, Camavinga, Bellingham, Rodrigo, and of course Kylian Mbappe. They have an absolutely lethal team, but at the moment we are holding them at bay. That could be about to change though, because they are on the attack with Bellingham, and he hits it straight at Mo Ramos. We are really riding our luck, but we haven't had a chance of our own yet. I can only hope that when we get one, which looks like it could happen here, as the pink shirts flood forward, ball goes into the box, gets headed up in the air, and it comes away. For a second I thought we were going to have a chance, and then when we do have a chance, it was Amir Nunez with the shot who puts it wide. He should have done better with that chance. I really thought that the net was going to bulge when he hit it down low. It was headed towards the corner and it drifts just past the post. So we are putting up a good fight. We haven't exactly had a lot in terms of chances of our own, and we are firefighting a little bit. But we do, if we could carve one or two more chances, that we obviously take one. It could either be we poke the bear and wake them up, or they could drop the heads. And hopefully, if we could get any kind of pressure on them, here's a cross in. There's a header. I thought that one was going to drop in as well. We are having chances. We just cannot hit the target, which is disappointing. Chinadu Solomon, normally the main man in terms of those situations, isn't really having much. But we have seen this before. Ruggieri with a corner kick. It gets headed back towards goal. Mo Ramos, I thought, touched it over. But it's going to go out for a goal kick. And that means that at half-time, it's 0-0. We're going to get in. We're going to get out. And hopefully, we can craft or fashion ourselves any kind of chance, which would give us some kind of chance of getting this result. But it's Real Madrid on the attack again. Valverde with a shot from distance. Mo Ramos can't get there. And that's really unfortunate because we were holding them at arm's length and they were having chances. But look at the distance this ball travels. So he plays the 1-2 and he's hit it on the turn. Ramos sees it the whole way. Can't get down, can't keep it out. That's Football Manager for you sometimes. When you think you're in the game and you think you're just going to ride the wave, all of a sudden it comes along, it topples you over. So let's make some changes. We're going to bring on Comisana. Or in fact, Nunez isn't doing too great, is he? So I think what we'll do is actually swap Nunez and Moleiro and then bring Comisana on the right. Anybody else who really looks like they're flagging? Left back could potentially do with changing. So bring Valentino Raka on in place of Elias. And we're going to make a change in the middle of the park. We're going to bring Javier Martin on in place of Javi Alonso. We're going to go for the younger midfield and see if the two academy prospects can't get us something out of this game. Fingers crossed they can. I'm not too sure, but we're going to have a chance, it seems. Raka with the ball to Moleiro, who plays it back to Raka. Martin to Nizan, switches the play out. It comes into the box. Solomon had the chance. He swung the leg at it, couldn't get it on target, but it's back out to Gutierrez. Can he beat his man? He crosses it deep. Two defenders get up to head it out. And it's come out to Comisano, who plays it back into the box. And all of a sudden, it's ping-ponging around. Can we do anything with it? Gutierrez crosses it in. And there is Moleiro to get the equaliser. This was a crazy goal. I'm not even sure if Moleiro knows too much about this, because Gutierrez does really well playing the 1-2 with Cabello. He then takes his man on, and when he gets crossed in, the goalkeeper parries it up in the air. Moleiro just heads it back towards goal, and it's dropped into the empty net, and all of a sudden we are on level terms. Is it going to be short-lived though? Real Madrid straight back on the attack. 75 minutes on the clock now, as Valverde gets it in the midfield, plays it to Rodrigo. Can we close him down? Somebody go to the ball, please. He's just given all the space to get outside. He crosses it into Mbappe. Shot was blocked. Camavinga smashes it in to make it 2-1. We're going to go to a VAR check. Not 100% sure why, because I think this one looked like a good goal. Oh, it's actually disallowed. So Camavinga was caught offside. Let's have a little look at this, because I wasn't too sure where. So it is Mbappe who gets caught offside, and he has the goal ruled out for Camavinga. The Real Madrid are back on the attack anyway. Walker-Peters swings it in. Camavinga goes out to the corner and Gutierrez steals it. Nizan plays it to Moreno, who smashes it straight at his own player. Ball's pinging around, and this time Mbappe has scored. And once again, we're going to a VAR check. I don't think this one will be ruled out. It is ruled out. How lucky are we in this game? Mo Ramos goes against the ball out the net. So it's played off of Ardagulo, and then he's kind of arced the run, but not well enough. And Mo Ramos was in no man's land. He was like reaching down, almost touching his boots as the ball whistled past him. But thankfully for us, VAR steps in, rules the goal out, and we are still level with 78 minutes on the clock. Are we going to have a chance? We're building Rackers towards the edge of the box. Gutierrez again, he's getting involved. He's going to take his man on once again. Ball gets blocked, and now the ball is out to Mbappe, who just eases past Moreno, but he does well, or so I thought he'd done well. He'd stopped the attack, but it's obvious that the referee didn't like what he saw, and he's going to send... Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Marco Moreno didn't seem to do too much wrong there for me. That's disappointing. Who should we sacrifice in this? We're going to sacrifice number 7. Yeah, Trellis is going to have to come on. And we're going to try and... I think once we get to here, we're going to go to balanced and see if we can't hold off. I don't know if this goes to extra time or penalty straight away. If it goes to penalty straight away, then it could favour us in terms of the lottery. If it goes to extra time, Real Madrid are going to win the game. But we're clinging on here to try and just get over the line. And that's a poor decision from Gutierrez. He throws the ball as far up the pitch as he can get it. It's coming back towards us. And it's over the top. Ardagula is in. And he is missed. That is crazy. I thought this game was over so many times. What are we going to go to extra time here? So this is it. We're not going to have any chance in extra time. We've got a few players that actually need to come off. So let's get Moleiro off because he's looking jaded. And we really need him in the second half of the season. And poor Gutierrez has poured his heart into the game. He is now coming to the end as well. So we are going to take those two off as we try and see it out. But we have a chance of our own. This is crazy. Teto is over the ball. Is he going to shoot or is he going to pass? He's had a shot and the goalkeeper, Mestre, turns it around. We have a corner. Can we do something from this corner? Teto with the ball. Swings it in. Goes into the middle. Goalkeeper comes out and claims it. No problems. So, once again, we are left to be clinging on. Real Madrid having 2 and 3 shots at a time. 26 in total, 9 on target. And are they going to break our hearts here? Valverde with the ball out to Camavinga. He's going to take his player on. It gets crossed in. I think that hit the post. Kylian Mbappe has not been fantastic in front of goal today at all. And yeah, I think he hit the post there from close range. So, in a half time for extra time, and we have kicked the second period of extra time off. We're creeping towards a penalty shootout here. I was not expecting us to hold on as well as we have. We're at the 115 minute mark, and just as I was saying, we've held on really well. Real Madrid have got a penalty. This is going to be given, I think, for a push. Unfortunately, looked at the near post like there was a push, and just as I jinx it, Kylian Mbappe, of all people, is going to step up and take it, and he's going to convert it. Just as I was saying, he wasn't having much luck in front of goal himself. Up he steps with his penalty and has pretty much put that to bed, I'm sure. Yeah, Ramos dives completely the wrong way. Mbappe, cool as you like, slots it in. And we are going to miss out. Wow. Could get even worse here. Camavinga with the ball in. Ardagula's gone to ground and he's going to give another penalty, isn't he? How unlucky can you be? We have absolutely played brilliantly in this game. And 2 penalties in extra time is going to be our undoing. How devastating. Oh, in fact, it's not because Mo Ramos has saved this one. There was me pretty much resigned to the fact that Mbappe was about to smash that ball into the net. And Mo Ramos with a fantastic penalty save manages to keep the score at 2-1 from the resulting corner. Endrick back to Mbappe, looked offside, let the game go, but full time we're going to have a little look at Real Madrid lift their trophy. I know it's not us, but it's what could be. And at the end of the day, I'm going to say it quietly, you've just seen how much improved we are against the bigger teams. We pushed Real Madrid all the way to extra time with 10 men, and we're going to let them have this one. I would gladly have exchanged this for a league title, because that's the one we're looking for. So, fingers crossed. We're going to get our revenge, and we'll get our revenge in the league. Yeah. we'll wait to see that one. Right then, let's go back to the main game. Let's have a look at the schedule and see where we can come back. So we've run a good run of form up until that point. Lost in the Supercopa de España final. I think we're gonna make it hard for ourselves. We're gonna go forwards to the 27th of the 2nd, 2028, and we're gonna play Barcelona in the second game. There may be some new signings just before we get to that game, so if there are any new signings, we'll unveil them too. But let's see what happens. Let's move forward and see if we can continue our good run of form. Can we stick with Real Madrid and still be there when we face Barcelona? Okay, so we've pushed forwards. It's the 4th of March 2028, and I decided to make a bit of a change. Now, originally, we were going to come back for the Barcelona game to show you us play in La Liga against Barcelona. But looking at the schedule, the very next game was against Real Madrid. So I took the opportunity to play Real Madrid twice in the same episode. And this time it won't be in a cup final. This time it is in La Liga. We're going to go and look for revenge from the Supercopa final and hopefully take 3 points off them in our pursuit to win La Liga. Firstly, before we get into that game though, let me just show you what has happened. We've just gone through another transfer window where we would sign just one player. The player would be Jorge Sainz. He's a player that was scouted by our scouting team, popped up on the report as a reliable veteran-style defender. He can also play as a defensive midfielder, but we do at the moment have quite a lot of academy graduates who are in the first team. And once again, like we've been doing, we are just sprinkling the team with those veteran players who can come in, calm the kids down, maybe mentor them and give them some of their positive traits. And he's a player that definitely can go into the team and help us out, make us a little bit more steady at the back. Hopefully, it will contribute to us going on and winning the league. Let's have a look at the schedule just to show you what happened since you have been away then. So we left off last time from that Real Madrid game where we lost in the Supercopa final. Since then, we would beat Vallecano 4-0, Sansa 4-1 in the Copa del Rey third round. We have a 1-1 draw against Atletico Madrid in the Champions League, a 3-1 victory against Celta Vigo, a 2-1 victory against Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League, then a 6-2 victory against Alaves. Jese Solomon bagged himself a hat-trick in that one. Sporting Gijon, we would push them to the side in the fourth round of the Copa del Rey before coming unstuck in the Copa del Rey against Villarreal in the quarterfinals. We would lose that game 2-1 at home. Since then, we had a 2-1 victory against Leganes, a 1-1 draw with Atletico Madrid, and then unfortunately for us, we were paired off against AC Milan in the Champions League knockout playoff round first leg. We would lose that game 3-1, and then in the return leg, we would draw 2-2. The other two games that we have played was a 4-1 victory against Athletic Club, and surprisingly, we were able to do the unthinkable as we beat Barcelona at the Heliodoro Rodriguez Lopez to gain another 3 points and make sure that we do the double over Barcelona for the first time, I'm sure, in history. So that brings us nicely up to date. We are playing against Real Madrid once again. Let's have a little look at the competitions just to show you how La Liga sits. So we are currently on 24 games played, 19 wins, 3 draws, 2 losses. We've got a difference of just 39, but we are on 60 points. Vitally, we have a game in hand over Real Madrid. So that means that in today's episode, we can actually go on and extend that lead if we play and beat Real Madrid in the next game. We have a current 4-point gap. We can build that to 7 points. This save could be about to go crazy. Looking at the stats across the season, Jese Solomon is a man on fire and definitely the one who is putting the club on his back and taking us to new heights. 23 league goals at this point. Cabello on a 7.47 average rating and Nunez on a 7.40. Nunez would be our leading assister with 9 assists. So, in terms of La Liga, everything is going really well. Champions League, as we now know, we got knocked out by AC Milan. We're also knocked out in the quarterfinals by Villarreal in the Copa del Rey. And we were the runners-up in the Supercopa de España. So, it's time for a bit of revenge. Can we go and get 3 points against Real Madrid? And as I said, after we lost the Supercopa final, we have bigger fish to fry. This is the game I would absolutely love, by hook or by crook, somehow to get 3 points from. So let's look at the lineup. We're going to have a Ramos in goal. Sejas, Roberto, Martin and Gutierrez are our back four. Alonso and Nizan are our holding midfielders. Moleiro, Nunez and Cabello. And up top, the main man himself, Chinedu Solomon. So let's submit the team. Let's move on into the game interface for the match day. Let's hopefully get the 3 points. We are away from home, so we are playing in our infamous pink strip. Let's see if we can take the game to Real Madrid. Now, we did fantastically in the cup final. We played in that game with 10 men for a very long time. Now we have 11 versus 11. What can we do in this one? Well, Endrick is trying to build something from the middle of the park. It's Tapsoba to Ardagula. Ibanez out to Ruggieri. He's going to try and take us on. Brahim plays the ball into the middle, but Sejas cuts that out. Solomon now with the ball. If he finds a pass here, there was a man ahead of him, but he chose not to play that pass. Moleiro to Alonso. Ball into the middle is cut out, but Nizan is going to pick it up. Who plays to Gutierrez, beats his man, cuts it back, and there is the goal to give us the lead, as Norzet Cabello means that at this point, if we stop the game, we are going to be 7 points clear of Real Madrid in the league, and we still have a game in hand. What is Ruggieri doing? I'm not too sure. Gutierrez cuts the ball back, and Cabello with a finish that is true. It finds the back of the net, and Courtois in goal can do nothing to stop that goal. Can we hold on? Can we build on this? We have another clip coming in. It's Roberto with the ball out wide. Gutierrez plays it into the middle. Nizan takes it in his stride. Cabello's in the box again. Just as he's about to pull the trigger, it's taken off of his toe, and Chinedu Solomon has given us a 2-0 advantage in the Bernabeu. What is happening here? Nizan cuts the ball back. Cabello is in. Ruggieri sticks the toe out. Falls nicely to Solomon. Courtois is down. Cannot save the ball. It's 15 minutes on the clock. We have had 2 shots. We have scored 2 goals. Now, I don't for a second think that this game is over in the 15th minute. But my gosh, we have given ourselves a fantastic chance at taking 3 points off of Real Madrid. They got a corner. Ardagula swings it in. Ibanez with the overhead kick that hits the outside netting, or outside of the netting of the goal. That would have been some spectacular goal had that had gone in. Thankfully for us, it goes wide. Unluckily for them, it means that we still have a 2-0 lead to our name. 39 minutes on the clock. We still only have those 2 shots. And Real Madrid are now cranking up the pressure. Mbappe with a corner. He looks like he's offside, but we did have a man on the post. So it means that he probably was being played onside. And then the ball gets floated back in, looking for Endrick at the back post. And it goes over the bar. Madrid now have a free kick. They are lining this one up. It's going to be Ardagula over the ball. What can he do with it? He bends it, hits the underside of the crossbar. And just like in that cup final, we are living dangerously. But unlike in the cup final, we have a 2-goal advantage. And we are on the attack again as Gutierrez goes to beat his man. Ardagula gets the ball out of play. What is coming here? Gutierrez turns the full way around before throwing it in as Moleiro is there on the back post and he scores with a header. This is absolutely crazy. We are 3-0 up in the Bernabeu and we are about to go 7 points clear in La Liga. Is this it? Is this the season where we finally are going to hit the peak of Spanish football? How fantastic would it be to do that in this season? Let's start off the second half as Madrid instantly have a free kick and they're going to get a goal back here. It's going to go to VAR, but it looks like it was clever. I mean, look at how fast Mbappe is running back to the halfway line there. Checking the goal. Goal is awarded. So some quick thinking from Gula. Mbappe peels off of the defender, smashes the ball into the net, and after 30 seconds, is it going to be premature, the celebrations of going 3-0 up? So yeah, clever goal. Peels off the defender. Nobody picks him up. Smashes it into the net. We're on the attack again, but we've given the ball away to Tchouameni, who gives it to Tapsoba. And we're just a minute after they've scored and they're on the attack again. The ball comes out to Aarons on the right-hand side. He's running towards the byline, cuts it back. Tchouameni is there, Adegula is there, and Ruggieri has hit the bar. Like I was just saying before we went to half-time, we were living dangerously. But once again, we are at their end of the pitch and Gutierrez is involved. He crosses it in. Nunez has turned. He's hit the shot and it's gone over the crossbar. How unlucky was that? I think if we could get another goal here, we would really make it difficult for them to get back into the game. As it stands, a 2-goal lead I don't think is enough. Certainly not enough to be comfortable. And now we're playing the ball around here. Martin to Gutierrez. What a fantastic pass that was. Cabello up the line. Can he cut it in? He can. Nunez has the shot. It's crossed back in. Courtois with the safe hands. We need the game really to calm down for ourselves because it's got a little bit frenetic. And when you have a lead against Real Madrid, the last thing you want is for the ball to be going up and down the pitch and you are really drawn into that kind of game. So let's make a few changes. This could go one of two ways. We could upset the balance of the team or we could just give ourselves some fresh legs to make sure that this one is in the bag. So we're going to bring on Teto for Nunez. We've brought on Comisana in place of Cabello. And I think I'm going to take off Chinadu Solomon. It's a weird thing to do because obviously he's the leading goal scorer in the Liga and we need another goal, I think. But playing Arana and playing him as high up the pitch as we can possibly get him in that centre-forward role, maybe he can just start to hassle some tired defenders. And if we get one more chance and the ball falls to him, I would put money on him taking that chance. As it happens, the time is ticking away. Real Madrid have thrown the ball back in. Played it up to Rodrigo, who looked to be offside. There was a little hand up from the defender to suggest maybe he was offside, but it doesn't matter because Ramos has got the ball. And it's played it to Martin. Gutierrez now moves the ball forwards. How far can he go up the pitch? Not very far is the answer before Tyler Adams, of all people, cuts it out. Hendrick is now playing the ball forward. Rodrigo has cut us open and thankfully he has missed. I think we've got to credit Moa Ramos there with a save because they gave a corner when Rodrigo was in. And from that corner, Moa Ramos has come out and claimed the ball. We are now minutes away from a famous victory. We're going to play the ball back to Ramos. Take your time here. Pick your passes wisely. As the ball goes out wide, we are in the second minute of 4 added on and we are pushing forwards. Teto crazily tries to square the ball with nobody there, but he's going to get another chance at it. He plays it to Comisana, who's in the box. Teto's there, blocked shot. Gutierrez, Sejas, he shoots from distance. Courtois has turned that over, and we are finishing with a flurry. There is just 2 minutes of the game left. Moleiro with the corner, swings it in, goes up. Gutierrez heads it back out towards him. Javi Alonso back to Nizar. Moleiro's still in the box, and it is put out of play for another corner. Whilst this is all good, the time is going so slowly. Moleiro swings it in. Nizan is the target at the near post, but Javi Alonso once again is the player to get the ball. You can only find Camavinga. And luckily for us, that is it. Time is up. We have won 3-1 against Real Madrid. What a crazy, crazy game that was. And what a crazy, crazy look La Liga now has to it. Look at this. We are now currently sat 7 points ahead of the champions with a game in hand. This is absolutely crazy. If we don't have a better chance at winning the league in this save, I'm pretty sure this is it. I'm almost lost for words. It's pretty crazy. We have these games to go. There are, how many is there? There is 13 games to go in the league. We're going to push forwards for the next episode. Hopefully come back for around the Cadiz game. And then if it goes all the way to the wire, it'll be Cadiz and Rayo Vallecano. So all to play for in the league. La Liga is really, really hotting up. I mean, Atletico Madrid are on 51. Barcelona are on 51. Real Madrid are on 56. And we are on 63. There is every chance that if we can just somehow keep winning games, we could end up top of the pile come the end of the season. But to find out what happens, you're going to have to join me on the next episode, because I'm going to leave this one here. You have just seen us be absolutely fantastic in both games. Even though we lost the first one in that cup final, we were fantastic. 10 men for as long as we went into extra time, only losing out to the penalty. I know we had another one saved, but only losing out to a penalty in extra time was fantastic. And then a 3-1 victory in La Liga to give us that advantage. So in today's episode, we have pushed forwards. It's the 2nd of April 2028. And that means we are getting to the business end of season number 4. We are once again going to play 2 games. The first of which will definitely be against Cadiz. And the second game, we will play it by ear and all be revealed when we go over to the schedule. So let's not waste any time. Let's show you what's happened since you have been away. So opening up the schedule reveals that 3-1 victory against Real Madrid. And then we would go on some pretty impressive runs of games. The first game after the Real Madrid one, we would continue in that fine form. A 5-0 victory, even had a player sent off towards the end of the game. But Amir Nunez would score 4 times as the 18-year-old stepped up through some injury absentees, and he would put on a show in one of his very first games at the top level. The next game would be a 3-1 victory against Real Sociedad. Chinadu Solomon and Nozet Cabello would get the goals there. We would then beat Real Betis 2-0 away from home. Before coming back down to earth with a bit of a bump, we would travel out to Seville, and Luka Jovic's single goal would be enough for us to go down to Seville 1-0, giving them all 3 points. But it wouldn't be a permanent thing. It was a temporary blip, as the very next game we would welcome Villarreal to the Heliodoro Rodriguez Lopez, and we would beat them 2-1. And once again, we had a man sent off, Chinadu Solomon, in the thick of it with 2 goals and a red card. But after all of that, 5 games played, 4 of which were won and 1 loss, the league table will now look like this. And it shows that we are 8 points clear at the top of La Liga, and we are within touching distance of winning La Liga. We are very, very close. We have an 8-point gap. We also have a game in hand over Real Madrid. And the good thing for us is that means we could extend that gap out to 11 points if we win that game in hand. So at this point of the season, we've played 30 times. We've won 24, drawn 3, lost 3. Have a goal difference of 50, and we are on 75 points. This is crazy. I thought it was going to take another couple of years, and in fairness, we could still fall apart at the end of the season and gift Real Madrid another title, but I don't see it happening. I think we are good enough to go on and get to the end of the challenge and finally get to the top of Spanish football in season number 4. Quickly looking around some of the stats that you could see on the screen, Chinadu Solomon has been brilliant. 28 goals this season in the league. Cabello and Nunez feature on the average ratings charts. We then have 11 assists for Nozet Cabello and 10 assists for Amir Nunez. As I said, a player that has really stepped up into the first team and taken every single chance that he has been given this season. He was out on loan last season, so that development really has come through the loan spell. Chinadu Solomon also features on the Player of the Match awards. We are going in the right direction. In terms of the competitions, we were knocked out in the Champions League by AC Milan, knocked out in the quarterfinals by Villarreal, and in the Supercopa de España, we were runners-up in that. So as I said, the reason that we are undecided is because we are close to winning the league. So we will definitely play against Cadiz here, but then I will probably go through a few games until that gap is known. Once we get down to 9 points at least, that means there's 3 games from the end. If it's 11 points, it's almost 4 games from the end. But whichever game looks likely we're going to win the league will be the second one of the episode. So let's jump in to the first game against Cadiz. This is the lineup we are going to put out. So Kalane will start in goal. Ramos is on the bench, but as you can see, he has picked up a knock. Didn't want to risk him, especially at this stage of the season. Then you've got Elias, Roberto, Sainz and Gutierrez as a back 4. You've got Alonso and Nazan as our holding 2 midfielders. Moleiro, Nunez and Cabello will play in behind Chinadu Solomon. Hopefully we'll get the goals to fire us to another 3 points. So let's get this one up and running. Go through these screens here. Then hopefully the game will kick off pretty much straight away. No team talks here. We don't do team talks. We don't do press conferences. Right then, up and running, and we are 3 minutes into the game and nothing is happening at all. Now, in this game, to be honest with you, I would take a point because that would extend that gap just a little bit more out to 9 points. But we don't want to take points. We want to get this done as quickly as possible, and we want 3 points. However, after the first 18 minutes of the game, not a lot is happening. The first highlight is going to go the way of Cadiz as Totti plays the ball to Paul Lozano. He's going to play it out wide to Brian. He's crossing it in. Can we deal with that? We can't. The header actually goes over the bar. Calais nearly gets a touch on it, but actually didn't. And it means that it's a goal kick. But it's a slow, sluggish start from us. I'm not too sure why that has happened. Maybe the players are realising what's happening. Maybe they can sense that we are close to winning this league and have a bit of stage fright. Maybe we just aren't playing very well in the first half. That could also explain it too. But 42 minutes in, and this has been a bland first half. 2 minutes added on. Not even going to get a highlight towards the end of that. So half time we are in. Both teams have had 3 shots. They've had 2 on target. We've had 1. A 0.17 XG for us. A 0.37 for them. We're going to give it till the hour mark as usual before making some substitutions to try and get something going. I do believe if we could pop up with one chance, Chinadu Solomon can be the man to make the difference and hopefully break the deadlock in this game. So what is happening here? Cadiz's goalie plays it forwards and it's played straight back to him. They're going to try and build out from the back with Totti, who plays the ball long. Elias comes and takes that away from the attackers. So Calais with the ball now plays it to Roberto into the midfield. Nizan plays it short, but it's intercepted. And Brian turns the ball over. And Solomon there seems to barge his man off the ball, but he's beaten another defender. He's had the shot and he has been turned wide for a corner. So Moleiro with the corner. Can he find a man in the box? Crosses it in, it goes up in the air. Gutierrez tries to hit it. Javi Alonso with the massive volley. And that almost goes out the stadium, bouncing off of the upper tier and coming back to the goalkeeper on the pitch. Right then, we have got to the hour mark. Let's make some substitutions now. I may seem crazy doing this all the time, but I do think that sometimes you can trigger a response from your team by making several substitutions. What can we do? Up top, we don't really have... We've got Arana. Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take Nunez off. And then we're going to put Moleiro central. I'm going to put Arana up top. And Solomon on the left wing. So that will help us there. Gutierrez is struggling at right back. So we can also bring on Javier Martin to cover him. So let's see if that will do anything at all. Can we kind of spark anything from ourselves? It's actually Cadiz that are having the next chance as Calais turns the ball over from a free kick. Brian now he's going to swing a corner in. How far will it go? It gets headed out. And if Arana plays it forward, we are on the break. Guedes couldn't get away from his man. And then Arana couldn't get the ball back. And strangely enough, we are struggling towards the latter stages of the game. A free kick comes in. There's Javier Martin. He's scored. He's broken the deadlock. And there you go. Substitutions that are inspired here on the channel. Okay, it's pretty much a fluke, isn't it? I mean, ball goes up in the air. It's bouncing around. Guedes knocks it. And I've not seen Martin finish with his left foot like that ever. But we'll take it. We absolutely will take it. 3 points are within touching distance now. We just have to hold firm at the back. Both of these teams are going to have XGs of less than 1, even though we have a goal on the board. But they do have a free kick. It's come across from Totti. Chinadu Solomon is clearing it away. It's played back into the box. It's cut in, and there is Fernandinho to get the equaliser. I was allowing myself to get a little bit carried away, weren't I, saying that 3 points within touching distance. We should have done better here. Solomon, better at the other end of the pitch. Yeah. Just clears it straight to them, and the ball gets played back into the box, and Fernandinho with an easy finish. Was never going to miss from there, was he? Simple little side foot into the back of the net, and now both teams have one goal, and both teams still have an XG of under 1. Time is ticking away, and there's only a couple of minutes left. Let's go very attacking for the very last couple of minutes. There are 6 minutes added on. Can we snatch a winner? Elias has got the ball. He's played it into the box. Nizan goes to ground. We're going to get a penalty in the 92nd minute. Surely that's a penalty. If this goes to VAR and it gets overturned, yeah. I was going to say that was one of the clearest penalties that I've seen. And up steps Chinadu Solomon. And he's missed. Of all the players that I thought I wanted to take the penalty, Chinadu Solomon was the man. I would have put everything on it he was going to score. And he missed. And now there's a counter-attack from Cadiz. And they're on the break from our corner. But luckily for us, Fernandinho turns back. He's played it back to Koza. Can we steal the ball here? There is still enough time on the clock to have one more chance. But it looks like the chance is going to go to them instead. Javier Martin's going to get sent off. Wow. This game is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yeah. Why won't it just continue the game here? I'd rather not make substitutions or not have to move players around, but I suppose with just a couple of seconds left, just make any kind of sacrifice. So not the result that we wanted in the first game, a 1-1 draw. As mentioned, we ended up with a XG of 1.73 thanks to Chinadu Solomon's miss. They ended up with a 0.86. We had the better of the chances in the end. 11 shots, 5 on target. Couldn't get it over the line for the 3 points. But let's go back and have a little look at what that means for the league table. If we can get that up properly. So here we go. We are both now on 31 games, both us and Real Madrid. We have a 9-point advantage with 8 games to go. Let's have a little look at what those games are. So we've got Granada, Girona, Osasuna, Valencia, Valladolid, Leganes and Vallecano. We do not have to face any of the teams that are chasing us. We have played Barcelona twice, played Real Madrid twice, played Atletico twice. So hopefully we are going to come back when it is time for us to win the league. And if we don't come back until the last game of the season and there's a chance that we bottle it, this could be very, very embarrassing. Okay, we are back, and thankfully for us, we are not at the last game of the season. We've had to jump forwards to the 6th of May, but we are going to be playing Real Valladolid in the very next game. So let's go back to the schedule and show you what happened in that very small gap whilst you were away. So after the 1-1 draw against Cadiz, we would bounce back to winning form, winning 3-0 against Granada, goals from Núñez and Moleiro. We'd then have a highly entertaining 3-3 draw against Girona, where we would equalise in the 88th minute through Cabello. Then we would have 2 wins back-to-back. Firstly, a 1-0 victory against Osasuna, and then a 4-0 victory last time out against Valencia. That means that there are 3 league games to go. The gap currently stands at 7 points. So if we can beat Valladolid, it means that mathematically Real Madrid cannot catch us and we will be crowned league champions of Spain for the very first time, completing the mission. If we can't beat Real Valladolid, it could get a little bit tricky because it means we will be going down to a finale episode where we have to win games. So let's just hope and pray that we beat Valladolid at the first time of asking. So the team that I have chosen to go out and hopefully win us the league title is Ramos in goal, Sejas, Roberto, Martin and Gutierrez, Alonso, Nazan, Moleiro, Núñez and Cabello, and then Solomon at the top of the pitch. Fingers crossed we can do this at the first time of asking. I do not want to get dragged in to a situation where we could bottle the league title. I mean, it looks likely. 7 points, 3 games to go. Surely we've got one hand on it, right? Surely we can dare to dream, because Real Madrid have still got to win their games. I don't know. We've kicked off anyway, and we're on the attack with Cabello. The ball is out to Gutierrez. He crosses it in, and that was a weird cross because nobody was there, and the defender heads it straight back to Andre in goal. Now, hopefully, he's just going to lump this straight to one of our players. Exactly, he does that. Gutierrez is on the attack in our lovely pink shirts, and Nunez has crossed it in, and Chenadu Solomon has scored his 38th goal of the season. The man of the save, the myth, the legend, Chenadu Solomon. Don't know if he actually got too much on this. Gutierrez with a great ball into the box. Nunez with the touch, and then it kind of bounces off of him, the defender, the goalkeeper, somebody, anybody. Not too fussed. The ball's in the back of the net, and that's the important thing. And as it stands, we are now 10 points clear of Real Madrid, even though they do have a game in hand. But with only 2 games to go for both teams, after that, we will win the league. So we're 23 minutes into this game. We have had 6 shots, one of which was on target, and that was the goal, although a second one does just pop up. It looks likely we're going to be on the attack again here with Moleiro, who plays it to Roberto, to Martin. Ball forwards, looking for Moleiro, but again, defender just calmly heads it back to the goalkeeper. But like last time, can he lump this up the pitch straight to one of our players? Up it goes, it's launched forwards, and it does end up with one of our players, as it's cleared away by the defence. Martin out to Gutierrez again, who has been involved in everything we've done today. You find Solomon, who finds the post. That was really unlucky, because it was a really good move to get us up the pitch. Ball over the top, and then the control of the shot. Luckily for us, it hit the post, but we are having another chance as Moleiro runs into the box. His shot is hooked wide. So we're knocking on the door here for a second goal, which is probably going to be vital to us, because I think if we get the second goal in the game, it might kill the game off, whereas if they get the goal, we all of a sudden get desperate, and then we have to start throwing men forward to try and win the league, even though we are essentially in control. But we're not in control now unless we get a lucky break here with some VAR, please, maybe. Check in. No, goal is given, even though we didn't see the outcome. No, he's nowhere near offside. I don't even know why we're looking at this. It's a great finish, though, at the near post. Ramos probably shouldn't get beaten from there. I have had my doubts about Ramos across this save. He did, though, come up with the goods in 1 or 2 big games. But that there does leave a lot to be desired at the near post. Just kind of flopped himself to the ground, didn't really make any attempt to save the ball. And it means that we're now in a position where we are going to have to go and attack this game in the second half. As it stands, though, the gap is actually 8 points. But they have a game in hand, so it'll come down to 5. So they can keep it mathematically alive. We need to win this game. Right, we're not going to make any changes at half-time. We're going to push on and see if the players on the pitch, certainly in the first 15 maybe 20 minutes of the second half, from the players who played in the first half, if they can do anything to help us get the 3 points. And if not, which the clock's just running away at this point, we're going to make some changes. Let's do that now. 64 minutes on the clock. Where do we need to change? So Gutierrez, once again, as in the last game, is running a little bit light. And then we need Solomon, we need Moleiro. I'm going to bring on... Who should I bring on? Let's bring on Teto. He did well in the last game. He's been a bit part player this season. One of them that I think will give his all, and we can probably rely on him to help us out. So we're going to make 3 changes, and those are the 3 changes we're going to go with. There is something going on in the background as Kennedy's in a goal, but Martin, who got himself sent off in the last game, makes a clean tackle this time. Hopefully, once this passage of play ends, we can get the substitutes on the pitch. Although Nunez is attacking, the ball's fallen to Moleiro. What can he do with it? The little magician turns back inside after the shot, and it's going to be a corner kick. So we can make those substitutions now, get the players on the pitch, and we're back on the attack. Although it looked like our player just completely stepped over the ball and left it for Valladolid. Enes Bayev is in. Oh my gosh. Didn't close him down. Didn't even want to try and make a tackle or anything. And he's luckily for us put it wide. But we're playing out from the back. Gonzalez to Martin. Back out wide here to Sejas. He's going to run into the space hopefully. Whips the cross in early. Straight to a defender. Which was a little bit silly. But we have the ball back. And it's Gonzalez to Solomon. Gonzalez plays it out to Moleiro. Here's Sejas again. Plays it in behind for Nunez. And Nunez is going to score. Amir Nunez makes it 2-1. And that is what we needed. Just a couple of minutes after making the substitutions as well. We are now back in the lead. Moleiro out to Sejas. Ball into the box. Nunez does so well himself here. Actually nutmegs the goalkeeper. That's impressive. Considering the goalkeeper's come, he spread himself, he's doing well to get down. Nunez has just decided, right, I'm going to put it through your legs. And we are going to decide to make another change. I'm going to bring on Sáenz in place of Javier Martin. He's jumped into a few tackles. He has once again shown that he is capable as a defender, but there's always that risk that something silly is going to happen. Sejas is also feeling the strain a little bit. So we're going to bring on two defensive-minded players. And we're also going to... I'm going to drop off. I'm going to go to balance to see out the last 12 minutes of the game. Now, this could come back to bite me. It really could. But we're going to try and get it done. See if we can get over the line. At the first time of asking, they're going to have a chance in the 88th minute. Have I gone too soon with the balanced? And have I gone too soon trying to hold on to this victory? The referee sorting it out. Goalkeeper is miles up the pitch. Kind of there. Changed his mind. Ball is played to Garcia. And they have equalised. So we're now going to go the opposite direction. And we're going to go very attacking for the 6 minutes that are added on. Kennedy to Garcia. Smashes the ball past Moja Ramos. Ramos again was not at his best there at the near post. We're going to have a chance. Moleiro to Gonzalez. I thought he'd scored. I actually thought he scored. I saw the net move. I thought he'd scored. So we get to full time. And it's obvious that Real Madrid are still in a position where... So 35, they've got 3 games. They can get 9 points. They can get to 88, can't they? So we're not mathematically there, unfortunately. I did think we were going to have a trophy lift in this episode. It turns out it's not going to be in this episode. So looking at the schedule then, there are just 2 games left. And in the next episode, the finale of the series, we are either going to watch us throw this away, or we are going to go on and win La Liga for the first time with a team from the Canary Islands. Oh, we are making hard work of this. I really thought, and in fairness, yeah, if anybody watching wants to go in the comment section and say, why did you change mentality? I fully hold my hands up there. I think I've probably cost the team there by trying to see it out for the last 11, 12 minutes. Rather than just play a natural game and get it done with, I've probably cost us. But it means that in the next episode, we are definitely going to be playing a game, and we are definitely going to find out whether we win the league or we fumble the league. But either way, to find out what is going to happen, you're going to have to come back and join me on the season finale. In today's episode, we have pushed forwards. We're going to be playing Leganes in the first game, and hopefully the only game of the episode. Let me show you what the state of affairs is. So we have 2 league games left. We have Leganes at home. We have Rayo Vallecano away. Currently, we are sat 5 points clear at the top of La Liga. Real Madrid have now played the same amount of games, and that gap is 5 points. That means that with 6 points to play for, if we win this game, we will win La Liga, as there will only be 3 points to play for, and Real Madrid cannot catch us mathematically. Now, I know I said that in the last episode because I thought that was what was going to happen. I thought that we were actually going to go and win La Liga at the end of last episode, and it didn't come true. So there are one of two things that are about to happen. We are about to either win the game and go on and win La Liga, or we're not going to win the game and it will go to the final game of the season and there will be a chance that we could bottle the league. We don't want to be doing that. So let's have a look at the lineup for the game that we are going to play against Leganes. Hopefully win La Liga. So we are going to start Ramos in goal, Seijas, Roberto, Sainz, Gutierrez. We will have Alonso and Martin as our holding midfielders. We have Moleiro, Nunez and Caballo, who will be supporting Chinedu Solomon up top. Right, for the second time, let's hope we can go and win the league. We're going to jump straight into the match action. Don't do team talks. Don't do tunnel press conferences and those kinds of things. Let's just get into it. Can we go and win it? Straight from the kickoff, something is about to happen as Moleiro gets the ball and goes forwards, plays it out to Seijas, who turns back to Xabi Alonso, Martin to Cabello, to Gutierrez, and Chinedu Solomon has given us the lead after 22 seconds. It's got to be a good omen, right? There's no such thing as scoring too early in these games, surely. Especially when you're going for the league title. We don't care anyway. Gutierrez drills the ball in and there is Chinedu Solomon with the simplest of finishes to score, I think, well, it's 100th goal for the club, it says at the bottom. I think that's his 39th goal of this season. Chinedu Solomon has been the man. We'll go through some of his stats and what he has achieved if we can get this done. And there is Javier Martin with a screamer from outside the box to double the lead. It's 7 minutes in. We are 2-0 up. In the last episode, I decided to change my ways and drop off and try and secure 3 points. We are not going to do that after 7 minutes. Don't get worried about that. We are going to go all-out attack here and we're going to try and kill this off right now. As it stands, we are playing Real Madrid or not. We will have an 8-point lead and they will only have 6 points available to them. We will be champions and we will complete the mission of becoming the first ever Canarian Island team to win La Liga. But I'm talking a lot and we have a long way to go. There's still 20 minutes in the first half. We are going to have another chance. Cabello back out to Gutierrez. Plays it back into Cabello. It's gone to ground. We're going to get a penalty. And last time we had this, Chinedu Solomon had the chance and fluffed it. So surely he's not going to miss 2 penalties in a row. I've not seen Chinedu Solomon miss a penalty. That was identical to the one that he missed in the first game in the last episode. That is shocking. I've not seen him miss 1 penalty across this series. I was just saying he's the man. And he goes and does it again. In fairness, the goalkeeper saved it. I mean, we scored anyway. This might get ruled off. It says it's offside. Not 100% sure, but he definitely will go down as the man. But I've never seen Chinedu Solomon miss 1 penalty. But 2 penalties in a row, that is crazy. But we are 3-0 up, and it's looking likely we are going to do it now. Cabello controls the ball well, fires his shot in. It's a close one for offside. Wouldn't be surprised if they don't. Here we go. We're going to have a little look at the line. Oh, I don't know if I agree with that. Obviously, it benefits my team, so I'm not really fussed. Goal stands anyway. But if that was against us, I would have been fuming because it looked like he was ahead of the man in the middle. The lines obviously proved that he wasn't, but it was really, really tight. We're on the attack again. Ball gets crossed in. Loic headers it away back to Victor, who brings it out to Casado in the middle of the park. Can't switch off here because Seki's in behind. And even though we are winning 3-0, and I should be comfortable, you are never ever truly comfortable until you have your hands on that trophy. And we could do with getting rid of this, which we do by Javier Martin. So, They've only had one shot in the first 38 minutes. We have had a number of chances. We have scored 3 times. Can Moleiro make that 4? He steps up. He's hit the crossbar. The ball bounces back down. Roberto is going to collect it. And it ends there. So 9 shots, 5 on target, 3 goals. We've just hit the crossbar. We now have a corner. Goes near post. Martin can't win it. And Roberto is going to play inside to Alonso. Who keeps the ball going across to the right-hand side of the pitch. Caballo, Martin, brilliant play there. Gutierrez gets a deflection. We're going to have another corner. Can we finish this one off from this corner and put this game to bed? Surely we cannot. Alonso with the header over the bar. But we're going to get in at half time with a 3-goal advantage. I don't know why I'm worried. Well, I do know why I'm worried, because I thought we were going to win the league in the last game. I definitely want it to be over after this game. We just need to get over the line. Going to give it, as usual, another 10 minutes maybe and make some substitutions just to keep the fresh legs. Moleiro with the ball here. He's in the box. Tries to find Martin. Gets cut out. I do think if that would have resulted in a goal, that probably would have been offside anyway. But Solomon is in, and this is going to result in a goal, and this is probably going to be offside. The ball goes up and over the top, and he did look ahead. Yeah, he looked ahead. A brilliant finish, though. Cannot deny him that. As the ball's bouncing, he's kind of caught it on the... Yeah, kind of a half volley as it bounces back up. But a fantastic finish that isn't going to count as a goal. But we are on the attack again. We are relentless here with the wave after a wave of attacks. As Sainz moves forwards with the ball, plays it out wide. Cabello picks it up. It's crossed in, and this time Nunez has scored. And this time it is 4-0. And now it is party time. We can really start to celebrate now, because we are not going to blow 4 goals. Surely we're not going to blow 4 goals. Cabello does really well. Gets the ball across the box. Nunez is there with the finish. Smart finish. Let's bite the bullet now. Let's make these changes. We're going to try and get some players on that maybe haven't had as much game time. Comisana is going to go up top. Up front. Iñaki Gonzalez can make an appearance here for Javi Alonso. We have Ali Garcia, Elias, Arana probably could have come on. In fact, yeah, I'm going to make another change. Cabello can go there, and Arana actually can go up top. And then we have David Rodriguez to come on in place of Gutierrez. So we're going to make those changes, get some fresh legs on. It looks like in the background we are relentless in the attack still anyway, as the ball's back into the box. Cabello goes to ground there. I don't even know if there was a tackle. Looked like it could have been a penalty. Actually, doesn't get blown for one. But on another day, if it was 0-0, I would have been absolutely screaming for a penalty there, because there was no attempt to really win the ball. He brings the man down. And we're in again. We've scored again. Nunez. But it's going to go to VAR again. Was Comisana offside in the build-up? That's the question. No, he was not. When we see this from the other angle, it's really weird how he gets almost in front of the goalkeeper when he retrieves the ball, if we're looking at the very top. In fact, no, there's a defender between him and the ball. Absolutely nothing. Nothing in that whatsoever. Perfectly good goal. Don't know why it went to VAR. And this is it. We are about to do it. We're about to do it with a game to spare, which is a big relief also. There's still 20 minutes left in the game. Leganes really have not turned up. I mean, in fairness, I was fearing Leganes. They're rock bottom of the league. Shows that when you don't do your due diligence on your opponents, and they really, really have a chance of messing your season up, it's always best to just have a look at where they are in the league and see, is that realistic? Are they actually going to be able to do something? Because the answer here is no. We are 5-0 up, and it could get worse for them here. As Martin plays it into the box, Moleiro to David Rodriguez. It's 6. A statement win to wrap up La Liga and to give us exactly what we said we were going to do. We have taken Tenerife to the top of the Spanish football pyramid. We are about to win La Liga and do it with a 6-0 victory. Yes, this has been really enjoyable as a save. 24 shots we've had in this game. Are we not going to get to lift the trophy? Why did we not get a trophy lift? Interesting. So the game is obviously making us wait because of Real Madrid currently playing, or what has happened there? So it says that we have won La Liga, but I'm really disappointed that we did not get to see us lift the trophy, because the game knows that we have won the league, and I'm presuming it's because they've only played 36 games that it didn't do it. But as you can see, we are champions of Spain. We have done it. We have gone from La Liga Hypermotion into La Liga proper, and we have now won La Liga. So the next thing for me to do is I'm going to do all the housekeeping, make sure that we get the last game out the way, and I'll come back to do not only a season review but an entire save review, as we'll go through some of the players that we've had. I'm also going to go through the current squad, going to go through the things that we've won, and yeah, we're going to wrap this one up after winning La Liga in style. Okay, we have now moved past the final game of the La Liga campaign, and the last thing to do is start to wrap the series up. We're going to start off by looking at the season review, and as you can see, our La Liga trophy is proudly there on display, the first ever team to lift the trophy from the Canary Islands. And not just that, we did it with players that were mainly bought from Las Palmas' B and C team, and they were all born in the Canary Islands. Let's run through this end of season review then, starting off with the new arrivals. So German Commissana was our signing of the season, the 18-year-old striker. It says we transferred him from our C team, but we actually took him from Las Palmas' B team. As I was just mentioning, we mainly took all of the players that we were signing from either Las Palmas or Lanzarote or Sabadell, I think, was another team that we started to pick players up from. But the three signings that we made this season, none of them really were out and out first teamers or rotation pieces. But Commissana came in, he did well. Across the 22 total appearances he had, he scored once, had 4 assists, had a big role in the final game of the season. Got a 6.86 average rating. Oscar Clement was another one, came in from Espanyol for £1 million, and Jorge Sáenz would be the other player who came in for £1.1 million. In terms of the season results, La Liga, what can we say? We have finally achieved it. We have become the first team to win La Liga in the Canary Islands. We actually did it in the end quite easy. Real Madrid not getting the results that they were looking for in the running to the end of the season, and we would finish 8 points clear in the end, which is staggering considering that when we had that gap before, we nearly blew it, and then yeah, it got long-winded. But look at this for a mad stat. Barcelona, 38 played, 28 wins, 10 losses, didn't draw a single game all season. What a mad stat that is. So we were predicted to finish mid-table. Obviously, the board did not think we could go and do what we've done. Average home attendance was 22,500. Sinead Solomon would get 32 league goals for us. We would win the league by 8 points. In terms of the Champions League, we'd qualified from the previous season. Sinead Solomon would be our top goal scorer there. They wanted us to get to the knockout playoff round, and that is exactly where we did get to. Unfortunately, we came up against AC Milan in the knockout round, and we would go out 5-3 on aggregate. In the Copa del Rey, we would reach the quarterfinals where we would be knocked out by Villarreal. And in the Supercopa de España, we would get to the final, finishing runners-up after a 1-1 draw against Real Madrid. So, moments to remember. Biggest win was the 6-0 victory on the final, or our final game of the series. the penultimate game of this season. The match to remember was a 4-0 victory against Barcelona. Moleiro got 2, Alonso scored and Nunez scored. And goal of the season would go to Nazan. A remarkable goal as the defensive midfielder hits a well-struck effort from 24 metres, and that goal would come in the Champions League against AC Milan. In terms of revenue and that kind of thing, we've never really had that much to do with the money because of having to buy local players and players that have been born on the islands. So it weren't as if we could go out and splash big money. I think the biggest fee we paid was for Moleiro. But in terms of money, we're making some. It's all good. Our reputation, we were a continental team before. We're a continental team still as we exit the save. Prize money, 35 million in the previous season. In terms of how we have lined up across the season, this looks pretty accurate to me. Ramos in goal, Elias, Roberto, Martin, Gutierrez, Alonso, Nazan, Moleiro, Nunez, Cabello and Solomon. So in terms of accolades then, we would be just the First Division Manager of the month for May. That's fine. I can understand not winning the big one. Would have been nice to have rounded out with a double of La Liga and winning Manager of the Year, but we'll just take the one award. In terms of player awards, Nunez, 7.4 for average rating. He had that. So he was Fans Player of the Season for that. Also Young Player of the Season. Comisano was Signing of the Season, Nazan Goal of the Season. Chinadu Solomon would get 39 goals across the season. Is that in all competitions? It is. 39 goals from 50 appearances. We'll take another look at him in just a moment. So Amir Nunez would have most assists with 15. Solomon Player of the Match awards 8. Nunez 7.4 average rating. And Cyan's 90 minutes completed passes were 56. In terms of the record breakers, most overall goals by a player in a season, Chinadu Solomon got 39, got 32 in the league campaign, and Nazan was a naughty boy getting 20 yellow cards. Right then, final thing to wrap up, we would win the league. There is the trophy. And even though we weren't fancied at the start of the season, we have gone on to complete the mission after 4 seasons. So we can see here, La Liga success. Chinadu Solomon's goals had a huge impact. Yes, absolutely. Solomon finishes La Liga top goal scorer, winning the Pichichi. He also, that's the exact same stat. What I can tell you is that he won the other award, the La Liga award for Player of the Season. And we'll have a quick look at that in just a second. But yeah, he had a prolific campaign that saw him score 39 times. So we've been through the season review. Let's just go back. So the trophy he won was the La Liga Zara trophy. We can go here and have a look. So he won La Liga Zara trophy. Solomon had been the top striker in La Liga EA Sports this season with 32 goals. And he beat Amarodian and Latassa to that award. He also won the Pichichi, as I said, for scoring 32 goals from 36 appearances. He would beat Mr. Mbappe and Calimundo. Mbappe was the League Player of the Year, but Amir Nunez would end up finishing in the runners-up position. So we had plenty of awards for the players. Myself, I didn't manage to win the award. So if we were continuing forwards, club vision wouldn't really change. It's attacking football, possession football, make most of set pieces, play entertaining football and high tempo football. It gets a lot, don't it? Really. They want to work within the wage budget, spend the original transfer budget, which would not happen at all. I don't know of any Canarian-born players that are going to be... Wow, we'll have a look at the finances in a minute, but there is enough money in that bank to go out and bankroll half a squad, I am sure. 3-year contracts for first-team players, and the club are looking to build the new stadium. They want to reach the Champions League and qualify for the Europa Conference League, and then qualify for the Europa League and go on into being a Champions League team. So obviously they think we have overachieved quite quickly, which is certainly what's happened. We are only 4 seasons in and we are already winners of La Liga. Let's go and have a look at some players then and show you the ones that have really shined in the save. So Moja Ramos was a player that I could never really decide whether he was one that we were going to stick with, whether we were going to move on. I mean, when you look back, he was a Real Madrid goalkeeper, and then he went to Birmingham, of all places. Shout out Birmingham City. Then on to Las Palmas. He then would come to us, and he would make his way in as a number one choice goalkeeper, but at no point was I ever comfortable with that decision. Some of the other players that came through, Valentino Racca, he came in quite early, made 89 appearances. I think we signed him, pretty early on in the save, 24-25 season, so the first season, 36,500. And at one point, he had some really big clubs sniffing around him. At the age of 22, he's probably stagnated a little bit, but he turned out well enough for what we needed. Zeban Gutierrez is another player who stepped up into the first team. We sent him out on loan to Andorra for a season where he played really well, and then he came back and started turning in some eye-catching performances for us. Pace, acceleration, tackling. Really did start to come on leaps and bounds as the seasons went on. Javier Martin is another player that we signed from Las Palmas B. Now made 59 appearances for the first team. And somehow Las Palmas keep turning out these wonder kids. They have the real life ones, and obviously whatever's going on the islands with their academy, they are certainly churning out enough of these types of players that we were able to pick them up cheap, develop them and use them in the save. Eduardo Elias, he is a youth product of our own. Sent him out to Numancia, and then he came back and has played 29 times in the first team. Actually had a really good campaign this season. Only started 11 games, but had 29 games in total. Got a 7.21 average rating in La Liga, which was really good. Nizan is another one who is homegrown. Came through our youth system, has played 135 times now. I think he came in the very first season. Yep, so there from the beginning, was part of the first intake before we actually started the save, and we have played him in every single season that we have had him. Alberto Moleiro obviously came in, big money transfer for us, 17 million we would pay for him, and it was money absolutely well spent. Played 30 games this season, scored 14, had 9 assists, a 7.11 average rating. Then further on down, Amir Nunes, who's just finished runner-up in the Player of the Season award. What can I say? He's going to be absolutely fantastic. He's only 18 years old, was at Las Palmas B. They let him go to Sabadell, and then we picked him up. How much did we pay? In fact, we paid 300,000 from Las Palmas, and we loaned him to Sabadell, So he had a good season at Sabadell, playing 30, scoring 5, and then came back and looked first team ready, and we threw him straight in at the deep end, and he has certainly swam and not sunk. And finally, the one to look at, the main man, the one that has come on so much across the entire save. I mean, look at all those green arrows for progression. He has been with us since the 24-25 season, coming in on the original youth intake before we took over the club. And he has gone from strength to strength, playing 19 times and then pretty much playing full seasons every other year. He scored 78 in 123 games. He has been fantastic. I mean, he's even now been called up to the Spanish under-21s, where he's played 12 games. He's scored 20 goals for the Spanish under-21. So a real find by our youth academy, and a player that obviously has become an integral part of what we did to get us to win La Liga. So last thing to look at, let's look at the finances and just give you a little chuckle. So there's £92 million in the bank now. They have a £28.5 million transfer budget. And obviously going down the path that we went, 17 million was the highest transfer that we paid. So we were never ever going to be able to spend that amount of money. And it all just sits there, accumulates. I mean, we even put the wage budget up to £920,000 in case players started looking at Moleiro's salary. I mean, what did we actually sign Moleiro on in terms of salary? So we had to give him £50,000 a week. And I think he's comfortably the highest earner at the club. And I was prepared for other players to follow suit and start demanding more money. But it didn't actually happen. I think there are players like Nizan, who now has become a league winner. He wants a new deal. Javi Alonso, wants a new deal. So it has begun, but only as we are winning the league and only as we are playing a lot better in terms of the football. In terms of club info then, there are now 4 trophies, 3 different trophies, and 4 of them in the trophy cabinet. So they had Spanish Second Division B1 titles in 1987 and 2013. But the 2 that we won, the important ones, La Liga Hypermotion in 2025 and La Liga EA Sports. If we go in to just have a look at some of the landmarks then from the club. In fact, landmarks there. La Liga EA Champions. Does it have? Yeah, La Liga Hypermotion Champions. We then got promotion. We had Nice and removed. And Jese, after we signed him, wanted to be vice captain. We then had a change in chairperson. So Paulinho Rivero leaves. We then had somebody else come in. And then, on the same day, he left again. So good, he left twice. And then upgraded the training facilities. And as we were getting better and better, all of that was to come. There are the competitions that we have won. In terms of our records, these are the records that are standing from the modern day. So highest league position is first in La Liga. Lowest league position was 5th in the 3rd division group in 1968-69. Most points in the season, we have just set that with... No, we didn't set that. We set that in La Liga 2 because we had... a 99-point league win there. What did we finish on here? We finished on 93. So, we had a good go at it this time. At 99 in 24-25 was the most we had there. Fewest defeats in the season was 3, which was this season. 21 league draws in the season was 2003-2004. Most league goals scored in the season was 111 in La Liga 2 in 24-25. And fewest league goals scored in the season was back in 1965. So our biggest win was a 6-0 victory in 1996, but we matched that obviously in this episode. Biggest defeat was a 7-0 loss to Barcelona. High scoring match was a 6-3 game against Real Betis in 2025. Highest transfer fee that we paid in this save was €19 million or £16.9 million for Alberto Moleiro, and the highest transfer fee received from the club, Roy Mackay to Deportivo La Coruña back in 1999. What a player Roy Mackay was. In terms of the players, Sinead Solomon, most goals in the season. Tono would be most league appearances by a player with 346. And Waldo got 20 assists in the 24-25 season. That is interesting. I did not realise that. Most player in the match awards, 9 in a season. Youngest goal scorer is Sinead Solomon. And oldest goal scorer is Carlos Ruiz before we took over at the club. In terms of sequences, we had 9 games won in a row. February 25 to April 25. Most matches without losing was 18. February 25 to August 25. Most matches lost in a row was not us. And the other ones weren't us either. So some impressive stats and attributes coming out of the game. But the 2 that are the most impressive is a La Liga Hypermotion win to get into La Liga. And then their La Liga EA Sports for the first time winning the trophy with a Canarian Island team and a Canarian Island squad. Every single player was born in the Canary Islands, and we have gone on to complete the mission in 4 seasons. Right then, that is pretty much going to do it. We have gone through 4 seasons. There are 16 episodes. Every single episode has had something mad happen, whether it be a big loss to Barcelona or Real Madrid, winning La Liga Hypermotion, and now finally winning La Liga. If you have enjoyed this series, please don't forget to leave a comment in the section down below to let me know what you thought of the series. Also, don't forget to subscribe whilst you're there. There is plenty more content coming to the channel. Recently started a potential Wonder Kids of Football Manager, and soon there is another series that is going to come. It is dedicated to a certain percentage of the fan base, but everybody's welcome to come and watch it. That save is going to be Bekasi City in Indonesia. But for this one, I'm going to wrap up the series here. A big thank you for watching. Thank you for investing your time in the channel. And I'm going to see you, hopefully, on another video very soon.